Hi there, I'm Stephanie Rule. It is Thursday, November 5th, 2 days out from Election Day, and still no clear winner. But while you were sleeping, the vote count kept going. New results have been coming in all night long, with more expected later this morning. As of right now, former VP Joe Biden has moved closer to the magic number of 270. He now has 253 electoral votes compared to President Trump's 214. On Wednesday, Biden picked up big wins in Wisconsin and Michigan, leaving 6 states to go. Of those states, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, all considered too close to call. Alaska considered too early to call. But there are tons of votes left to be counted in those important states. Hundreds of thousands are outstanding in Pennsylvania, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. In other words, there is still a long way to go, baby. I want to go first to Arizona, a state that NBC just switched to too close to call. But Joe Biden is leading there, and NBC's Gotti Schwartz is in Scottsdale. Gotti, we got some new results overnight. Where do things stand now?
Yeah, good morning, Steph. Well, we're expecting more ballots to be counted today. We're also probably expecting to see more protests at the Maricopa County Election Center. Last night, we were there as a crowd of about 300 gathered in front of those steps, yelling at election officials, chanting, "We love Trump," and count those votes. A lot of them were extremely angry, saying that they thought the election was being stolen from the president, even though there are still possibly days away from that count finally being finished. A lot of frustration coming from what appeared to be that early sizable Biden lead here in Arizona with those returns that we've seen. So far, we understand that there are still about 270,000 ballots here in Maricopa County alone that still need to be counted. And at last count, it looks like Trump needs about to win 6 out of every 10 of those ballots to overtake Biden. So the Trump campaign says that then they think they can do that. They think when this is all said and done, they will be up about 30,000 votes ahead. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign says they think they have already flipped this state blue. Stephanie?
But Gotti, help me understand these protests. Is there any reason to believe that the votes won't be counted? I saw you on air last night with people demanding that these ballots keep getting counted. That's happening. So what are they protesting?
There were a bunch of different groups that seemed to converge at the county election center, and they were saying different things. So one of the things that's been picking up steam around Arizona, in particular in Maricopa County, is this conspiracy theory that for some reason election officials were giving out Sharpie markers so that they can invalidate votes. That is not the case at all. Election officials, even before this, were putting out videos saying, yes, you can vote with the Sharpie, a black Sharpie. And in fact, the Sharpie ink dries faster than normal ink, so it's friendlier to their tabulation machines. So a lot of people online were clinging to that as some sort of sign that their vote wasn't being counted. The county officials came out, tried to explain that to some people. People weren't wearing masks. They were shouting down some of these county officials. So it became this very hostile environment. And then there were other people that were just out there expressing their support of the president and saying that they thought this whole election was a sham. Back to you.
Conspiracy theory Klingons. You know what those county officials are? Those are patriots. Gotti, thank you so much. Now let's head to Pennsylvania, where my colleague Maura Barrett is standing by. I know we're expecting new results this morning. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Stephanie. Yeah, actually, just as we came on the air with you, I just refreshed the county election website. Philadelphia just received another 20,000 ballots, and Philadelphia is one of these 2 major Democratic strongholds that we've been watching here in Pennsylvania, Allegheny County, where I am, being the other one. Overnight, Allegheny County finished counting its nearly 350,000 mail-in ballots. They have about 35,000 that they're going to have to go through by hand tomorrow to review, but this is a significant chunk that is is done in Western PA. But back in Philadelphia, they hadn't updated us since yesterday afternoon. We were expecting other updates throughout the evening. And so there's been this stark contrast as I sat inside the warehouse here in Pittsburgh yesterday watching and listening as every update came through almost every hour. But Philadelphia hasn't been communicating with us in that same way. Another 20,000 ballots just now this morning, which means they've got about another 100,000 left to go, about 800, or I guess a little less than 800,000 now left to go across the state. All of this comes as the Trump campaign has filed some lawsuits looking for some more transparency in the process. The Secretary of State says that none of these Trump lawsuits are going to impact the vote count. They're not anticipating any halt to the count here in Pennsylvania, and she does expect that a majority of the votes here in PA will come in today. So, Steph, we'll just continue watching and waiting and updating you as we get more.
Could be a big day in PA. Mara, thank you. Let's head down to Georgia, where things got a lot tighter overnight. Priscilla Thompson is in Atlanta. Priscilla, President Trump's lead is now down to just 18,000 votes. How many are left to count?
Well, tens of thousands still remaining to be counted here as we start the day in Georgia. Stephanie, we heard the Secretary of State earlier saying 25,000, but we are now seeing reports that it may be a bit higher than that. And the Secretary of State's office has not been able to confirm an exact number with us this morning. But we do know that as of late last night, we were under 100,000 ballots here. We're in Fulton County, the most populous county in the state, and folks have been working at the State Farm Arena for more than 24 hours now, counting those ballots. They are now down to under 3,600 ballots to be counted here in Fulton County, and that is the work happening across the state today, with multiple counties working to get all of their absentee ballots counted so that we can get a better sense of where this race stands. We do know that the Secretary of State will brief at around 10:30 this morning, and so we'll be monitoring that very carefully for any updates there. Stephanie?
And what is the exact timeline, or the most recent timeline, when they think they'll have this thing done?
Yeah. So it looks like Fulton County, they're doing about 2,000 to 3,000 ballots per hour. So we expect we should have an answer from them at some point this morning. The Secretary of State has also said that by around midday today, if not earlier, we should have a better sense of where the state overall is. But as we saw yesterday, we had a timeline and it began to shift and get a little longer. So it's sort of a wait and see game here, Stephanie.
A wait-and-see game. Priscilla, thank you. While we still don't know the final results of this race, the Trump campaign is trying to stop the votes in several states. You heard it a few minutes ago. They want to continue the votes in Arizona, stop the votes in other states. That doesn't seem to make very much sense. I'm hoping my next guest can help me. Last night, the president's team filed a lawsuit in Georgia on top of the suits already filed in Michigan and Pennsylvania. They're also calling for a recount in Wisconsin. NBC is calling Biden the apparent winner in that state, meaning it is close enough that a recount could make a difference. I want to bring in Nate Purcell. He's an expert on election law and a professor at Stanford Law School. That means he knows a lot of nerdy stuff that we don't. Nate, what do you make of the president's lawsuits?
Well, they're sort of an attempt to throw everything at the wall and see what sticks, but that's not uncommon in election litigation. And I think that right now we don't know what would be the hanging chad of, say, the 2020 election. I mean, you may remember in 2000 that was the issue that was at issue in the Florida litigation. So right now there's sort of a scattershot approach in these legal filings, but those arguments will crystallize in the coming days. And the most important thing depends on the margin, right, as to whether this really is within the margin of litigation or whether Vice President Biden's margin is beyond that.
Nate, you should know I'm way too young to remember the dangling chads. Realistically speaking, could these lawsuits change the complexion of the races?
Well, we don't know. We are still in the pre-litigation phase, usually. So generally speaking, you don't have candidates who come in to stop the actual counting of votes. You wait until the votes are counted, and then you make arguments about why there are sort of infirmities in the count. And so right now, there are so many states that are at issue. It's very difficult to see how through litigation that you could reverse the totals in a sufficient number of them. But let's wait and see what happens in Arizona, wait and see what happens in Georgia, see what the final count is in Pennsylvania, and then we can see whether litigation has any promise to it.
Talk to us about the Wisconsin recount. How would that work?
So under Wisconsin law, the margin of victory is such that President Trump can ask for a recount. What you will see is that once the certified totals are available, that then they will recount the ballots at the county level or the local jurisdiction level. And Wisconsin has one of the most localized systems of election administration, and you will have tabulators who are overseen by the board of canvassers in each of these jurisdictions, recounting the ballots, looking at every absentee ballot to see whether the numbers match up in the totals that each one of the counties had.
Nate, thank you for joining us. You're going to have a busy few months, no doubt. We're going to leave it there. We got a lot to cover today. Coming up next, we've been talking about it already. The votes are still being counted in a number of states. I want to talk specifically about Pennsylvania. The Lieutenant Governor, John Fetterman, will be here on why it's taking so long. Plus, the markets are up even without a clear winner for president. Why investors are watching for a blue wave and a divided government. But before we take a break, we cannot forget, we are still in a pandemic. For the first time, the United States topped 100,000 new coronaviruses in a single day. More than 1,500 people lost their lives. And more than 235,000 people have died in the United States since this thing began. That is the most of any country. But you know what we didn't hear about yesterday? We didn't hear about any of this. Not from the president, not from the coronavirus task force. 100,000 new cases. We are not turning the corner. Welcome back. I'm Stephanie Rule, but I don't matter. You know who does this week? Steve Kornacki, the marathon man. He is at the big board. Steve, take us through these states that we're still waiting on.
Yeah, waiting games here in, let's start Pennsylvania, and we just got, so we've gotten, I'm seeing here, a couple of vote updates here in the last few minutes. Donald Trump's lead continues to dwindle in Pennsylvania. 142,000 is Donald Trump's lead over Joe Biden statewide in Pennsylvania, with ballots still being counted. What happened in the last 10 minutes is we got an update from Philadelphia, biggest city in the state. Joe Biden's overwhelmingly winning the vote there. So now Trump's vote, his lead over Biden is down about 20,000 statewide in the last 10 minutes. Still more votes to come from Philadelphia and some other pockets around the state. You can expect Biden is going to continue to significantly erode that Trump lead because the ballots that are coming in, not only often from Philadelphia and Democratic areas, they're mail ballots, they're absentee ballots. These are the things that are being counted last in a lot of counties. And we know in Pennsylvania in particular, Democrats were overwhelmingly likely to use mail voting. Republicans were overwhelmingly likely to go and vote in person on Election Day. The in-person was counted on election night. It's the mail they're now counting. So Biden's catching up. The question is, does he catch all the way up and win the state? We should be getting more updates throughout the day, maybe some clarity in Pennsylvania. Should also be getting more updates in Georgia. Here, Biden also trying to play catch up. He's about 18,500 votes behind Trump statewide. We think there are about 50,000, maybe a little bit more, 50,000 or so votes left to be counted. You could see Biden would therefore need to win the lion's share of those, like 2/3 or more. That's the challenge for Biden. They are the ballots, Fulton County, Savannah, some Democratic areas, absentee ballots again. So the potential exists for Biden to be able to do it, but that's a very iffy proposition for him. So again, waiting game in Georgia. One more for you, Stephanie. Arizona, where we got more votes in overnight. Here, the roles are reversed. It's Trump who's trying to play catch up late. Biden's lead statewide in Arizona is dwindling. It's now down to 68,000. It was nearly 100,000 last night. We've been getting vote updates in particular from this county, Maricopa County, where Phoenix is. This is the big one in Arizona. It's like 65% of the population. And the ballots that are being counted here right now, and there are still a couple 100,000 left so far, those ballots are favoring President Trump. He's winning about 60% of them. If he can keep that up in Maricopa Maricopa County and then the other counties around the state where there's also some vote left, it's possible he could overtake Biden and carry Pennsylvania. And so the big picture there, when you're looking at these states come in, Donald Trump, if he's going to get to 270 and get reelected, he has to come from behind and pull it out there in Arizona. He has to win in Georgia, has to hang on there, has to win in Pennsylvania, has to hang in there. Each one of those looking like a must for the president right now.
Steve, thank you. Steve Kornacki,
You got it.
Our man, our champion, living on Diet Coke and adrenaline this week. Steve just mentioned Pennsylvania to you. Look at your screen. Right now, you are looking at ballots that are being counted in Philadelphia. Chris Jansing is across the state in Harrisburg, PA. Chris, Harrisburg could be your new home away from home. What's the newest update there?
Okay, first of all, it's not fair to have me follow superstar Steve Kornacki, who has developed a following of millions, but I'm going to give it my best shot. Let me pick up on what he just said, because to put it in perspective, yesterday at this time, Donald Trump was leading in this state by about 600,000 votes. Now, as Steve reported, it's down to 142,000. Those results that are coming in again from Philly and from Allegheny County, which is Pittsburgh, are critical for the Biden camp, and here's why. I was talking last night to Bob Casey, senior senator here. He said he's getting reports that in pockets of Philly, those votes are going 90-10 to Joe Biden. He talked to the Allegheny County executive who told him 80-20 in his county. So you can see how important it is as those votes start to come in. One more thing, they're counting faster than they thought they were. We heard from the Secretary of State late last night on MSNBC. She said she thinks the vote count could be largely done, that there could be results tonight. Bob Casey affirmed that. He said, look, I think by the end of the day, it's possible to have results in the mid-90s. That would be enough potentially to call a race. He's calling it by 100,000 votes for Biden. We'll see. Nevertheless, clearly the trend is going in that direction. One more thing, and I know you're not old enough to have known about the hanging chads in 2000, but I did spend 36 days in Tallahassee, and I was talking to an election lawyer about what you were just discussing, the way they're sort of throwing all this at the wall from the Trump campaign. And he made a really good point, Stephanie, which is, you know, politics sometimes likes chaos. Judges don't. We'll see whether or not any of these work, because so far, judges have pretty much 100% been rejecting what the Trump campaign has been throwing at them legally. Steph?
You know who else loves chaos? Lawyers. And you know who our show loves? Chris Jansing, our queen. Chris, thank you.
Oh.
I want to dig deeper into Pennsylvania. Joining us now, Pennsylvania Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman. Lieutenant Governor, do you know, we've been getting updates as of last night, but as of this morning, at this point, how many votes are outstanding there?
Well, I mean, several 100,000 of them, and it's generally accepted that it's going to be enough that would probably deliver our Commonwealth to the vice president at this point, based on previous modeling of how those ballots have been performing with respect to whether it's for the vice president or the president.
Well, no one's going to want to make a final call based on modeling or assumptions. Do you have a timeline about when we're actually going to get the real numbers?
Well, I'm certainly not going to get out in front of our Secretary of State. And if she said it could be sometime this evening, let's put it this way. I have seen no reason not to think that's true. Allegheny County, I believe, is done. Montgomery County is done. Those are the second and third largest counties, respectively. I know Luzerne is ahead of schedule. I know Philadelphia. I mean, you watch Philadelphia is there on the screen. They're crushing through it. And there might be pockets here and there, like in some of the counties that didn't start canvassing until yesterday at 8 o'clock in the morning. So, but yeah, things are drawing to a close. I mean, that's for sure in terms of canvassing here in Pennsylvania.
Any problems you've seen so far? Irregularities?
Yeah, you have the Trump campaign showing up on a corner in Philadelphia like some sad carnival barker making outlandish claims. Oh, that's the only problem. Otherwise, you have the largest election in Pennsylvania history just has gone off without a hitch. It's been incredibly smooth. You know, but for the chaos that the president and his campaign are trying to foment, this has been an absolutely largely flawless execution of our democratic right here in Pennsylvania to a free election. And it is going smoothly. It's going to conclude smoothly. We are going to count all the ballots, as is the law. And, they can send 1,000 lawyers to Pennsylvania. It's not going to change math. And right now, math is math.
So even though there's a number of lawsuits, you don't believe any of them could impact the result?
I don't, because all these votes are being counted. All these votes, I want to be clear, all these votes were received, on or before 8 p.m. on Election Day. So there's no way that you could even touch them in a legal manner at this point, regardless. And we believe just those numbers of outstanding ballots, again, assuming they perform the way the others have, and we have no reason not to believe that, are going to be favorable to the vice president's chance to carry Pennsylvania.
Lieutenant Governor, thank you for joining us. And I want to remind our audience, this takes time. We have more mail-in ballots than we've ever seen before, at least in the last 100 years. Everything that is happening is legal, it's safe, and as American people and as voters, we would want that. Coming up next, we're going to go to another state out west that's still counting votes, Nevada. Former Vice President Biden up by 8,000 votes there. We're going to find out what votes are left and where. Now let's head to Nevada, where VP Biden is up by less than 8,000 votes. My colleague Jacob Soboroff is in Vegas right now for us. Jacob, talk to us about what votes are still left uncounted and where are they? Because that'll certainly help us understand who they may be voting for.
Couple things, Steph. Where they are is right here in Clark County, Nevada. And in fact, I think it's fair to say that the 6 electoral votes that are going to come out of this state will actually come out of this building where they are counting. Actually, not right at this very moment. The workers have not come back yet and restarted the process, but they will be counting throughout the day here. And so with the margin so small, under 8,000 votes at this point, the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of votes will obviously be very determinative of who walks out of here with those electoral votes. When it comes to who they are, number one, they're mail-in voters. They had universal mail-in voting here, as you said before the break, for the first time ever, and all of those ballots were coming back both through the post, and if they were postmarked by the 3rd, they can be counted up until the 10th, so a few days from now. And they're also number one most likely group of voters in this city and in this state, the culinary workers. There are 60,000 of them. They are an incredible political force in this city, Las Vegas, Nevada. Their union actually battled with Donald Trump. I reported on this during the 2016 election. They lean very heavily towards the Democrats, but there is no guarantee that Joe Biden will come out ahead ultimately when it's all said and done here. Even though there is a 2-to-1 registration advantage for Democrats here, I think that you may very well see the race remain tight. When you look at that number, 7,647, there are way too many votes left to be counted for us to say anything about ultimately where this thing is going to end up.
Jacob, thank you. Now we have to turn to the markets. They opened just a moment ago. The Dow, which was already up yesterday, 367 points, jumping another 300. I want to go to my friend and CNBC colleague, Dom Chu, for the latest. Dom, not just today, it's been a great week for the markets. It started with investors excited about this idea of a blue wave. A blue wave would mean a robust stimulus package. That idea went out the window when the presidential race got a whole lot tighter. But it's this idea of a divided government, Mitch McConnell maintaining control of the Senate, that has investors so excited. Why?
So it goes back to more traditional, if you can call it that, more traditional thoughts about the government and markets, that gridlock is good. We've talked about that notion in the past before with you and others on MSNBC. But the idea that markets want to keep going higher might actually tell us something about the path of least resistance overall in the markets, Stephanie. That's a much bigger conversation for another time. But the reason you are seeing the very big gains at the start of this week into today has more to do with the types of companies that are getting more investor attention. That has been, and it still remains, the biggest technology and communications companies in America. We're talking, of course, about companies like Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, the Google parent company, Alphabet, and Facebook as well. Now, just to give you some perspective, those 5 companies, those 5 stocks, make up nearly a quarter of the entire S&P 500 index. So when they go up in value, they carry a heck of a lot of weight more than others do. But the regulation of these big tech companies is a real issue. It's a bipartisan one, but the notion of a possibly divided government may make these companies look less likely to get extreme amounts of new regulation. Also, by the way, many of these companies benefited from the COVID pandemic as the world moved towards more virtual work and home entertainment. So, Stephanie, I guess it could be a little bit of many of these themes that are kind of working together to kind of keep things going.
But for the last 4 years, the president, who's deemed himself Mr. Market, has said he's the reason the markets are doing so well. He often said on the campaign trail, without me, your 401k is gone. We're now seeing a different response from the markets in that if we had a Joe Biden as president, any president, we're closer to a vaccine, but we would get a national COVID strategy. He has a lot of foreign policy experience. There would be less volatility. And with Mitch McConnell in control, you're not going to see a ton of regulation, and potentially you're not going to see big corporate tax hikes. Is that what has people excited? Because the president said it was always him.
Well, so it could be, yeah, I mean, yes, I'm sure that there is a portion of it that was President Trump and his regulations and his approach towards regulations. But a lot of it has to do with this notion here. If we took the pandemic completely out of it, many of those things would carry more weight. But things have been completely turned on their head, given what's happened with the COVID pandemic over the past 6 to 7 months. The reason why it becomes more of a big deal now, regardless of whoever's in the White House, is because no matter what happens, the American economy, in order to keep getting back to where it was pre-pandemic back in 2019, and for the markets to keep on going upwards, you do need this idea of more fiscal stimulus, more taxpayer relief, more taxpayer aid to the millions of Americans who are facing hardships still because of the pandemic and its lasting effects. The idea here is none of these deals were going to happen in the weeks before the election because no side wanted to give the other side a political win, so to speak. Now, the idea is no matter who's in the White House, Americans understand they need help. Somebody's going to get a deal done. The only question is how big and how kind of forceful it will be, Stephanie.
Dom, always good to see you. Thank you. I do want you guys to just think for a moment. The markets like a divided government. They love the idea that nothing will happen. They want to keep the status quo. Well, everyday Americans who are struggling absolutely don't want that. They don't want gridlock. It's why they lose faith in the system. The policies they vote for, the agendas they're hoping for, go nowhere. That's obviously not a good thing for them. But as far as the election process goes, the process is actually working. Votes are still being counted. And I want to dig in on the other side of the break to how the campaigns are seeing it this morning. Our own Ali Vitale is outside Biden's campaign headquarters, and Carol Lee is covering the Trump campaign. Carol, take us inside the White House. How confident is President Trump and his advisors about their chances? I mean, in the last 24 hours, he's falsely or prematurely claimed wins that just aren't true.
Yeah, Steph, look, outwardly, their public posture is that they are confident that their path is narrow, but that they can get there. But a lot of things have to break the president's way in order for that to actually happen. And, you know, there are people around the president who privately are a lot more pessimistic about their ability to get there. But publicly, they are saying, the campaign says, when you look at a state like Arizona, for instance, they think that is going to break in the president's way. They think it's a mistake for those news organizations that called that race for Joe Biden. If you look at Georgia, North Carolina, they feel good there. They want to fight it out in Pennsylvania. And now they're looking at Nevada and are ready to potentially file lawsuits, according to our own new reporting there. So they are definitely postured to fight. The president tweeted a little bit ago that stop the count. So that kind of gives you also a sense that their strategy is just a little irregular. It's kind of all over the place. You have him saying, stop the count. We don't know what he's referring to, but they would like that to happen in states where he's up, but not in states where he's down, such as Arizona. So, and then you have lawsuits that they've filed. They've already filed in 3 states. Now you have Nevada, and you have the president's personal lawyer, Rudy Giuliani, saying they may file a national lawsuit. We don't know exactly what that means. The president has said maybe this will go to the Supreme Court. Again, we don't know what that means either. So they're kind of trying to see what they can get traction with in terms of lawsuits and their public messaging. And meanwhile, Steph, it's worth noting, we haven't seen the president. He's tweeting a lot, but we haven't seen him since that early morning speech that he gave yesterday.
We haven't seen him. 100,000 new COVID cases, and we haven't seen him. We haven't heard from him. In one state, he wants to stop the count. In another state, he wants to keep counting. Allie, how's the Biden team compared to that?
A lot less mixed messaging, Steph. And frankly, they still feel really confident. But the reality is they are also at the mercy of vote watchers and poll counters right now, just like all of the rest of us are. And so while they realize that they see data and math that they think works in their favor in a lot of these states, they're also not sure if today is going to be the day that they see those states that they think are trending well for them be called in order to get them to 270. The reality still stands that they have always had more paths to victory than Donald Trump did on that map. But at the same time, they also realize that right now it is really just a waiting game. And so on the map front, they're waiting, but there's some other things happening behind the scenes that prepare them on two fronts. First, on the legal front, they're setting up a legal defense fund funding site. That's pretty normal when you start hearing words like recount and election and court cases starting to be thrown around. A lot of campaigns start fundraising for that. The Trump side is doing it as well. And then they're also pushing forward on the transition front. This is something that legally they had already set up, but now we're starting to see a website, just a landing page, nothing fancy, but at least a sign that the Biden transition side is up and running. I would also say, though, that there's mixed messaging coming from the Trump campaign, and it's very contrasted with what the Biden campaign has been doing. Biden, of course, has been much more clear that he thinks he's going to be the winner at the end of all of this. Trump, of course, declaring victory when that's, of course, not the case yet. But the other side of this, too, is the fact that they're both talking about ballots in a different way. The Biden campaign saying they think all votes should be counted. Trump tweeting just a few minutes ago, stop the counting. The reality is, Steph, overnight in Arizona, vote counting allowed the totals to tighten there for Trump. So when he says that, he's also talking about his own voters.
And to Mr. President, if you're watching, speak to the kids in this country who are studying this election, who are studying civics. Mine are asking me, Mom, why would the Trump campaign want to stop the count? Love to know your answer. Kids in America would, too. Allie, Carol, thank you so much. Coming up next, we're going to take you back to the one and only Steve Kornacki as votes continue to roll in. I know that is what matters most to you. Plus, former Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge joins us on why we need to let this vote counting process play out. Makes no sense why we wouldn't. At this hour, we are still waiting for results from Pennsylvania, Nevada, Arizona, and Georgia. So let's go back to Steve Kornacki with the numbers. Steve, where do we stand at this second?
Yeah, let's take a look here. Zoom in on Arizona, one of those states, too, we're waiting on. We got numbers overnight. And explain what's happening here. You see Joe Biden leading statewide by 68,000 over Donald Trump. Basically, what's happening in Arizona is the ballots that they are counting now, and primarily the outstanding place here is Maricopa County, but there are others around the state. We think in Maricopa County that there are probably about 250,000 votes left to be counted here. Excuse me. Trump is now winning these ballots, the last group of ballots so far. He is winning them. He's getting approximately 60% with them, a little bit less than 60%. If he keeps doing that with the remaining ballots in Maricopa County, and he can keep doing a similar number around the state, it is possible that he could overtake Biden in this count and that he could get Arizona. And from an electoral college standpoint, if we just look at our road to 270 here, again, if you're Donald Trump this morning, you're at 214. You need to get Arizona, right? That would put you at 225. You need to get Georgia, where he's clinging to that lead, but you can see it's slipping every time there's an update, but he needs to get that. Then there's North Carolina. And what we're waiting on in North Carolina is Trump leads there right now in the count. In Carolina, if the ballots were postmarked by Election Day, they can come in a few days later, still counted. We don't know how many people actually did that. So that's actually an open question there. But it'd have to be an extremely large number for Biden to overtake Trump in North Carolina. So Trump would also then need North Carolina, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and then he would also, Trump, need to take Pennsylvania. And again, you see in Pennsylvania and in Georgia, he is clinging to leads right now. It's especially under threat, I think, in Pennsylvania for Trump. He could get North Carolina, and he would also have to pull out a come-from-behind win there in Arizona. That's really the path that exists here for Trump right now. And if he slips up in one of those, if Biden could get Pennsylvania, if Biden could get Georgia, if Biden could get Arizona, it gets very hard to see it for Trump.
Well, this thing isn't over. We'll be back to you for more updates. Steve, joining us now to discuss these states that we're still waiting for, former Secretary of Homeland Security and former Pennsylvania Governor Tom Ridge. Governor, I want to start with the president's recent tweet, "Stop the count." Why would we stop the count?
Well, it's regrettable that the president probably before I uttered those comments didn't look at Article 2 of the Constitution. It says, Mr. President, that's exclusively the province of the states. And frankly, that kind of public denigration of our system is quite a spectacle to the rest of the world. There's no reason to stop the count. And he's inconsistent, Stephanie. I suspect he probably wants the count to continue in a couple of states that seem to be trending in his direction, but perhaps stop the count in Pennsylvania and elsewhere, but where the trend, again, it's just a trend. So again, I think we're quite a spectacle as the rest of the world looks at the incumbent president telling the election officials and the most fundamental institution of government are voting to stop doing their job. So in spite of what the president says, let's be calm, let's be patient, let's let these guardians of democracy continue to do the good work they've done so far. It's not about stopping the count. It's continue to count every legitimate vote, be patient, be calm, and then accept the outcome.
Well, why is this last 10 to 15% taking so long?
Well, it's a great question, Stephanie, because I think there's a lot of good news. There's a lot of negativity around what the president's been saying, but, both candidates had unprecedented numbers of voters supporting them on record levels. That's a good news story because America took this election seriously. It's a good news story that more and more people voted before and more people voted absentee ballot. And within that very simple notion is the fact that post-2020, more people maybe have become acclimated to voting by absentee. And all 50 states have to take a look at the process. Look, absentee ballots are normally the first votes in and the last votes counted. That's why there's so much uncertainty and unpredictability yet 3 days afterwards. Now, November 3rd was the last day votes could be counted in person, but the absentee ballots come in first. They're the last to be counted. So I think as we celebrate democracy, unprecedented levels of people going to the polls, let's reflect back on that as good news. But let's do some introspection and say to ourselves, we have to improve the absentee ballot process. By the way, it's very transparent. I mean, we got cameras in some of these communities and counties overseeing. We've never had so much transparency on top of absentee ballot counting. But maybe post-2020, we'll think a little bit differently about how and when we begin counting them. Pennsylvania is a classic example. They couldn't even start opening the ballots until Election Day. And they had 2.5 million, I think, absentee. They got to put the envelopes, put them in the machine, and start counting it. It's grunt work, basic work. It's the blocking and tackling of American politics. They're doing a magnificent job. I have confidence in their ability to do it right. Let's be calm as they get it done.
And you are looking right now at live pictures of people doing just that in Philadelphia. Governor, always great to see you. Be patient. We want more transparency and always good for a little introspectiveness. Thank you so much. I want to change gears a little bit and take you now to James Carville. He's the co-host of the Politics War Room podcast, and this man understands the electoral map better than anyone in the United States of America. James, you know the trickle-down effect. When one county goes one way, what are you keeping an eye on as far as where this presidential race could go? We're sitting here just waiting for the numbers. Right. Read them for us.
Well, right. Pennsylvania's going to be fine. Biden's going to win more than 100,000 votes. I'm keeping my eye on Georgia right now because I think they're going to have a county in by noon. And it's going to, the betting market seems to be very optimistic about it. So I'm going to be watching that closely. Arizona's done. Nevada's done. You know, this is, at the end of the day, this is not going to be a particularly close election. Biden will win the popular vote by more than Bush did in 2004, Obama in 2012. He will probably, not certainly, but probably end up with 307 electoral votes. I think Bush had 286 in 2012. And the popular vote is just going to keep going up. It's just going to keep going up. So I know it's been nerve-wracking for a lot of people, but it's not that close. It really isn't. I mean, Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States. It's that simple. And I think Governor Ridge makes a good point. These people counting these ballots are heroic, man. They're working hard. That's not an easy job.
Well, we haven't officially called any of those states. How are you so sure when you say Arizona, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Georgia, done? How do you know that? What are you seeing?
Well, I probably talk to 50 people a day. Every 15 minutes, I get what's outstanding in Georgia, what county is it from. I can look at Arizona, but I mean, they have people that like follow this. I understand the network has to be extremely cautious. I don't speak for MSNBC or anything like that, but there is information out there that people know. The AP, which I don't know has ever missed a call, has already called Arizona for the vice president. But we might have our own standards. They might be different. We might be a little more cautious. I don't know. But I'm not at all worried about Pennsylvania. People know where the votes are coming in from. They can estimate to a high degree of reliability what the percentages are going to be. We know where the Georgia votes are coming in. Actually, it's a little bit disputed. It might even be better for the Democrats than some people think, certainly no worse. It's going to be tight, but I feel pretty good. And the other thing is, Alaska is not done. There's a gazillion absentee ballots left to count. If you look at the returns in Alaska, it's only like 50% or something that are in. And most of these ballots are coming in from rural Alaska, which is heavily Democratic. And they had a really good program to get these ballots in. So there's a lot of things that are going on out there that our viewers need to know about. I mean, I'm not saying we're going to win Alaska, but somebody better take a look at what's going on out there, because next Tuesday they're going to start counting. And Al Gross and Joe Biden are going to make up a lot of ground. Whether they make up enough, I don't know.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's a few less than a gazillion ballots out there. You say it's not over yet for Democrats in terms of taking back the Senate. Why do you say that?
Well, there's going to be a runoff in Georgia. I'm pretty sure that Purdue is going to fall under the 50% threshold. So there's a runoff there. And then Warnock and Loughborough are going to go head-to-head in January. So it's highly likely you have 2 Senate seats. I don't know if we can win them, but the 2 Senate seats in Georgia. And the Alaska race is not over. I don't know the probability odds, but it is definitely not over. And the only way you can win an election is get in the election. And right now, the better quants think that Ossoff has a really good chance to hold Purdue under 50%. That's just a fact. We know there's going to be one runoff in Georgia in January. There could be 2, and the Alaska Senate seat is still to be decided.
If we do have a divided government, what will that mean for the next 4 years? Leader McConnell's signature was blocking Obama for 8 years. Joe Biden seems to think he'll be able to reach across the aisle and work with them. Any chance?
Well, first, it's not a given it's going to be 4 years. The Republicans have an awful Senate map in 2022. So, maybe it's going to be difficult the first 2 years, but we've had divided government before. And, the Republicans in the Senate are going to need things that only the president can give them. And the president's going to, need things that only the Senate Republicans can give them. That's just the way our democracy works. But it is not a given that the Republicans are going to control the Senate. It is likely, I admit that, but it is not a given. And it's certainly not a given that they're going to control the Senate for the next 4 years. If anybody would look ahead and see what that 2022 Senate map looks like, they can see that they have a lot of really vulnerable people, of vulnerable states also. So I don't buy that they're going to control the Senate. I think it is likely. I wouldn't bet. Go ahead. Sorry. Apologize.
James, I wish we had more time. Wait, I have to ask you, then where does this leave the Republican Party and Trump supporters, his millions of supporters, if he loses?
We have to see that when Trump is beaten, Okay? He is going to look different when the inevitable comes. He couldn't win. All right? He got beat. He is going to suffer from a 4 to a 5-point loss in the Electoral College. They keep count. Go to David Wasserman's spreadsheet. They counted in 2016, I think, to early December. And there's ballots coming in, and the ballots that are coming in are going to overwhelmingly favor the Democrats. This election is not going to be particularly close. People need to know that. Trump is going to get beaten.
All right, James Carville saying this election isn't going to be close. He's got champagne behind him ready to pop. James, always good to see you. Thank you for bringing your expertise. That wraps up this very busy hour. I'm Stephanie Ruhle. Hallie Jackson will be here right on the other side of the break.
Here is what we are watching over the next 60 minutes on this Election Day Extended Edition broadcast. A live look at volunteers processing the ballots in Pennsylvania, a place the president won last time, but where we've learned the last hour his lead is getting smaller as his path to 270 gets narrower. Then in Georgia, you're looking live now. We're about to get an update from the Secretary of State there. We're going to bring that to you live. And then in Arizona, it's Joe Biden whose lead seems to be getting chipped away a bit as more ballots get counted in that state. We should know more on that race today. The electoral vote count as we speak, 253 for Joe Biden, 214 for President Trump. And it's those states in gray on the map making all the difference. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. Check it out. All of them too close to call. The country on edge with protests erupting from coast to coast. And this morning, sources around the Biden campaign sounding more and more confident about hitting that 270 threshold, while the Trump campaign's on a battleground blitz of legal challenges, including what we expect to be a new announcement on that later on this morning. We've got our NBC News team here to cover the latest breaking developments. I'm Hallie Jackson in Washington. Steve Kornacki is at the big board. Maura Barrett's in Pittsburgh. Blaine Alexander in Atlanta. Jacob Soboroff in Las Vegas. Ali Vitale is with the Biden campaign in Delaware. Carol Lee is following the president here in Washington. And here's the roadmap for what we're watching for over the next hour and later right here on MSNBC. In a couple of minutes on this show, we're going to get an update on the vote count from Georgia's Secretary of State. Then next hour, we'll hear from the Trump campaign in Las Vegas. That's for what we expect is the announcement of yet another lawsuit they're filing, according to a source familiar with that. In 2 hours, we're looking at maybe a new vote count in from Nevada, and then later on tonight from Arizona. Also for your radar, a top Pennsylvania official says their final count could be in as early as today, as we're getting in those new numbers from Philly as we speak. Steve Kornacki, let me start with you at the big board. Give us the state of play right now. What are you looking at? We're getting some of these new numbers in from states like PA and potentially Georgia, right? Yeah, and you mentioned that update coming from Georgia. Maybe we'll start there. I'll be interested to hear what they have to say because, look, Donald Trump's lead statewide in Georgia right now, it's under 20,000, sits at 18,500 votes. Biden has been chipping away at that. We think there are some, and this is why I want to hear the update to see what they say, but we think there's somewhere on the order of 50 to 60,000 votes that are still left to be counted in Georgia, and really a lot of them in Fulton County, which is where Atlanta is, a lot of them in Chatham County, which is where Savannah is, and some others in a couple of these metro Atlanta counties where Joe Biden's done very well, Democratic areas. So you've got an expectation here, certainly, that most all of what's to come in Georgia is going to favor Joe Biden. The question is, if there's about 50 to 60,000 left and he's trying to eat away at a gap of 18,500, he probably needs to be winning Biden about 2/3 of the votes that get tallied the rest of the way. And again, in some of these places, that looks very doable for him, in a Fulton County, in a Chatham County. So, fasten your seatbelts. Let's see. Does Biden get all the way back, or does he fall just short in Georgia? Let's take a look here, too. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Where does the vote counting stand in Pennsylvania right now?
down to 135,000. This has come down. This number, Trump's lead, 135,000, has come down about 30,000 just in the course of this morning. Big reason, we got an update from Philadelphia. Big Democratic, obviously, biggest city in the state, huge Democratic area. Look at how Biden, not only is Biden winning overwhelmingly in Philadelphia, you see he's getting 80% of the vote overall in Philadelphia. Remember, what's being counted primarily here are the absentee ballots, the mail ballots. In Pennsylvania, they had to just sit on those ballots as they came in for weeks before the election and then only deal with them starting on Election Day. So they got a backlog. That's what they're working through. And the mail ballots in Philadelphia have been going to Biden at like a 90% rate. So he's really, these mail ballots, as they get counted, especially in Philadelphia, are really bringing Biden back into it. We think there's over 100,000 votes left in Philadelphia, and there are other places on this map where there's some vote, too. It's a little unclear, we have to say, exactly how much, though, is left in Philadelphia. It's the biggest variable. Biden is going to win the bulk of what's left to come, we think. He is going to certainly significantly cut into that Trump lead in Pennsylvania. Is he going to cut all the way into it and get over the top? Again, that's the question there. And then finally, Hallie, we should just note, it's Biden who's trying to play catch-up late in Pennsylvania and in Georgia. We're also sitting and waiting on Arizona, and the roles are reversed in Arizona. Yep. Here it is Biden who's sitting on a lead, down to 68,000. Trump who is making gains. We saw this overnight. We had 2 batches of votes come in from Maricopa County, which is where Phoenix is. This is the biggie in Arizona. We see that Trump is winning those ballots that are now being counted there, and there are hundreds of thousands left. He's getting close to 60% of them. If he continues to do that with the remaining ballots in Maricopa County and other ballots around the state, we have to see. But if he does, it is possible that Donald Trump could overtake Joe Biden and take Arizona. So we've got a couple different possibilities in these states. Trump has to sweep those states if he's going to win this. We'll see.
And interesting on Arizona, too, Steve, the Trump campaign thinks that you'd mentioned that 60% number. They think it's like 58% they have to get, depending on where the rest of the vote is, to be able to turn that state around. Steve, stay close to the big board. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Let me go to Maura Barrett, who is there watching the vote count, as we've been seeing the president's lead over Joe Biden dwindle a little bit, as Steve talked about. As we came on the air yesterday, the president had a nearly 11% lead over Joe Biden. As we come on the air this morning, that number is now under 3%, Maura. And there is some indication that perhaps we'll get that final vote count from PA maybe as early as today, tonight, right?
That's a big maybe, Hallie, but the Secretary of State said late last night that they've actually been moving along at a faster pace than she anticipated, and she did say that she expects the majority of votes and mail-in ballots to be processed here in Pennsylvania today. I'm in Pittsburgh in Allegheny County, where overnight they finished up their mail-in ballot count. There was about 350,000 ballots total. They have about 35,000 ballots that they're going to have to verify by hand tomorrow, but that's all that's left here in this Democratic stronghold. On the other side of the state, Philadelphia is really what we're watching. You heard from Steve. We just got about 20,000 new mail-in ballot results in from Philadelphia. There's about 100,000 left. But I want to explain the contrast. I was in Allegheny County's warehouse yesterday as they were counting and announcing the reports of these ballots. They finished their last 20,000 ballots in about 2.5 hours. Our last update from Philadelphia before this morning was yesterday at 4 p.m. So that's about 16 hours to do those 20,000 ballots. So we're a little interested in why there's a differentiation in these timings of reporting results. I just got off the phone before I came on with you with a city employee who said there's no cause for concern in how they're reporting their ballots, pointing me towards the fact that they're actually in Philadelphia reconciling their poll books, which means that they're checking the ballots and to the ones that to make sure that no one's voted twice. So we'll just continue to watch Philadelphia, Hallie.
So we're watching Philadelphia. We're watching another state, and that is Nevada. That is where Jacob Soboroff is in Vegas. So, Jacob, potentially now we may be, a couple of hours, maybe 2 hours away from another sort of tranche of vote count coming in from that state.
Not only that, Hallie, but according to our colleagues Peter Alexander and Monica Alba, we may get another lawsuit here in Nevada from the Trump campaign. The margin is incredibly thin, 8,000 votes, with probably tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of votes outstanding. So what that update will tell us may very well move the needle on what that tiny little margin is, but it doesn't necessarily tell us who is going to be the victor. Ultimately, all of those votes will need to be counted here. The certification isn't until the 16th of November, and if you move backwards from there, the 12th is when they can challenge signatures until the 10th is the last day mail-in votes can be counted here. And this is the first time ever everyone in this state received a mail-in ballot, and Nevada, of course, is where the Las Vegas, I should say, is where the lion's shares of those votes are going to come from, Hallie.
So an update potentially, thanks, Jacob, from Nevada today. An update, too, from Georgia. Actually, this hour, we're about 20 minutes, not even away from that. Blaine Alexander is following the count in that state. Blaine, what are you expecting from you?
You know what? We talk about how close this is, and it seems to be getting even closer as we get more batches of votes coming in. So as of right now, we are looking at a fewer than 0.4% differential between President Trump and former VP Joe Biden. That's less than 20,000 votes. So, but what's really remarkable about that, Hallie, is when you compare this to yesterday morning, about the same time, at that point, there was about a 2.2% difference between the two candidates. That's now shrunk to 0.4. And a big part of that has to do with the places where we're seeing the votes come in from. So let me show you where we are right now. That's State Farm Arena. We've been reporting from this location for the better part of the past 24 hours or so, because that is where the absentee ballots are being counted for Fulton County, which is Georgia's most populous county. It's metro Atlanta, and it tends to lean heavily Democratic. So as we're seeing more and more of those votes come in, we're seeing that gap between the two candidates grow smaller and smaller, with Joe Biden gaining more of an advantage. Now, let's talk about, this is just one county, but when you look at the rest of the state, we estimate between the Secretary of State tells us there are about 50 to 60,000 ballots that still need to be counted. We're going to get an update not too long from now, but Fulton County, they've been working through the night, literally scanning nonstop. I talked with an official just now to get an update, and they expect to finish their count within an hour, but that's not the case everywhere. Now, the Secretary of State is optimistically predicting that they could get results possibly by noon today, but Hallie, that's with the caveat that this is very much a moving target. You know, on election night, the secretary told me that they hope to have results finalized by that night. So it's kind of been moving for about 12 hours periodically or so as we find out just how well counties are doing when it comes down to this counting. Hallie?
And we'll check to see if that optimism still holds when we hear from the Secretary of State in a couple of minutes. Let me get a check on the campaigns here. Ali Vitale is with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Kara Lee with the Trump campaign here in Washington. Ali, let me start with you, because it seems like, based on the reporting from you and your team covering Joe Biden, that they feel like they're more and more confident that they could hit that 270 threshold, right? Why?
More and more confident that they can hit the threshold. The question, though, is timing, because they're watching and waiting as these votes come in. Yes, they're confident, but the reality is they're at the mercy of all of the people counting these ballots, just like the rest of us are. So I was texting with a senior staffer this morning asking if today was the day that they thought that they were going to find out who the next president-elect was and if they think it's them. And that person acknowledged that it's really hard to tell the timing of all of this, especially given the way that we continue to see ballots continuing to trickle in. Now, in conversations with our sources, they do see different paths to victory. It's always been true that the Biden team has seen more ways to 270 than the Trump campaign does. But that doesn't mean that they don't acknowledge that we're going to see tight races across these battleground states, whether it's Pennsylvania, Georgia, Arizona, Nevada. All of these states, we're seeing the margins just continue to be so close. And so they're playing the waiting game on that front. But where they're not playing the waiting game is on two other fronts that prepare them for what could come next. On the legal front, we know the Trump campaign is gearing up for different arguments in different states. The Biden campaign is preparing for that, yes, by striking a confident tone, saying they're ready with their own army of lawyers, but also by creating the Biden Fight Fund, which is basically a fund that will protect them and help them as they fund all of these different legal battles across the states. It's not abnormal for campaigns to do that. You see it in a lot of different down ballot races when you start hearing words like recount, but the Trump campaign is also doing the same thing here. So both of them gearing up on the legal side, but then on the transition side, we know that that's something that's been underway for months, not out of hubris, but because it's legally mandated. But we do see now that there's a Biden transition website that has gone live, so a little bit of movement on that front. Again, the waiting game is being played here in Wilmington, though we are told that we should expect to hear from former Vice President Joe Biden once again this afternoon. Hallie?
So we're going to hear from Joe Biden, Allie. Carol, President Trump has nothing on his public schedule for the second day in a row, no public appearances, although he has been appearing plenty on Twitter, including just this morning. You heard Allie talking about the legal fights now that the Trump campaign is mounting. You've also got that campaign soliciting money for an election defense fund, as they're calling it, some 12 times, I think, at least a dozen times in the last day or so.
Yeah, Hallie, what you're seeing from the Trump campaign and the president is this public posture of confidence that they're ready to fight, that the path is narrow, but they think that they can make it. Privately, you're hearing a little more anxiety about just how narrow the path is and really everything that they're trying to do. All these states have to turn the president's way for this to work out for him, or a number of things. So there's private acknowledgement that this is a big hurdle, and even publicly. But they would say that the data is on their side. This is a math game for them. So what they're saying when you look at state like Arizona is that that's a state they think should not have been called for Joe Biden by some news organizations, and that the vote count there in the last 24 hours has been trending in the president's direction. And by tomorrow, it'll be clear that it's going to go for the president. This is their view. And that you look at Pennsylvania and other states, North Carolina and Georgia, and they feel like they can pull something out. But the lawsuits are all a part of that strategy, and you see some inconsistencies just in the way that they're talking about this. The president is saying, he tweeted earlier, you know, stop the count. So he wants the vote to count, but stop counting. But where? In Pennsylvania, in Arizona, they want the vote to continue being counted in a state like Arizona. And so they're sort of trying to find their footing here and not mounting a number of lawsuits on various fronts. We're going to see this other one in Nevada. And I expect that you'll start to see just them get a little bit more aggressive as they kind of work out their strategy here. So that's where they stand right now.
So that's a look at the campaigns. I want to go. Hey, Blaine, can we go back to you to talk quickly here about this Senate race? There's two of them in Georgia. One of them seems extremely close to a runoff from Senator Perdue. Jonathan, talk to us about where things stand there.
Absolutely. One is very close to a runoff, and the other is definitely in a runoff. So let's talk about that other one, the one that is going to a runoff on January 5th. That's what we call a jungle primary. So instead of 2 candidates, there were about 21 candidates on the ballot. So going into that race, it was almost a foregone conclusion that nobody would get above 50%, and that's exactly what happened. Now, that's on the one race. But the other race, when we talk about incumbent David Perdue being challenged by Democrat Jon Ossoff, whose name you may remember because he was the Democratic challenger back in 2017 when Democrats were trying to flip the 6th district here in Georgia for the House. One of the most expensive congressional races in history, I might add. Well, he is now within striking distance of unseating the Republican incumbent here in Georgia. So we are in a very unusual position, Hallie, where, yes, it was strange enough that there were not 1 but 2 Senate races, but now it's even stranger that both of them could be going to a runoff. So clearly watched not just by people in Georgia, but around the country, because that could have tremendous bearing on who controls the Senate come next year.
Steve, I was looking at those numbers, if we still have you at the big board there, with where Senator Perdue is and where Jon Ossoff is in Georgia. He is right on the margin. I think this morning, if I'm not mistaken, we've ticked down like 1/10 of a point, ever so slowly, and now we're right there at 50.0, right?
Yeah, here it is, exactly 50.0. So there is no room for Perdue to fall in this thing any further. And again, it applies everything we're saying about the presidential race. We expect that to tighten further as these votes come in. I'm just looking at a list here of the counties in Georgia, the exact number of ballots to come, and I'm just looking at it, Atlanta metro area, Savannah, disproportionately, these votes are going to come from Democratic areas. So is that going to, it's a very open question to me, is Biden going to be able to overtake Trump? Is Perdue going to fall 1/10 of 1 point? Seems likely, doesn't it?
I mean, based on where the numbers are coming in from,
What am I allowed
Steve?
to say here, just looking at these numbers? It's like...
I don't... No predictions, of course, but I think based on where the data is, that is something that we're obviously going to be watching. Let me go, Steve, you talked about Arizona. Let me go to Gotti Schwartz, who is in Maricopa County, because this is one we are watching really closely here. Steve and I, Gotti, were just talking to the top of the show about the Trump campaign, looking at that county extremely closely. And it looks like we're going to have to wait a little bit longer till tonight, right, until we get another batch of votes. Am I correct in that?
we're going to get another batch of votes tonight, but it doesn't look like we're going to get the full picture for another day, possibly even more. We saw them release just over 100,000 votes yesterday. That's the clip that they're expecting to be releasing these votes. They're trying to take their time to make sure that everything is done right, everything is done methodically. And I don't know if you saw, but they now have the added pressure of having crowds outside, and these crowds are very angry. I mean, last night we were there. We were inside the election center. We could hear people chanting outside. We went outside. We found a crowd. There were people with long rifles, tactical rifles. They were chanting, "We love Trump." They were chanting, "Count those votes." They were insisting that the election was being stolen by Biden. They were very angry about those early returns showing Biden in the lead. Right now, that return and that lead that we were talking about is about 69,000 votes. Every time Maricopa County releases a batch, so far we've seen President Trump closing that gap just a little bit. We know that there are about 275,000 votes still outstanding here in Maricopa County. The big question mark, however, is we don't know what part of Maricopa County those votes are coming from, because they're mail-in drop-off ballots. So they are people that for some reason or another filled out their ballots at home and then walked into the ballot location and dropped it off on the day of the election. It takes quite some time to verify those signatures. Usually, if it's coming from a specific place or a specific county or a specific neighborhood, you can glean a little bit of information, but Maricopa is massive. And so what we've seen from the Trump campaign is they think that they're going to be 30,000 votes ahead because they trust that they can get 6 out of 10 voters, those voters that are coming and dropping off those ballots. 6 out of 10 of those votes will go to Trump. And if that does indeed happen, then Trump may overtake Biden. However, the Biden campaign says that they are very confident about their lead. 69,000 votes still ahead right now. They think that they have already flipped Arizona blue. Hallie?
Gotti Schwartz live for us there in Phoenix. Our team of road warriors covering every angle along with Steve at the big board. We're going to keep everybody up and around for us over the next 60 minutes as we look ahead to the news conference from Georgia's Secretary of State. That is set to happen, looking at the clock here, in just about 10 minutes or so. We're going to bring that to you live for an update on the status of votes being counted in his state. All of it happening against the backdrop of the U.S. hitting another all-time high for daily confirmed coronavirus cases. Remember, the pandemic, a huge reason why we're seeing so many mail-in ballots this election. We're going to have those details. But up next, Pennsylvania, one of 2 states where President Trump has fought, one of multiple states, actually, where the president's been filing lawsuits to try to stop the vote count and take other measures. We're going to talk to PA's Attorney General live. So this is the scene, check it out, coming out of Philadelphia, where the Trump campaign has just announced they are about to hold another press conference, I believe at that podium. One campaign advisor is teasing what they're calling a legal victory in Philadelphia. We know the campaign has filed suits in PA, in Michigan to stop vote counting. It's part of a much bigger swing state legal blitz. They're also challenging the handling of mail ballots in Georgia, demanding a recount in Wisconsin, or at least threatening to file for a recount. Now, you can add Nevada to the list. The Trump campaign is expected to announce plans to file an election-related lawsuit in that state at a press conference we've been talking about later this morning, according to a couple of sources familiar with that decision. Let me bring in now Pennsylvania's Attorney General Josh Shapiro, who is with us from Pennsylvania. Attorney General Shapiro, thanks for being with us this morning.
Good to be with you.
Wondering if you have any insight into what this legal victory the Trump campaign is talking about in Philly might be. Pam Bondi, who has been doing some advisory work for the campaign, was out on another network just a couple of minutes ago talking about the potential for allowing some of their folks to be watching the votes being counted.
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you know and your reaction to it?
Well, it's a little hard to follow their legal strategy. I mean, they have these press conferences or whatever you want to call it. They make a lot of noise. And then ultimately, sometimes things are filed, sometimes they aren't. Let me kind of maybe set the legal stage for you here, because I think, you know, they've sort of purposefully, in my opinion, kind of misled the public in terms of what is really going on. First and foremost, what's happening here in Pennsylvania is a count of all legal ballots. That's exactly what needs to happen. These are people that voted by mail, whether because of coronavirus or whatever reason. over the course of the last several weeks. Those ballots are going to be counted, period. They have, on the legal front, sought to intervene in a case in the U.S. Supreme Court, where twice before SCOTUS has refused to take it up, questioning whether or not ballots that are postmarked by Election Day and received up until Friday, tomorrow at 5 p.m., can be counted. Again, twice that went to SCOTUS, twice they refused to weigh in on it. Second, there was a case where they had lost at a lower court level in Philadelphia, took it up to Commonwealth Court, which is like our appellate court, to have people be able to watch the proceedings. That may be what Pam Bondi is talking about. And then third, they filed some other case, kind of in a technical case that really is a suit like many others that have been dismissed and thrown out across the country that's super narrow. I'm not even sure it applies to anybody here in Pennsylvania. But that's what this is all about. They're not going to stop the count. The count will go forward. All legal votes will be tallied. And we will respect the will of the people here in Pennsylvania and certify a winner based on who the people of Pennsylvania chose.
That sounds, frankly, very definitive. It sounds like you are definitively saying that these lawsuits are not going to pause. They are not going to stop Pennsylvania's count from being finished, which could be maybe as early as today. That's a fair assessment of your remarks here?
Well, here's my assessment. They went to court multiple times in the run-up to the election to try and change the rules. Every single time they went to court, we won, they lost, and we protected the rights of Pennsylvanians to vote. If they want to go to court again and try us again, we're prepared to meet them there and win again, this time to make sure that these votes are counted. I've said all along for months, we're going to secure, protect, and count every legal vote. And right now, we're in the phase of counting those. And these clerks in these communities from Bucks County to Erie County are doing an incredible job of making sure that all of these legal votes are tallied up. And I don't believe there'll be any litigation that ensues that's going to stop that count.
Okay. Would you argue at the framing, I wonder, you mentioned the lawsuit related to the observation of the vote count, the one that it appears the Trump campaign is touting as a major legal victory this morning. Would you dispute that characterization that it is, in fact, for them, a major legal victory?
Yeah. Look, I don't really want to get into a back and forth with the Trump campaign over semantics. They seem to want to continue to run a rhetorical campaign. And I would just say, like, the campaign is over, Hallie. The votes were cast, and now we have to count them and respect the will of the people. And I'm not going to let anyone stop that process of counting. These are legal votes. They will be counted. Okay. There is transparency baked into the system where candidates from all parties and what have you have the opportunity to observe. Hallie, you and your viewers can observe by going online and watching a live stream of what goes on there. So we're going to continue this count. There'll be transparency in the process. And I would just say at this point, the rhetoric needs to go away. The campaign is over. We just need to focus on counting these ballots.
Pennsylvania Attorney General Josh Shapiro talking about counting the ballots, a process that is happening as we speak in Pennsylvania. Attorney General Shapiro, thank you for being back on the show. So we are waiting on an update now from Georgia, another very important state, still considered by NBC News too close to call. The update is coming probably in the next couple of minutes. That's what you're looking at on the left side of your screen. It is the tightest margin in the remaining states yet to be called by NBC News, just some 18,000 votes separating President Trump and Joe Biden. We'll have that in a minute. Also in the South, North Carolina, also too close to call. The margin there currently about 77,000 votes. Sources inside the Trump campaign are saying they feel confident about keeping that lead as the absentee ballots continue to come in. But I want to bring in NBC's Morgan Radford from Charlotte. So, Morgan, you got the presidential race there. The Senate race is also too close to call. We mentioned those outstanding absentee ballots. You've also got, in addition to the provisional ballots that need to be counted. When are we expecting to know more from North Carolina? It sounds like we may have to wait a little bit.
Yeah, Hallie, the short answer is we may have to wait until next Thursday on November 12th, because here's the state of play in North Carolina right now. Number one, you've got the president leading by about 76,000 votes here across the state. But number two, this all comes down to those 116,000 mail-in ballots that the state said was requested but haven't yet been returned. And that is what everyone here is waiting on. But just this morning, Hallie, we spoke to political experts here on the ground, and they had some interesting things to say. They said they actually do not think that 116,000 ballots will come back. They said they actually only expect to see about 30,000 ballots. And most importantly, Hallie, they said they don't actually think those ballots will make a difference in those big federal races, not for the presidential race and not for that crucial Senate race that the Democrats were hoping to flip the state and turn blue, a Senate race that has now become the most expensive in U.S. history. But they also said something else, Hallie. They said, you know, the narrative going into the election, the narrative we saw even on Election Day, was that this state was going to come down to those suburban voters. And the political expert said we actually didn't see quite the swing in those suburban voters that they expected to see. So when it came down to federal races, those suburban voters were typically voting the same. But you saw this kind of swing voting behavior when it came to the federal races and the governor's races. And they saw that Biden took a lead, but not quite by the margins that they expected. So while we're waiting for those final ballots to come in, we may not know until Thursday, November 12th. And that's the date that was set forth and upheld by the Supreme Court. That's the date that county boards of elections all across the state will have to count those mail-in ballots that were postmarked. And then the state says, once they count on Thursday, we should have those updated totals. Hallie?
Morgan Radford live for us there from North Carolina with that update. Morgan, thank you. We want to take you back to Georgia and a live look now at the state capitol. That is where the Secretary of State is getting ready to update reporters in just a couple of minutes, actually any minute, on the vote count there. You are watching our special post-election day coverage right here on MSNBC. We'll be back with that live shot after the break. We are back with more of our election day, election week, election season coverage right here on MSNBC. And Steve Kornacki, I want to bring you back at the big board with a look at some of the states where the races are simply too close to call. As we speak, Steve, there is a call happening with reporters from top Trump campaign officials. And based on the reporting from my colleague Monica Alba, the rest of our team who is on that call as we are on the air here, it sounds as though the Trump campaign is feeling confident. They are saying that they could actually win Pennsylvania. They're looking at that margin that they have in that state. I know that there is optimism among Democrats in that state as well. Everybody can't be optimistic at the same time, right? I mean, I guess they can be, but the votes aren't going to let two winners come out of Pennsylvania here. Yeah, well, so the question here is, I think, in part, the outstanding vote. Exactly how many ballots, for instance, how many ballots are left to come in Philadelphia? And I think we can put this up on the screen here. You can see right now Biden's getting the overwhelming share here. And then you take it a step further. If you just look at the absentee votes that are being counted in Philadelphia, Biden's winning by even a larger margin. We're trying to get an exact sense here of how many ballots are to come in Philadelphia. Also, potentially, there's the question, be a relatively small amount, but if this gets really close, provisional ballots in Philadelphia and elsewhere in the state. So, you know, Biden is, every time we update this, I was just seeing right now if it changed, every time we update this, Biden is eating into that Trump lead statewide. And I certainly expect that to come down further. But it really depends on what is the total number of votes left out there. Because Biden is winning them, there just need to be enough of them left. So that's what we're trying to get a sense of, you know, here in Philadelphia. And that is, honestly, we don't have an exact number. And that's the biggest suspense right now. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to watch that. We're going to see how that goes. Steve, I want to come back to you maybe later in the show on Georgia once we hear from the Secretary of State in that state. That news conference that we told you about right before the break has not started yet. When it does, we're going to bring it to you. But there's also a lot of states that are on edge this morning. There's concerns about protests, chaos growing as President Trump puts in place these illegal battles over vote counts, reported results. Sometime this morning, according to NBC News reporting, we are expecting word from the Trump campaign on plans to file that election-related lawsuit in Nevada. In Michigan, you have tensions coming to the fore at one vote counting center yesterday. Protesters calling to stop the count. Some police officers, you can see here, stepping in as some of those protesters tried to force their way in to that location where ballots are being counted. The Trump campaign says it's suing over the vote count there. NBC News projecting Joe Biden, of course, the winner of Michigan and the apparent winner of Wisconsin. There, the Trump campaign says it's requesting a recount. Important to note, why do we call it an apparent winner? Here's why. That's the language that we here at NBC News use when the decision desk has tallied enough votes to indicate a candidate has won the race, but the final results may depend on a recount or final official tallies. That just gives you a sense of why we say apparent winner in some cases and projected winner in others. Again, apparent winner, Joe Biden, Wisconsin. NBC's Garrett Haake is in Detroit, Michigan. NBC's Gabe Gutierrez is in Madison, Wisconsin. Garrett, to you, what's the sense of whether people in Michigan are thinking there's going to be more potential protests today? What are you hearing?
Well, Hallie, there's actually a small protest here at the TCF Center that just started in the last 30 minutes or so. This appears to be organized by the group Freedom Works, but I got to tell you, it's only about 20 people, and it's not entirely clear what their message is. You know, we've heard from the Trump campaign some of this stop the vote kind of messaging and stop the count, rather, messaging in some other places. You know, here in Detroit, the count's done. The count's over. The TCF Center, this was a sort of bustling center of protest activity yesterday. There's nothing left to protest here. We're just sort of waiting for the canvassing of the official results here. So some of this lingering protest here, but I think Michigan might be kind of beyond the point where that, you know, projects anything, you know, any pressure on anyone at this point.
What about state officials in that Trump campaign lawsuit, the response to that, Garrett? What are you hearing?
Yeah, this is kind of in the similar boat. The Trump campaign got on board with this lawsuit about election observers, essentially saying they wanted to stop the count so that poll challengers could be allowed. Now, this was a lawsuit that was filed in a very small county in Michigan, a county with only about 25,000 people. And again, that was to stop a vote count that has since completed. So the Secretary of State here in Michigan, who's a Democratic official, has called this lawsuit frivolous. She's called it meritless. But the point of it may well be past even action by any court here, given that that count that they were suing to essentially be allowed to watch has now concluded.
Gabe, let me go over to you because we know that the threat is out from the Trump campaign to request a recount in Wisconsin. Let's talk about that process and, frankly, a quick reality check, because right now the margin in Wisconsin is in the, tens of thousands, not the hundreds. Talk about the chances that a recount would actually potentially change the outcome there based on your reporting.
Hey there, Hallie. So, yeah, the chances of it changing the outcome here in Wisconsin is unlikely. As you mentioned, the margin right now in Wisconsin is about 20,000 votes to Joe Biden. And so the Trump campaign is saying that because of what they see, what they're calling voter irregularities, although there's no evidence of that just yet, they're saying that they want to ask for this recount. Now, here's what it would look like. In order to officially request it, they need to wait until the counties here in Wisconsin actually certify the results. That could take at least a week. Then they have several business days before the count actually gets underway. Then the election officials have up to 13 days to conduct that recount. So this all could drag out until potentially later this month, late November, Hallie.
Gabe, thank you for that. Gabe Gutierrez, Garrett Haake. I want to take you over to Georgia because the Secretary of State is speaking now, saying that the expected count is, they do expect to have the vote count totals in that state today. We want to listen in.
Potential votes that are available will continue to grow. What we've essentially seen now is that number stopped growing, which is why we went from 250,000 yesterday about this time to 60,000 today. Yes, ma'am. Well, the main thing, there's several things that work on this system. And if there's any questions, you can always go back to do an audit and a recount. In many places, everything is open to the public. We are poll watchers in many of these places. In places like Fulton County, the state has placed a monitor. And we had investigators go out with many questions about how these ballots are being handled and move forward. It's frustrating. Time, when everybody else is done. Here's the other thing. Florida has more to count than we do, but their margin's wider, so it doesn't matter as much. We have a much smaller margin, and we're aware of that fact, and the county elections officials feel that pressure. They understand. They are working hard. My hats are off to them having to go through this process and be under this level of scrutiny. They're all doing extremely well. And these are 159 elections directors and employees who are here to do the job of protecting democracy. When you go to talk to them, they think about that. They think about the votes of every person in this room and around the country. These are people who are not involved in voter fraud. These people are not involved in voter suppression. I'm telling you, they're doing their jobs every day. It is hard, and we are thankful to them for it, and we're going to work with them to make sure that every legal, lawful ballot is counted.
Mr. on this limiting office, can you tell us the criteria for the decision that will be made, and what race to look at, and has that decision been made, and when will that RLA occur?
The decision hasn't been made yet. The exact criteria is defined in the state election board rule. It'll be decided probably after we get the county certification, or not long before. The secretary is the one who solely gets to make that decision, so I won't speak for him here.
Will it be the closest race?
Sir, I just said you can look at the SEB rules, and that outlines the definition. I'm not going to be able to answer that. Yes, sir. A lawsuit that would be handled at the county level. As I understand it, it may only affect 50 ballots, but I'm sure that their legal counsel will give them the advice they need to get through that process. Mr. Fowler. Hold on one second. I can't hear anything with that, whatever they're doing up there.
After these 60,000 absentee ballots will be processed, that won't be the end of counting. There's still professional military procedures. Can you explain to everyone what the provisional ballot process is like, and if we have any idea of how many votes might be spread around?
We are working with the counties to try to get a full understanding of how many provisionals might be available. Mr. Fowler, who's done a good job reporting on this election, makes a very good point that the election is not over just on the absentee ballots. There are absentee ballots from our overseas military voters that, if they are postmarked by Tuesday, have to be accepted by Friday. There are provisional ballots that need to be verified by Friday. And if you have an absentee ballot with an issue like missing a signature or something, you have until Friday to cure those. Yes, ma'am.
Did you anticipate that this process would take?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So we have had some obviously technical issues here with the audio, a little bit of breakups. We're going to pop out of this. You've actually been listening to, we thought this was going to be a news conference from the Georgia Secretary of State. That's actually Gabe Sterling. He's the voting implementation manager for that area of Georgia there, talking about the vote count, talking about the expectations, and talking about, frankly, the pressure that some of these workers, some of these counties are under. They know that the margins are so tight, so close in Georgia. That is one of the things that they know the eyes of the nation are on them for, the eyes of the country, all of us, and of both campaigns, frankly. Both the Biden and Trump campaigns are looking to see what happens in the critical state of Georgia. I want to bring in now NBC's Carol Lee, who is over outside the White House for us. And Carol, we referenced this a couple of seconds ago with Steve Kornacki, the idea that the Trump campaign is feeling confident in certain states based on a call that I think just wrapped up with reporters. We heard from the campaign manager, a campaign senior advisor. Well, what are they saying about Georgia, and what is their expectation for where things might go in the next day, as frankly the president's path looks narrower than Joe Biden's at this point to 270?
Yeah, that's right, Hallie. And in terms of expectations setting, they're saying that the president is, quote, alive and well. That's what senior advisor Jason Miller told reporters just a few moments ago. They're basically saying that President Trump has been counted out before. Don't count him out now. Now, they say that they can indeed turn out a victory in Arizona. That's one of their lines, and that it's closer than you think, and that ultimately they will win. In Pennsylvania, they're saying they just want transparency in the vote count, and so that's why they're mounting lawsuits there. And they touted this new court order that, and frankly, the first real victory that they've seen in this effort that they've been mounting on the legal front, where the Pennsylvania court said that they could allow more closely for them to review the ballot counting process, obviously with social distancing parameters in place because of coronavirus. But they're also saying that in terms of the president's tweet, the stop the count, that they just want, quote, legal ballots to be counted. So what does that mean? They're saying if it's postmarked, that doesn't always need to be the case, though, but they're making this argument that they're not trying to stop all of these ballots from being counted, because trust me, as you know, they want some of them to be counted, particularly in a state like Arizona, which they're saying they could win, where the president is down. But their line is that they want legal ballots to be counted. So, but the headline is they're defiant. They're saying the president is alive and well. That's a quote, and that he's going to continue to fight on. So we should expect more of this.
I have to tell you that word defiant, that's one that keeps coming to mind as I'm having conversations with sources in and around Trump world here. It feels like that really is the posture today, Carol. That's spot on. Thank you for that update. So we're talking about some of these states. I want to talk more about Pennsylvania because that is a place where the vote counts are slowly trickling in. And at the moment, as Steve Kornacki's been talking about with us, President Trump's lead has narrowed, let me look at what this is, 135,000 votes as we speak right now. It was more than that this morning, but obviously as the Philadelphia vote counts get added to the total, Joe Biden is chipping away at the president's lead in that state. NBC's Chris Jansing is in Harrisburg. So, Chris, a question, right? How many votes are left to be counted and when this thing might wrap up?
Okay, that's a $6 million question, and the answer is we don't know. We heard from the lieutenant governor earlier today. He said still hundreds of thousands, enough to make a difference. And we're going to have a press conference right after noon with both the governor and the Secretary of State, and we hope to get some better numbers from the Secretary of State. To be fair, we don't know because votes can still come in until tomorrow at 5 p.m. No way to know how many there might be. But just to give you a little perspective about the way things are moving, yesterday morning, Donald Trump was leading in this state by about 600,000 votes. This morning, about 9 o'clock, it was 142,000. And now, as you saw from Steve Kornacki, it's about 135. Those are the kind of numbers that are making the Biden team feel good. They like what they're seeing out of Philly. They say that in some pockets it's 90-10. In Allegheny County, 80-20. But I just got off a call with some of the Trump campaign folks. You heard Carol saying that they're expressing confidence. They say that they believe that they can hold on to the lead with some of the red counties that are yet to come in, but they did not specify what exactly they were talking about. So let me show you just really quickly a key red county, and that's Luzerne. As you know, always mentioned as one of those to watch. It's a place where, as you can see, in 2012, Obama won. Trump lost numbers from where he was in 2016, Hallie. Biden says that looks good for them. So we're going to continue to watch and let you know what happens at that press conference with the Secretary of State today.
I know that you will be there at your post there in Harrisburg. Chris Jansing, thank you so much for that. I want to bring in now MSNBC election law analyst Matthew Sanderson. He's an attorney who's worked as counsel for multiple Republican campaigns, including for John McCain's campaign back in 2008. Mr. Sanderson, thank you for being with us this morning.
Good to be with you.
So listen, let's distill sort of where we are this morning into the big picture look, because there's a couple of key themes here. One is the race is too close to call in some of these really important states. The other is Joe Biden's path to 270 is less narrow than Donald Trump's, right? The third piece is the Trump campaign is pushing this legal blitz, basically, in some of these states to try to mount challenges to be able to put the president in a better position. All of that taken as a whole, I have this big picture question for you. If, in fact, Joe Biden holds on to the lead in some of the places where it seems like he might have it, right, and he ends up hitting that 270 number at some point today, tomorrow, over the weekend, whenever, do you believe, based on your many years, your extensive experience working with these campaigns, working in election law, that the Trump campaign right now legally has enough of a basis that they could actually undo some of that, undo the 270 number plus that Joe Biden could hit based on what they're doing in Wisconsin, in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, in Nevada, and in Georgia?
No, I don't expect that the result could be overturned as a legal matter. That doesn't mean there won't be legal activity in the interim, particularly in Pennsylvania and Nevada. And I think it's worth, in understanding the legal developments in recent days, it's worth comparing it to the Republican legal strategy after the 2000 election in Florida, which, regardless of whether you agree with the outcome there, was a highly orchestrated, disciplined, focused PR and legal strategy. And we're seeing a much different approach 20 years later. What we've seen since Election Day with the Trump campaign has instead been a scattershot of lawsuits in Georgia and Michigan and Nevada and Pennsylvania that seem to be less about any actual underlying legal issue with the election, but more about creating a misimpression with the public that misconduct is rampant.
Matthew Sanderson, I wish we had more time, sir, because I'm fascinated by this conversation. We'll have you back, but that does it for us on this very busy special hour, extended Election Day edition of MSNBC Live. I'm headed to the White House. I'll see you tonight on MSNBC, NBC News, Nightly News, and who knows how much longer than that. But for now, Craig Melvin is up after the break.
And a good Thursday morning to you. Craig Melvin here. It is another busy one as we watch for results in several key states right now. We're also learning close to 160 million Americans voted in the 2020 presidential election. That's according to NBC News projections. And that is a 120-year high. We're also setting some records in this pandemic as well. Our country hit a new high of 100,000 daily coronavirus cases on Wednesday. More on that a little bit later, but let's get right to the latest on our election results. Here's where the road to 270 stands right now. You see it. It hasn't changed much over the last few hours or so. Election workers across the country counting ballots at this very minute in many states. Let's start out west. Here's a look at the state of play in Arizona, with 86% of the vote in there, still too close to call. The difference, roughly 68,000 votes. Vice President Biden still with a narrow lead in Arizona. From Arizona to Georgia, and we are expecting being the operative word, there's some new votes to be dropped in just a few moments out of Fulton County. But in Georgia, it's still too close to call, with 96% of the precincts reporting President Trump still with a slight lead there. The difference, though, about 18,000 votes. To Nevada we go. In Nevada, you can see Vice President Biden with a slight lead, still too close to call. The difference in Nevada, just 7,647 votes. We expect an update on vote totals in Nevada in just a few hours. We should get a better sense of what's happening there. And in this hour, intensifying focus on Pennsylvania. Some new numbers out of Philadelphia. Still too close to call, obviously, with 91% of the precincts reporting the difference, about 135,000 votes between President Trump and Vice President Biden. President Trump has seen that lead of his in the Keystone State dwindle by several 100,000 votes over the past 24 hours. Once again, our reporters are spread out from the big board to the battleground states, getting literally minute-by-minute updates on the state of this race. We start with Steve Kornacki, of course, at the big board once again. Steve, take us through where things stand at this hour. And again, those aforementioned votes coming out of Fulton County, I believe we're expecting a few thousand. Have those votes dropped yet?
Yeah, no, I think we are still waiting. Let's check in on Georgia and see. Yeah, 18,100. That's Donald Trump's lead statewide in Georgia right now. That's been dropping because of counties like Fulton County, though, where Atlanta is and where Joe Biden has been doing very well in the late reporting absentee vote. I'm just looking at a list here. It looks like we got one new one in the last few minutes in Georgia that has completed its count. That is what has brought Trump's lead statewide. It's down about 500 votes in the last half an hour or so, because we got one smaller county that just reported its complete result. I think we have 13 left. I've just got my checklist here. I can tell you Fulton's one of them. The Atlanta metro area is kind of disproportionately making up the list of counties that are left to report. There are some others, though. There are some counties in the state that still have absentee vote to report, where Trump did well and we think might be doing well in the absentee vote. And there are some other counties around the state, like around Savannah, where the absentee vote also is outstanding and where we're expecting Biden to do well. So I think on the whole, you can expect Biden to cut into that Trump lead. And really, that is the suspense right now. Can he erase all of it? Can Biden do that, or is he going to fall just short? And will Trump carry Georgia? Pennsylvania, similar suspense, though at this point that Trump lead much bigger. There are many more ballots still to be counted in Pennsylvania, particularly in Philadelphia. And to be honest, we're just trying to get a sense of exactly how many ballots it is that are left, in Philadelphia and around Pennsylvania. Joe Biden clearly winning them at a very heavy rate right now. These are absentee ballots, mail-in ballots, and in Pennsylvania in particular, Biden has been really, for the whatever reason it was, Democrats really did prefer to use mail-in voting compared to Republicans. Republicans much more likely on same day. So the mail-in vote coming in here is very heavily favoring Biden. Again, is it enough to catch him all the way up? And then we'll put this one up. Arizona, the story is the opposite. It's Joe Biden who leads the tally so far. It's Donald Trump who's trying to play catch-up. It is Trump who is relying on the late-counted ballots. And we have been seeing, we saw this overnight in Maricopa County around Phoenix. They began to release their final batch of votes, final pile of votes. There are hundreds of thousands of them. They began to release them overnight, and Donald Trump was getting about 59% of them, and that's right around the threshold of what he needs. If he gets about 59% of the remaining votes in Arizona, that might be just enough for him to catch Joe Biden there. So again, it's Trump relying on the late counting ballots. There may not be enough. There is suspense in Arizona as well. And Craig, as you know, the big picture here for the president, where he is right now in the Electoral College math, he needs Arizona, he needs Georgia, he needs Pennsylvania. He needs to win them all if he's going to have a shot to get to 270.
Really quickly here, Steve, Nevada, also one of those states that still hasn't been called there. What's it look like there in Nevada for the president and Vice President Biden? Right.
So 6 electoral votes up for grabs. You see Joe Biden's lead here, very narrow at the moment, 7,600 votes. We're expecting, I think, in perhaps the next hour or so, to get an update of votes that are remaining here. We are told that the ballots that are left are mail ballots. They're provisional ballots. They're ballots brought in on Election Day. So we'll see. There's some expectation that the ballots that are outstanding are more going to favor Biden, more going to favor the Democrats, just again, because we've seen this trend of anything involving mail ballots, absentee ballots in most states has favored Biden. But we will see. That's why we have been waiting on Nevada. We're told there's going to be an update probably in the next hour, and 6 electoral votes on the line.
Yeah, and again, President Trump's re-election campaign expected to announce a lawsuit there in Nevada at some point. Really quickly, Steve, that term you just used, provisional ballot, we're going to be talking about that a little bit more this hour. What exactly does that mean? What's a provisional ballot?
Yeah, I mean, for example, if you show up at a polling place on Election Day and you say, I'm registered to vote and I want to cast my ballot, and they say, well, you know, your name's not on the list here, and it turns out you're registered in a different precinct, you can fill out a ballot often, you know, and the ballot is sort of put aside till after the election. And if the election is close enough and the provisional ballots could, you know, affect the margin, they will then verify, okay, was this actually a registered voter? You know, should it check the rolls with another precinct? All of that sort of bureaucratic work has to then take place to verify that it's a legitimate vote, and then it would be included at that point.
Yeah. All right. The indefatigable Steve Kornacki. Steve, thanks as always. So we'll be checking with you throughout forever. Let's get right to our reporters who are following the count in 3 states. We just heard about from Steve. Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Vaughn Hilliard is in Phoenix. Blaine Alexander is in Georgia. And Blaine, let's start with you here because there are 2 big questions there in Georgia. Very simply, first, how many votes are left to be counted? Second, when can we expect the results of the count?
The billion-dollar questions, Craig, and the simple answer for both of them is that it's a moving target. But let's start with the numbers. We just got a briefing from an official with the Secretary of State's office. They're estimating about 60,000 ballots still left to be processed across the state of Georgia. The reason I say that's a moving target, and that's something that they said in the briefing, is that we've seen that number slightly fluctuate throughout the day. Earlier, we were told about 50,000. So 60,000 or so ballots is what they're estimating still left to be counted in the state. As for when it'll finish, well, they say that depends on the counties and how quickly they can get that processing done. And they say that there are some delays because some counties are doing it in different ways or slower or having more human errors than other when it comes to getting that done expeditiously. So let's talk about the biggest county in Georgia, Fulton County. That's where I'm standing right now. And you've seen me either in front of or inside of State Farm Arena for the better part of 48 hours. That's because this is the place where the absentee ballots are being scanned, where they're being processed. I just texted with a spokesperson from the county who has been watching this whole process go on. She says that they are literally almost done. They expect to have this wrapped up any minute now, is what she just told me. So we're going to see those numbers come in from Fulton County, a few more batches throughout the day. So that's just one county here in the state of Georgia, Craig. There are a number of others that are still processing, but what this means, and this is certainly notable, is that where it's coming from, Fulton County, Metro Atlanta, this is a heavily Democratic area. And I've got to say that I've been texting with a couple of my Democratic sources, and they're optimistic as they watch this lead chip away from Donald Trump to Joe Biden, watch that gap get closer. They're very optimistic as they see more votes come in that this will be good news for them at the end of the day. Craig.
Really quickly, Blaine, this fluctuation between 50,000, 60,000 outstanding ballots. How are election officials explaining that fluctuation?
I think a couple of things. One, I think that it's where the counties are. And so what is actually happening with the counties in terms of how many they've done, how many ballots they have to adjudicate or are yet to be adjudicated, and just how quickly they're processing that. And then what we heard from Gabriel Sterling just a second ago, kind of speaking briefly to this, was just the processes that they're going through. So he said in some places, counties may or may not be uploading something correctly to say how many ballots they have left. And then they check again and say, okay, there are actually more here. So that's the best explanation that we can get. Again, all of this underscored by the fact that they say now, and they've said all along, that this is a moving target. So they're optimistic that they can get this done, certainly by the end of the day. But again, we're continuing to watch and see how realistic that is, Craig.
Okay. All eyes on the Metro Atlanta area. Blaine Alexander, don't go far. We'll be checking in with you. Stephanie Gosk. All eyes are also on the Metro Philadelphia area. We just heard Steve Kornacki break down the latest tally with some new numbers coming in this morning. More votes are being counted. What are you hearing there on the ground in Philly?
Hey there, Craig. Yeah, much like Atlanta, eyes are on Philadelphia, but unlike Georgia, Pennsylvania still has hundreds of thousands of votes to go through. I want to just talk about Philadelphia itself. They've got about 100,000 votes here that they need to go through. They're likely to get through that over the course of today. Biden's been winning at about a percentage point of like 80% at this point. So if he were to continue at that pace, then he would gain 80,000 votes. He is 140,000 votes behind President Trump. So President Trump still has the advantage there. But with all of these votes out there and the way that they've been breaking up until this point, because they are these mail-in ballots that have been heavily Democrat at this point, if it continues to go in that direction, there's room for that 140,000 vote difference to be made up.
All right, Stephanie Gosk for us there in Philly. Steph, stand by. I want to go out west for a moment here to Arizona because, Vaughn, there was this tense scene that played out there in the last 12 hours. Protesters, some of them armed, gathering outside the counting center in Maricopa County. What's it like there this morning? How soon could we get an update from Arizona, specifically Maricopa County?
Yeah, there was a gathered protest last night. Actually, our colleague Gotti Schwartz was out there for part of it. About 100 protesters that were out there chanting, "Where are the votes?" Well, of course, for anybody that has covered Arizona elections here, this is part of the process. The votes are coming. Maricopa County, exactly where those protesters were yesterday, they released about another 150,000 ballots. And so they're methodically going through this process. I've been in that county recorder's office time and time again to watch that process unfold, where folks from both political parties are inside, signature verifying every signature on every mail-in ballot, and then ultimately tabulating the votes that go into the hard drive. And that is when you see those votes posted online. And that's what we saw last night. In the question, where does this race go from here? There's about 400,000 outstanding ballots still here in the state of Arizona. And you see Joe Biden's lead now down to just 69,000 votes. Steve just laid it out there. The number that we have been looking at is 60%. Before last night, there was about 550,000 outstanding votes. And the number that Donald Trump was going to have to win among them was about 60% in order to catch up to Joe Biden. In that first 150,000 batch, he did just that. Now, what does that last 400,000 look like? This is where Democrats believe that in the back half, these are going to be ballots that are ultimately turned in on actual election day. Mail-in ballots that were even hand-delivered at the polling location will trend more to them because they believe more traditional Democratic and independent voters showed up and did just that this day. Because essentially what you've seen over the last 36 hours, when Joe Biden came out to an initial double-digit lead, all of a sudden the votes over the last week started being calculated. And those numbers overwhelmingly were in Donald Trump's favors because Republicans, by and large, were waiting to the end to turn in their ballots. So if I could use the metaphor that the Trump campaign would like to use, is the Trump train over the last 36 hours has cruised full speed ahead, getting this close here to Joe Biden. But now what the Democrats believe has happened is it's going to turn more into a trolley, essentially. Donald Trump is still going to win these last batch of ballots, but he's not going to win them at the rate that it's going to take to overcome Joe Biden. So instead of 60%, it may be just winning them 54, 53, 50%. That's what the Democrats hope. Whether that's reality, that's the question. We don't expect to get the next batch of results out of Maricopa County, Craig, until 9 p.m. Eastern tonight. So it appears that we have another day ahead of us here.
Yes. Yes, it would seem that way. Vaughn Hilliard, Vaughn there in Arizona. Thank you, Stephanie. Keep us posted on the situation there in Philly. Blaine Alexander, we may be coming back to you as those vote totals continue to change there in Georgia. Thank you, thank you. I want to bring in NBC election law analyst. He's also the director of election law at the Ohio State University, Ned Foley. I want to make sure I get that V in. I know how big the Buckeyes are on that. Ned is going to be with us to answer legal questions today, tomorrow, into the foreseeable future surrounding looming vote court battles, if you will. At least 3 lawsuits have been filed, or lawsuits, I should say, in 3 different states. Another one expected to be announced here in Nevada soon. Ned, let's start with Pennsylvania. In the last hour, the Pennsylvania Commonwealth Court ordered election officials there in Philly to do more to allow observers to watch the canvas. It's being seen as a legal victory for the Trump campaign. From a practical standpoint, Ned, what does that mean?
It just means more eyes on the process, and that's a good thing. We want transparency of the voting process. Both campaigns, both parties, all voters want to be able to know that the vote counting is fair, is accurate, and doing properly. And Philadelphia has been allowing for that camera view, which is good. And there's rules about transparency, and the court was just making sure that the rules are being followed. The ballots will still be counted. It's not going to stop the counting of votes. Valid votes will still be counted.
Ned, we should note for our viewers and our listeners on Sirius Satellite Radio that you were one of the election law specialists who months ago flagged that Pennsylvania, from a legal standpoint, could pose some problems. What did you see in Pennsylvania months ago?
It's this thing called the blue shift, and we're watching it happen as things unfold the last couple of days. That is that the vote tallies on election night were likely to be in favor of President Trump. Team red versus team blue, if you will. That was because more people voted in person on election day in favor of President Trump, and they could be counted quickly. The absentee ballots, the vote by mail ballots, they have to take longer to be counted. And that's what's happening now. And we had reasons to expect that they would be more favorable to Team Blue, to the Democrats. So that's why they're coming in now. And it's shifting the count in the blue direction. That's the blue shift. And the concern was that the president might be upset at these shifting numbers and want to stick with the election night numbers. But that can't be the case because all the ballots are valid ballots and they all must be counted.
Ned, quickly here, you're gonna come back in a moment, but just one final question. From where I sit, it would seem as if the president's legal strategy right now is something akin to stop the vote here, but keep voting here. Is that an accurate assessment of the strategy, or is that an oversimplification?
No, I think that's what we're observing because he's ahead in one place and behind in the other. And in the context of fighting for ballots after the polls have closed, what's most important is whether you're ahead or behind. Now, usually that's just one state, one race, but the Electoral College, the presidential election, is a multi-state effort, and we're seeing it played out on multiple fronts, leading to this inconsistent strategy.
All right, Ned, don't go far. I want to come back to you in just a moment. We've got a lot more on the legal challenges coming from the Trump campaign across the country, pushing for a recount in Wisconsin. But one prominent Trump supporter admits in Wisconsin it would be an uphill climb. Just next door in Michigan, the Trump team trying to stop the vote count. I'll talk to the Attorney General of that state about the fight there. It's all part of our special election week coverage here on MSNBC. All right. In the last few moments, we can tell you that there's been a briefing with reporters conducted by the Biden campaign, his campaign manager, and this is the scene in Atlanta right now as votes are being counted. You are watching the counting of the handful of votes still left to be conducted there in Atlanta. The Biden campaign saying now that they are increasingly focused on Georgia. It would seem as if the Biden campaign thinks that there may be enough outstanding votes in Georgia that would tip the scale in their favor. That's what's happening in Georgia, votes being counted there. Meanwhile, in Wisconsin, a recount. That is what the Trump campaign says it wants to see in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is the declared apparent winner in that state. And we should let you know that in terms of language, according to NBC News standards, when we say apparent, that means Biden has won the race, but the outcome is close enough that the results could depend on a potential recount or confirmation of the reported vote results. Cal Perry is in Milwaukee. He's there in Wisconsin following the next steps. Cal, what do we know about those plans to file for a recount?
Well, we know the Trump campaign has said that they will. We'll see how it shakes out on these other states. But the way that this would work is the state certifies the vote next Tuesday. At that point, the Trump campaign can actually file for the recount. And then within 13 days, that recount has to be carried out by the 72 counties here in the state. Look, the question is, what is the political price that you pay? Historically, these recounts have not made a big difference. 4 years ago, a recount triggered by Jill Stein, the difference in votes became 131. 131, and Joe Biden's margin right now is 20,000 votes. So Democrats feel very strong about that. The other thing here, Craig, is this is a state that is grappling with the coronavirus. New daily highs each day. It is a hot spot in the country. It is a hot spot in the world. So there's going to be a lot of questions about how exactly these counties want to carry it out. I would suspect that a lot of it, for obvious reasons, Craig, the recount, if it happens, will be live streamed.
Okay, Cal Perry there on the ground in Milwaukee. Cal, thanks. Let's turn once again to NBC News election law analyst Ned Foley's back with us. Wisconsin's election law, Ned, as you know, says, quote, only an aggrieved candidate defined as a candidate for an office whose total votes were within 1% of the winner's vote total may request a recount of results for an office. That's the quote from election law in Wisconsin. As of now, less than 1% separates the two candidates, but the final official results, as Cal just pointed out, have not been announced. Is it too early to call for this recount, Ned? And if there is a recount historically, have those recounts changed the outcome of a presidential election?
Yes, so first, the recount can't happen in Wisconsin until after certification, which was just said is Tuesday. So you can announce that you're going to seek a recount, but officially it won't start until you get that first certification of the results. Now, in terms of will it make a difference, seems very, very unlikely. The rule of thumb in the world of recounts is that anything above 1,000 votes margin in a statewide race is very difficult to overturn. So, if it's a 100-vote margin or 200-vote margin historically, that's where a recount could flip the result. But 20,000 votes extremely unlikely to change the outcome.
Ned Foley, an expert on all of this, making us aware that there are rules of thumb in recount law. Ned, don't go far. We'll likely be checking in with you again tomorrow around this time. Thank you, sir. The protests and legal action to stop the vote in Michigan. Michigan's Attorney General will join me on the other side of this break. We'll dig into the court battle that may lie ahead there. First, though, a chaplain shared his thoughts on the Stop the Vote protests as they were happening at a vote counting center in Detroit, Michigan.
Things are secure on the inside, but of course we have intimidating efforts on the outside, but we're not deterred. As goes Detroit, we'll go Michigan. They've been saying all along they're going to suggest it is rigged. They've been saying all along it's going to suggest that it's flawed or fake, but they've been saying that before now. We just need to be persistent to make sure our voice gets counted, because as goes Detroit will be done so. And I will say the black vote in Detroit is highest than it's ever been, and we will determine the outcome because we've gone from picking cotton to picking presidents.
A bit of a development here in the last few moments out of Pennsylvania. This coming from our own Andrea Mitchell, who's on the ground in Philadelphia. And just a reminder, here's a look at where things stand right now in the Keystone State as those votes are being counted. There's a look. The difference, about 135,000 votes in Pennsylvania, still too close to call, obviously. But according to Andrea Mitchell from two Philadelphia Democratic officials, Democrats have now gone to the Supreme Court in Pennsylvania to try and reverse that Commonwealth Court ruling that would have allowed Trump observers inside watching the count, which is also live streamed, we should note. They want those poll watchers outside. All of this means that the counting of mail-in ballots in Philadelphia has been halted temporarily. No mail-in ballots are being counted in Philadelphia right now until this is resolved. That's what's happening there in Pennsylvania, which means, of course, this is going to drag on even longer. Right now, both campaigns are sounding off on the state of the race. The Biden campaign holding what it's calling an election protection briefing. They say that they are breaking the glass, if you will, that they're confident key states are trending their way. Not breaking the glass just yet, but if need be, they would. The Trump campaign holding a press conference any second now in Las Vegas ahead of a vote count announcement by Nevada. They've been speaking out all morning amid a legal push in key states. We're going to be watching and we'll report anything noteworthy out of Nevada. Kristen Welker's on the ground in Philadelphia, again, an epicenter for the Biden campaign right now, just getting that breaking news out of Philadelphia. Carol Lee covering the White House and the Trump campaign. Kristen, let me start with you. Again, we're watching today for some updates in Pennsylvania, and Georgia, Nevada, Arizona. What are we hearing from the Biden campaign? What have we heard in the last few moments? I know they were just conducting a briefing. Not sure if it's over.
The briefing's ongoing, Craig. I was just on that virtual briefing. Let me give you the headline. The Biden campaign saying at this hour, victory is imminent for its campaign. Why are they saying that? Let me walk you through a couple of the key states that they continue to watch quite closely. Pennsylvania, of course, a big one. I'm going to drill down on that in a minute, but let's go through some of these other states, Craig, and some of the other big calls that they are focused on. First of all, Wisconsin, they say we won that. Nevada, they're watching quite closely. Obviously, it's very close there. They expect, though, there are going to be ups and downs, they say, throughout the day, but ultimately, they think that the votes will show that they have won. Michigan, they're touting their win there. And then Arizona, of course, also another very close state, Craig, and I'm looking at my notes because we just scribbled these down as we were on that briefing so I could come out and read this out to you. They believe that ultimately they will win and carry that state, but they acknowledge the margin there quite close. Georgia, they're calling a true toss-up state, Craig. One official put it to me this way. It's going to be very, very, very close. in Georgia. So you can count the varies just to get an understanding of just how close it's going to be. North Carolina, they acknowledge, probably going to go to President Trump. So what about Pennsylvania, the Keystone State? All eyes are there. Let me tell you what they're saying about that. They believe they're going to win by a sizable margin, in part because of the reported turnout from the suburbs around Philadelphia, that all-important area. And I can tell you, Craig, I've been working my sources throughout the day and overnight. Democratic sources in Philadelphia and in Pennsylvania believe that ultimately Biden will carry the state. They believe by much as 80,000 votes. Now, why is that significant? Donald Trump won the state back in 2016 by 44,000 votes. So that gives you a sense of the potential margin. But again, with the votes still being counted or now halted in Philadelphia, everyone just waiting for that final vote count to come in. Craig?
A clarification here, Kristen. You moved so quickly. At last check, you were in Philadelphia, and apparently you've made your way to Wilmington, Delaware. Kristen Welker is in Wilmington, not Philadelphia. Kristen, really quickly here, quick follow-up. It sounds as if the Biden folks are fairly confident he is going to be the 46th president of these United States. Is Mr. Biden prepared to claim victory before the president has acknowledged defeat?
It's a really good question, Craig. What I can tell you is this. We heard from a vice president who was very bullish yesterday, and he clearly wants to get out ahead on this narrative. Remember, on election night, the actual election night, we heard from Biden first before we heard from President Trump, an attempt to claim the narrative on that evening. We heard from him again yesterday. I'm being told we're going to hear from him again today. Will he declare victory before he gets some type of a concession call from President Trump? That remains to be seen. But what is clear here, Biden is seizing the mantle at every chance to get out ahead as it relates to this narrative and to try to really aim to strike a note of expressing that he feels confident that ultimately he will prevail.
Carol, President Trump has no public events on the schedule today. The only thing we seem to be hearing from his campaign are these news conferences about their legal fights. One of those fights asking to stop the vote in Michigan. Why do they want to stop the vote, Carol, if the president is behind right now?
Yeah, that was the lawsuit that they filed before NBC News and others projected that former Vice President Biden would win the state of Michigan. But their argument was that they wanted, quote, meaningful access to the ballots that have been counted. But, Craig, it's just one of several lawsuits that they filed. They have the lawsuit in Pennsylvania where they feel like they had a little bit of a victory. But as you just noted, or Andrea Mitchell's reporting that the Democrats are coming back and countering that in court. They filed a lawsuit in Georgia, and they are expected to file today a lawsuit in Nevada, which is where some Trump campaign officials are having a news conference soon, although they said they were having a news conference in Philadelphia and didn't take questions. It was more of a statement. However, they did hold a conference call with reporters, the campaign, and the broad strokes out of that was that in their view, the president is, quote, alive and well. They said, don't count Donald Trump out. He's been counted out before. And in their view, he will ultimately win this. They went through the various states. Arizona, they said they believe is closer than it looks, and that when the votes are counted, that it will turn in the president's favor. They feel good about Georgia, although it's very close, and North Carolina. And now they're zeroing in with their legal strategy on Nevada.
Carol Lee, Kristen Welker, a big thanks to both of you. Appreciate your time. Those chants of stop the vote from a crowd of Trump supporters in Michigan on Wednesday. They tried to force their way into a vote counting center in Detroit. Right now, Joe Biden is the projected winner in Michigan. The Trump campaign says it is suing Michigan to stop vote counting there. It's also demanding its campaign staffers be given closer access to observe the vote counting process. I'm joined now by Michigan's Attorney General Dana Nessel. Madam Attorney General, how is the state planning to respond to the Trump campaign's lawsuit?
Well, there is a hearing expected to take place in our Court of Claims any minute now. But honestly, you know, the request was to stop the counting. The counting continued unimpaired. and our unofficial results are in it. Looks to be that Joe Biden has won the state by approximately 150,000 votes. So I don't know how you unring that bell. We believe that that lawsuit is totally lacking in merit, and it's not supported by the facts at all. And I assume that that we'll win. But also, there's no relief that can be granted unless you uncount all of those votes. So, you know, it's frivolous, and we are going to proceed with the certification process. Everything's moved on to the County Board of Canvassers, and you know, we will certify this election the way all elections have been certified in our state since Michigan became a state many years ago.
You tweeted on Wednesday, quote, every legally cast ballot will be counted in accordance with the law. The outcome will be reflective of the will of the people of Michigan. Talk to me a little bit really quickly here about what your office is doing to ensure the security of Michigan's vote.
Well, we're working with the Secretary of State, who I think has done a phenomenal job of administering these elections, as have the 1,600 clerks around the state of Michigan. And so, of course, we will vigorously defend the law and defend the vote and defend the will of the people to ensure, as I stated, that whoever wins Michigan, that's an accurate reflection of whoever got the most votes from Michigan voters.
Michigan Attorney General Dana Nessel. Dana, I wish we had more time. We may be checking with you again soon. Nonetheless, thank you, Madam Attorney General.
Thanks for having me.
Expecting new vote counts from Clark County, Nevada. New counts in a little more than an hour. We're going to go to Clark County. We're going to go to Las Vegas next. Meanwhile, this is a live look at the vote count that is underway in Fulton County. This is the Atlanta metropolitan area. We've been told in just the last few moments that we are expecting a big update from officials there very soon. What that means right after this. Right now in Nevada, Joe Biden holding on to a slim lead there. Jacob Soboroff has made his way to Las Vegas. He is following the vote count there in Clark County. What are you hearing from officials, Jacob?
We'll make sure that we continue the pressure. Now, actually, you're looking at behind me. That's Matt Schlapp. That's Rick Grinnell. Come with me, the former DNI. Come with me. Come with me. This is the Trump campaign press conference. Oops, sorry, kids. Come this way. Hey, Rick Grinnell, we're live on MSNBC right now. Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the Clark
No.
Which you haven't done
yet. You guys just made the
so
claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside, Mr. Grinnell. Former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI. Where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Where's the evidence?
They've presented no evidence of fraud, Craig. So we're live on MSNBC. You've said thousands of illegitimate ballots. Thousands of illegitimate ballots. Where are they? Where's the Matt Schlapp? Where are the illegitimate ballots? Where are the illegitimate ballots?
Fox News sucks.
So thousands of illegitimate ballots is what they're alleging. They've presented literally no evidence of that, and they're saying go to the county here to ask them of that. We know for a fact there are Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Careful behind you there. And the reality is, Craig, what they have said here is supported by virtually no facts. From what we have seen on the ground here, inside this facility, there is an observation happening. I spoke to an election observer this morning, and they have now said they are filing in federal court a lawsuit to stop counting of ballots. They didn't say all ballots. They said stop the counting of improper ballots. So at the end of the day, we're going to need to see, as a matter of fact, what the language in that lawsuit says. They have the former Attorney General of this state, Laxalt, out here as well. And you just saw former acting DNI Grinnell, Matt Schlapp, very familiar names out here in Nevada and across the country. But again, presented without evidence, allegations of fraud here on the ground in Nevada as the count continues inside, and the vote margin is 8,000 votes at this point, when we expect a new dump of votes in just a little bit.
Well, that was interesting, to say the least. Richard Grinnell, as you pointed out, the one-time head of the Department of National Intelligence, in charge of all of the intelligence gathering agencies, and now he's there in Nevada working on behalf of the Trump reelection campaign, I gather. Jacob Soboroff, is that right?
If I could just say, yeah, that's right. And if I could just say, Craig, this is one of many election lawsuits that have been filed by, we saw the president say this morning to stop counting the ballots. He posted that on Twitter. Legally, here in Nevada, that's just not the way that it works. They have until the 10th of this month to count mail-in ballots that were postmarked by the 3rd. Ironically, the president saying he wants to stop these counting could negatively affect him. So a lot of stuff without evidence here, calling for the stopping, the ending of a democratic process that is legally laid out and it's supposed to play out in a way that the government and the state legislature here has prescribed, and they're not trying to stop that. We'll see what they say in federal court.
Again, the former acting director of national intelligence there, Richard Grinnell. Jacob, I always appreciate your aggressive search for the truth, sir. Be safe there. From Nevada to Philadelphia, the outcome there has the potential to change everything. What we can expect, we're going to dig into the votes that we're waiting for with that city's former mayor right after this. In Pennsylvania, Joe Biden closing in on President Trump's lead there. To put that in perspective, around this time, 24 hours ago, President Trump up by more than 540,000 votes. As you can see, let's put the board back up if we can for just a moment to provide that perspective. If you take a look at where things stand right now in Pennsylvania, the difference, about 122,000 votes. Let's turn now to former Philadelphia Mayor Michael Nutter, a Democrat. Mayor, before we get to the vote there seems to be some confusion over what's happening in Philadelphia right now. Do you know if mail-in ballot votes are being counted, or have those votes been halted?
Craig, I'm not aware of any halting of any activity here, and there's no reason to have any halting that I'm aware of. This is, as your correspondent talked about just a second ago, this is a normal part of the process. I mean, we obviously have a huge amount of mail-in ballots because we're in a pandemic. But other than that, all of this lawsuit activity, all these filings, this is nothing but what I'd call flailing by Donald Trump. Suddenly, he's been talking about we have an election. I've never heard of a candidate all across the country now trying to stop the counting of ballots. People voted. Their vote deserves to be counted. This is how America operates. This is not, as someone said, Belarus or Russia. This is America. This is what we do.
One of the things that's striking, and again, votes are still being counted, Mayor, but the turnout among black voters specifically for Joe Biden in places like Philadelphia, in places like Detroit, in places like Milwaukee, Atlanta, it really connects to a through line that we saw in the primary, starting with Congressman Jim Clyburn in South Carolina, essentially putting the Biden campaign on his back and carrying them over the finish line in the Palmetto State. What do you make of that? The fact that voters that look like us could very well be responsible for Joe Biden becoming the 46th president?
Well, Craig, I mean, to be brutally honest, I mean, from time to time, black people have been saving America from itself for a long, long period of time. And we are consistent in our commitment to freedom, to democracy. When I went to vote on Tuesday, I voted for Joe Biden and Senator Harris, but also voted against racism and misogyny and xenophobia and all the other craziness and the incompetence of Donald Trump, current occupant of the White House, when you have 225,000 Americans who have died from coronavirus, disproportionately affecting black and brown people. So there were a lot of things to vote for on Tuesday. African Americans get it. We understand the significant role that we play, and quite honestly, black women in particular. I mean, that is the story of South Carolina and in many, many cases across the country. So, we believe in freedom as black people. We want it. We want more of it, and we want to participate, and we show up time and time and time again. And it is only my hope that white America would understand and be more supportive of what black people are trying to do, which is to live.
Former mayor of a city that will very well likely determine the outcome of the state of Pennsylvania, Mayor of Philadelphia, former Mayor Michael
We're still
Nutter.
counting.
I wish we had more time. Hope you'll come back. Yes, we see that, literally. Still counting right now. Thank you, Mayor Nutter. We're going to have much more on the closely watched race there in Pennsylvania. In fact, my friend and colleague Andrea Mitchell has made her way to the city of brotherly love. She's on the ground in Philadelphia right after a short break.
And good day, I'm Andrea Mitchell in Philadelphia for a special edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports, as Pennsylvania could be the state that puts Joe Biden over the top and into the White House. Here's where we stand at this moment. Biden now just 17 electoral votes away from victory, with 6 states left on the board. Here in Pennsylvania, the mail-in ballots are going for Biden over Trump by about 80 to 20, cutting deeply into the president's lead in the state that is shrinking by the hour. We can expect an update from Nevada this hour, where Joe Biden's lead in the state Hillary Clinton won is still small, less than 10,000 votes at last count. And in Georgia, there's news today. Officials expect to be finishing their count this hour as Joe Biden continues to gain ground on President Trump, with votes from heavily Democratic counties in and around Atlanta coming in. Arizona's Secretary of State says there are still hundreds of thousands of votes to tally there, and a call may not come until tomorrow, with the president's team hoping there's enough Republican vote in Maricopa County to jump ahead. And it could take another week to count the remaining votes in North Carolina. There, 15 electoral votes are crucial to any path for President Trump. It's a little noisy here. You can hear the helicopters, a lot of security around the city as well. We're seeing a roller vote from the candidates as their battle continues. Mr. Trump staying behind closed doors, unleashing his legal team with a string of lawsuits in battleground states, including especially Pennsylvania, and a demand for a recount in Wisconsin. And an optimistic Joe Biden is expected to speak publicly again today, as the candidate and his campaign express confidence ahead of a final result. MSNBC has this election covered all across the country, coast to coast. MSNBC's Jacob Sobroff is in Las Vegas with the latest on Nevada. NBC's Blaine Alexander is in Georgia, where, of course, the more vote count coming in just minutes ago. Blaine, first, what can you tell you? And I guess first to Jacob. Jacob in Nevada, sorry. Jacob, let's talk about Nevada, where I know the Trump campaign, Rick Grenell, former director of national intelligence and ambassador to Georgia, and others have been leading their challenges, really, not legal challenges, but challenges on the ground. What can you tell us?
Andrea, I don't know if you were able to see the moment in the last hour, but a former acting DNI Grenell just left here in a black van with Matt Schlapp, also a Republican familiar face to many who watch cable news, as well as local Republican Party officials here. They made some pretty serious allegations. Thousands of, and I want to make sure I get this right, thousands of examples of ballots mailed across the county and ending up in garbage cans. They were saying that they were filing a lawsuit in federal district court looking for a temporary restraining order to stop the counting of what they call improper ballots. And I have to say, Andrea, you know, we pressed both former acting DNI Grenell and Matt Schlapp about leveling these accusations without a shred of evidence. And in a place where, as you see on your screen right now, the difference between former Vice President Biden and Donald Trump, the President of the United States, is 7,647 votes. The remaining votes, and we expect to get a big dump of votes here in Nevada in just a little bit, are going to be extraordinarily consequential. And so, again, one thing I just want to reiterate is that they're presenting these allegations with no evidence. They directed us here to the Clark County Election Center to ask questions of them about fraudulent election activity. What I can tell you, from based on my conversations with folks from this department here, where I think it's fair to say that the 6 electoral votes coming out of Nevada will ultimately come from literally inside this building, there are Democratic and Republican poll workers inside. They extensively, Joe Gloria, the registrar here, outlined the vote counting process from the automated automated voting machines, vote checkers that check the signatures, to the manualized process and how challenging ballots works. Remember, the Trump campaign has already leveled several lawsuits here in Nevada that have not been successful in order to stop universal mail-in voting, other types of lawsuits about the counting and monitoring of the counting of the ballots. So I guess just in summary, Andrea, some very serious allegations from the Trump campaign without any serious evidence, I think it's fair to say.
Thanks so much to Jacob. And of course, we know how important Nevada is. We're waiting on Nevada and Arizona. And if Nevada and Arizona go to Biden, Arizona where Trump was ahead for a while, it obviously would be the end of the Trump campaign effort, barring any legal challenges. NBC's Blaine Alexander is in Georgia, of course, critical state there, where more vote just came in a few minutes ago. Blaine, what can you tell us?
Well, I just want to put into context for you, Andrea, just how close this thing is. As of right now, our latest NBC numbers show that the difference between Trump's lead over Biden is only about 14,000 votes. That's 14,765 to be specific. So very, very razor-thin margin. But we learned from state officials there are about 60,000. That's 60,000 ballots left statewide that still need to be counted. So that just shows you right there how critical, how crucial every single vote is, and how quickly things can turn based on what those ballots show when they come in. So another thing that we're focusing on very closely is where the ballots are coming from. We're right here in Fulton County. You've seen us either inside of or in front of State Farm Arena for the better part of 48 hours. That's because this is the place where those absentee ballots are being diligently counted. We've been in touch with officials inside that building, and they are literally expecting to finish up any moment now. They've been going through the night nonstop scanning ballots, and they expect to wrap up any minute in scanning those ballots. This is a heavily Democratic area. So as we've seen those numbers come in, we've also seen that lead from President Trump over Joe Biden get progressively smaller. And it's not just here in Metro Atlanta, Andrea. We know that Chatham County, for instance, has about 17,000 ballots that they still need to count. That's a heavily Democratic area that includes Savannah, about 3.5 hours to the southeast of Atlanta. So as we watch those numbers come in from Fulton, from Chatham, from different places around the state, we're going to also closely be watching that margin between the two candidates to see what and how that impacts the lead that President Trump, the very narrow lead that he has over Joe Biden. Now, I will say this quickly, Andrea. I've texted with a couple of my Democratic sources here in Georgia, and by and large, they are very optimistic. One told me that they are certainly optimistic that they can chip away at that lead, make up that difference, and ultimately see Joe Biden emerge victorious, is what they're saying. Andrea.
Blaine Alexander, and thanks to Jacob Soboroff. And let's go to the big board and MSNBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, how much closer are we now in these key states?
Let's take a look. We can go through them, Andrea. We'll start in Nevada, actually, because that's the one we are expecting imminently, hopefully, to be getting another update on the vote out there. Here's where it stands right now. Biden leading by 7,600 votes over Donald Trump in Nevada. Now, we're told that the votes that are yet to come, they're mail ballots, they're provisional ballots. They were delivered on Election Day in some cases. So there's some expectation here that when these ballots start coming in, they may favor Biden. But you have to see. You have to wait and see, and that is the waiting game, obviously, right now in Nevada. Again, this hour, we're expecting potentially to get an update. So I'm going to let you know, did we just get the update? We just got an update in Nevada. let me just, it's going up to 12,000. There it is. Okay, so before, I'm going to do some math right here and just give you a quick look at this. Before, it's a small update that we just got here, but this is the first one in like a day in Nevada. Before we got this, Biden was at 588,252, so he's gained 9,000. Yeah, and Trump's gained about 5,000. A little bit less than 5,000. We get you the percentages, but that seems to be about 2/3 going to Biden of the vote we just got in. Was this in Clark County? This is in Clark County. And this is where a lot of the votes are still out in Nevada. Let me just get that off the screen. Clark County is where a lot of the outstanding votes are. We just got a very small batch. But there you go. Biden builds his lead a little bit in that small batch. And if that is an indication, if that is any indication, were those the provisional ballots? Do we have a sense? Okay, because again, there are some different categories of ballots here. But again, we've been saying the expectation has been that as these votes, these final votes are counted out in Nevada, because of the nature of the ballot, the early ballot, it may favor Biden and the Democrats. We just got about 15,000 there, did favor Biden and the Democrats. Let's see if we get more. But you see right away that did boost Biden's lead from 7,600 to over 12,000 statewide in Nevada. We're going to continue to keep an eye on that, and I'll show you, meanwhile, what we're looking at in other states here. In Pennsylvania right now, Donald Trump sitting at 116,000 votes. That's his lead right now. That's come down in the last few minutes because we just got updates from Erie County. Erie County, you see it's red here. Trump is leading overall. But the update we got was mail ballots, absentee ballots from Erie County, and Biden actually made gains there because, again, Biden's been doing very well with the absentee vote, the mail vote. They didn't count that on Election Day in a lot of places. They're counting it now, and so Biden actually just made gains in Erie County. We just got vote from Delaware County outside Philadelphia, some of their absentee, big gain for Biden there, and we also just got another 10,000 votes or so out of Philadelphia that were reported, and that was another big gain for Biden. So you see he's knocked down Trump's lead to 116,000. What's left to come in Pennsylvania? The biggest single source of outstanding vote is Philadelphia. There's probably there's a range here of possibilities, you know, maybe from about 90,000 to 110,000 votes or so. It would appear to come out of Philadelphia still. And again, Biden is winning these votes overwhelmingly in Philadelphia. So if you look at a 116,000 vote lead statewide for Donald Trump, and you got somewhere around, say, 90,000 votes to come in Philadelphia, and Biden's winning those votes at like a 9-to-1 clip, those Philadelphia ballots, if they continue at that pace, could erase much of that Trump lead. And then there are other places here we're also waiting on. We're waiting on Lehigh County's absentee vote. This is Allentown. And again, you can see it's close overall, but the expectation is the absentee ballots will favor Biden there. Again, more to come in Delaware County, some other places around the state. So in other words, there are on paper opportunities there for Joe Biden to get the votes he needs to overtake Trump. And then finally, just in Georgia here, we had another update, too. You were talking to Blaine, Fulton County. We got another update from Fulton County, and what it did was it knocked that Trump lead down to 14,000. It had been sitting around 18,000. It also knocks down, getting an update from Fulton County, we now have fewer outstanding votes in Georgia. There's probably now, I'd say 50 to 54,000, give or take, probably about 50 or 54,000 total ballots left to be counted in Georgia. Again, with Trump's lead sitting there at 14,000 right now. So, and I'm just going to check Nevada while we're here and see if we got anything else since. Okay, no. So we did get an update there. We added 15,000 votes from Clark County, where Las Vegas is. Looks like Biden won about 2/3 of them. He's moved his statewide lead now over 12,000. And I'm going to see if I can get a little bit more information about exactly what those ballots were and how indicative they were or not of the ballots yet to come out there, because that becomes the key question. If Biden is winning the remaining ballots by an overwhelming margin, then you could see where it's going. So let me check in on that.
Well, Steve Kornacki, you're going to get back to us with anything out of Nevada or any place else, and I can tell you that the margins really are, you know, pretty strong. They always are for Democrats here, but what they're looking at here in Philadelphia is better than Obama, better than, not only better than Clinton, but better than Obama coming out of it. Let me just show you the headline of the Philadelphia Inquirer today, whereas the race shifting to Biden clearly happening as they are counting those mail-in ballots. Philadelphia Democrats saying that Joe Biden is winning that mail-in balloting really by 16-1 here. We'll end up with a bigger margin out of Philly, as I say, than either Clinton or Obama. Let's head out west to the other part of the state, out there, Allegheny County, Pittsburgh. NBC News reporter Maura Barrett joining us from Pittsburgh. Maura, officials there almost finished with the ballot count. What are you hearing?
That's right, Andrea. Overnight, election officials here finished counting their portion of those mail-in ballots, just over 300,000 of them. And now there's some confusion about what's left to be done here in Allegheny County. There are about 35,000 ballots that remain to be counted, and those won't be able to be started until 9 a.m. tomorrow. 29,000 of these ballots were sent out. They had to send replacement ballots to voters because the printing company that Allegheny had contracted with accidentally sent out incorrect ballots. Those ballots were replaced, and so part of a court order ruled that these ballots cannot be verified, counted. They are being hand-checked starting at 9 a.m. tomorrow. The other ballots in that chunk are ones that, for whatever reason, weren't scannable, didn't have the right dates on them, things that need to be reviewed by hand by the Allegheny County Return Board of Elections. Again, that starts at 9 a.m. tomorrow, so we won't see any more numbers coming out of Allegheny until at least tomorrow morning. The Allegheny County Board of Elections is holding an updated press conference here in just about 20 minutes to clarify that confusion, because, of course, they're not taking time off right now just to sit around and wait for these ballots to come in. There's a statute, there's a court ruling that requires that. So, of course, Allegheny County, one of those Democratic strongholds here in Pennsylvania that the Joe Biden campaign has been monitoring. Obviously, we've been watching the margin between Trump and Biden shrink here as those mail-in ballots continue to come in. So we'll see exactly how the rest of them come out here tomorrow morning. Andrea?
Maura Barrett, thank you so much. And joining us now, Pennsylvania Democratic Senator Bob Casey. Senator Casey, thanks very much for being with us. All eyes on Pennsylvania. You know, obviously, you know, there's a possibility Nevada could come in. If Nevada comes in for Joe Biden, if Arizona goes to Trump, Pennsylvania could be the state that puts Joe Biden over the top. We obviously don't know what's going to happen with those other states yet, but you're pretty confident about Pennsylvania. Certainly the mail-in vote is showing by large numbers it is going to Joe Biden. And if that holds up, he could very easily overtake Donald Trump's lead here in Pennsylvania. What are your numbers?
Yeah, Andrea, I think what Steve Bernanke has reported is obviously where things are right now. We're still counting. But I think when the counting is nearly done, I think we'll have a good indication. My assessment basically has been that the president will lose Pennsylvania by somewhere around 100,000, probably north or south. But regardless of the exact margin, Joe Biden's going to win the state. And I think the reporting on Philadelphia about the potentially really significant margin there could be historic. He could win it by 500,000 votes, and that would be certainly the largest margin I've ever seen there.
I think the Obama margin was 465,000, and local officials were telling me that they thought it could be upwards of 470,000, but now we're hearing an even higher number. There's been a lot of legal fighting, and it's going on as we speak, a lot today, back and forth. The Trump campaign did win a ruling from Commonwealth Court here in Pennsylvania, as you know, that they could go in and watch the count going on. They were particularly concerned. The president has been making all kinds of aspersions for days, if not weeks, against Philadelphia. We haven't seen signs of problems here. But in any case, they won that. Well, now the Democrats went and got a Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruling overturning that Commonwealth Court ruling, so that the vote count, which was temporarily suspended here in Philly, is continuing just down the street here from us. So right now, are you hearing any problems? And what do you expect given all the flurry of legal challenges here by the Trump people?
No, Andrea, I think the Trump campaign will try virtually anything because they're losing a race, a national race, and they're trying to prevent a loss in Pennsylvania. So they will stop at nothing. And I've said it over and over again, there's no law or anything that will constrain the president from trying to cheat his way to a win. But the process is going to be completed. Every ballot will be counted. There'll be a winner, and we'll move forward after that. But some of these things that happen today are kind of hiccups that happen all the time, and courts have to make determinations. But the ballots will be counted, and Philadelphia will be a big margin. I'm also carefully following what's happening in suburban Philadelphia in terms of the margins there. And Montgomery County, the margin there is 5 points higher than last time. In Chester County, it's significantly higher. We're still getting more vote, as Steve was saying earlier, about Bucks County and Delaware County, but he's going to win all 4 suburban counties by significant margins.
That, of course, is key because Hillary Clinton did not carry those by the big enough margins. Those are the 4 suburbs, and you're seeing a really different race there than what she faced 4 years ago, with suburban women and others really going for Donald Trump, who 4 years ago, and not in great numbers there. I was hearing that Montgomery County is really crushing Trump for Joe Biden. Let's talk about what this all means, because let's say Pennsylvania does go for Biden, and let's say that he ends up with 270 tonight or tomorrow, whenever this happens. What is he facing? You know, he may be facing Mitch McConnell as majority leader again, depending on what happens in those Georgia races, that at least 1 runoff, possibly 2 runoffs in Georgia in the Senate. We don't know what's going to happen in the Alaska Senate race as well. But let's say he faces the same thing Barack Obama faced, which was obstruction from a Republican majority leader, a Republican Senate, divided government. A lot of challenges, not just the pandemic, the economy, and everything else that any president taking office on January 20th is going to face in this country.
Andrea, no question. I think you've outlined it well. I think were he to be elected, Joe Biden would face a set of challenges that maybe no president in a century has faced, with regard to both the economic trauma that's already devastated a lot of families, a lot of communities, in addition to the worst public health crisis in a century. So, but I think he's ready for the moment, and I think he'll be able to bring the country together.
And finally, just want to ask you a question about what you think about our politics right now, with the president trying to undermine the vote count, the reliability of democracy across America on Twitter, at least. We haven't seen him since early yesterday morning. What about the state of politics in our country?
Well, the only good news there is it seems like members of his party aren't rushing to join him so far. But look, no matter what the president does, no matter what legal actions they file, no matter what he tweets, the right to vote is going to be protected. Every ballot will be counted. The Constitution will march forward. The president has to make a decision were he to lose, and it seems likely. He's got to make a decision. Does he stand in the way of the Constitution, or does he get out of the way and let the Constitution govern how we conduct our elections and how we govern ourselves?
Senator Bob Casey, Pennsylvania, thank you so much. Thanks for being with us today. And
thanks, Andrea.
We do expect to hear from Joe Biden later this afternoon, while President Trump so far has been doing his talking on Twitter, pleading in all caps to stop the count as Biden moves closer to 270 electoral votes. Joining me now with the latest reporting on the candidates, NBC White House correspondent Kristen Welker in Wilmington and NBC correspondent Carol Lee outside the White House. Let's talk, Kristen, first to you. I know there was a briefing today from the Biden camp. They're pretty confident.
They are increasingly confident, Andrea. You're absolutely right. In fact, the headline from that call, victory is imminent. So I think that underscores the thinking inside the Biden campaign right now. I just heard from one Biden campaign official who said this of the new numbers that we're getting in Nevada, the fact that you do see Biden's lead increasing a little bit in that state. This person says it is in line with what we were expecting. We believe we will win the state. Let me take you inside the thinking, Andrea, for each of these states. Again, they're feeling confident about Nevada. Arizona, as you know, very close race right there. One official, though, telling me ultimately they think they will prevail. They're also obviously watching Pennsylvania quite closely. This official telling me, look, they think ultimately they are going to win the state. They think it's going to be by a not insignificant margin, but they think the vote count needs to take time, needs to play out. Now, I've been talking to, as you have, Andrea, officials throughout Pennsylvania who underscore what we heard from Bob Casey. So if that is the case, if you do have this very robust turnout in those critical suburbs of Philadelphia, that could be key for Biden if he does, in fact, overtake President Trump there. I do think it's important to remind our viewers what we're seeing happen in Pennsylvania is what Pennsylvania officials had always said they expected. They expected those first votes to come in to be largely for President Trump. They're in areas that he carried heavily back in 2016. And they also expect that that mail-in ballot, what is being counted right now, will more heavily trend toward Joe Biden. And so that is why you are seeing some of Biden's numbers increase. Now, in terms of what we are anticipating today, Andrea, here in Wilmington, Delaware, where Biden continues to monitor these returns with his family, we expect to hear from Biden at some point. So I anticipate that we will hear him echo this confidence that we heard from his campaign officials when we hear from him a little bit later on this afternoon. And finally, I would just add that the Biden campaign quite defiant in the face of those legal challenges by the Trump campaign, calling them nothing more than charades. Andrea.
Thank you so much, Kristen Welker, covering the Biden campaign. Carol Lee, we still haven't seen the president since that 3 a.m. speech at the White House Wednesday with a false claim of victory. So what are we sensing is going on in that White House behind you?
Yeah, that's right, Andrea. We haven't seen the president in person. He has been very active on Twitter. He just tweeted a few minutes ago, "Stop the fraud." So we went from stop the count to stop the fraud. And we've heard from a number of his campaign officials. They had a conference call with reporters similar to the Biden campaign and are doing these press conferences, or they're really speeches. They're not taking questions in Philadelphia. And then we saw in Las Vegas. And their line is, according to one of the Trump campaign officials on a call earlier, is that he is alive and well. The president is in this fight, according to the Trump campaign, and that anyone who counts him out shouldn't, because he's been counted out before and he's ultimately won. They make the case that when they look at the map, they look at Arizona, they say that's closer than it appears, and that ultimately they believe the president will win that. They look at Georgia, North Carolina, think that those are ultimately going to turn his way, specifically North Carolina earlier than Georgia, and then Pennsylvania, where they're mounting these legal one of the states where they're mounting these legal challenges, and they're saying that they are just looking for transparency in the vote, and that they want all, quote, legal ballots to be counted. So that is their posture right now. Again, similar to, as Kristen was just saying, the Biden campaign, also the Trump campaign taking this sort of defiant posture as they try to get little footholds in various states with legal challenges. And we saw that they announced a new one in Nevada, and that is in addition to Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia. And we expect that there will be more. We don't know exactly where they plan to take this, but they have said, we haven't seen it yet, that potentially there could be some sort of national lawsuit. We just don't know. And as you noted, we still haven't seen the president.
Carol Lee and Kristen Welker, thanks to both. Let's go back to the big board and MSNBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, any updates?
Yeah, just taking a look here again. No new vote in. Let me just. Oh, sorry. I apologize for this, doing this in real time here. We just have an 11,000 vote statewide lead here. That's what you're looking at for Joe Biden in Nevada. Again, we got a batch of votes in Clark County. This is where Las Vegas is. We got them earlier. Biden so far leading strongly in this new batch of votes that we're getting from Clark County. Now, there are going to be a lot more votes to come from Clark County. So, we expected, I think, something on the order of about 100,000 mail ballots to be counted there still. So the question was in Clark County, are these going to be what's yet to be reported? Are they going to favor Biden? The initial indication is yes. But again, this is a relatively small amount here, so let's see. But it is a pretty overwhelming advantage in this first report that Biden has. And remember, he came into this in the lead, small lead, but he came into it in the lead. And if you're getting an indication here that the outstanding votes are going to favor Biden, well, you can see there statewide, he has a chance that would give him certainly to hang on to the lead. So Nevada, we got that going on, and then I think we just got a further update. I just wanted to check here. I believe in Georgia, Trump's lead here sitting at 14,000. I think we just got a few more votes in Georgia. So again, that is continuing to tick down slightly as you get more. And let me just check in Pennsylvania. I believe we got another small update here. Trump's lead sitting at 115,000. Again, the big piece of this in Pennsylvania, as we keep saying, Philadelphia. They've been reporting these in some, pretty big chunks. We just had one a short while ago. We'll see if there are more that come. But yeah, and I'm also trying to get a sense. I don't yet. I'm trying to get a sense if we're There it is. We are getting more mail ballots, it would appear, from Clark County. That's not from Clark County. Is that from Washoe County? We are getting Washoe County around Reno. We're getting mail ballots as well. And that's what you're seeing. That is what's updating. Okay, that is what you're seeing right now. Clark County, Washoe County, the two biggies, this is like 90% in Nevada. We're getting mail ballots right now. And what it is doing, I keep pressing this button by mistake. What it is doing statewide is it has pushed Biden's lead up. The Clark County mail-in ballots pushed Joe Biden's lead up from 7,600 to about 12,000, somewhere in that neighborhood. And what you've been seeing from Washoe so far, at least, it has basically stayed in that neighborhood. And there remain a significant number of mail-in ballots in Clark County. That was only a small chunk of them that got reported out there. You know, about 15,000 that got reported out there about 20 minutes ago. So if that is a taste of what they are going to be like out of Clark County as more and more of them come in, that would be very good news for Joe Biden as he tries to not just hold on to this lead in Nevada. The goal there for him would be to build that lead and put the state away. If what he got out of Clark County there, if you were watching about 15 minutes ago and you saw that big jump there, 7,600 to 12,000, that was a statewide lead. That was a jump from Clark County mail-in ballots. There are many more of those to come. And if they look like that, that puts Biden in very good position.
Thanks so much, Steve Kornacki. And Washoe is around Reno. Is the proportion of mail-in ballots the same as in Clark, favoring Biden, as mail-in balloting has been around the country, correct?
You're seeing in the Washoe numbers, and that's what I'm going to try to get a sense of right now. I was so keyed in on Clark right there. What you're seeing in the Washoe numbers, I think, was a little bit more balanced. That last update looks like it was about 50-50 between the candidates. So there's a question here, though. Is this what's going to drive it for Biden? Is it going to be Clark County? But let me check into that right now.
Okay. We'll be hearing back from you. Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki, with the updates from the big board. The Trump campaign taking legal action in key battleground states, certainly a lot in Pennsylvania, filing lawsuits here, as well as in Michigan and Georgia and Nevada, as they hold out hope that the vote count will shift in the president's favor. The latest is a legal back and forth over the count of mail-in balloting here in Philly. A new lawsuit was announced from the Trump campaign in Nevada as well. Joining me now, NBC News Justice correspondent Pete Williams and G. Charles, a Duke Law School professor and director of the Duke Law Center on Law, Race, and Politics. Welcome both. Pete, break down the cases, and what are you looking at that you think is more than nuisance value? What is serious and likely to progress?
Okay, well, the Nevada case hasn't yet been filed. So, you know, there's an undoubted political component to announcing these lawsuits and doing this. But in terms of actually seeing what's in there, we can't see the Nevada case. It doesn't seem to have been filed yet. The claim is that Nevada sent, by sending mail-in ballots to everybody, they ended up sending them to a lot of people that were not legally qualified to vote. And therefore, there are some, they say, anecdotally, they claim there are votes in there that shouldn't have been cast. I think the real question will be when we see the lawsuit is, what are they asking the court to do? Because let's assume for a moment that this is correct, that ballot applications were sent to people who no longer live there or are no longer alive. Once the process begins, once you start canvassing votes, then you take the mail ballots out of the envelope, and it's just a plain old ballot. You don't know who it came from. So let's assume that the court concludes that there were 575 ballots that were cast that shouldn't have been. What do you do about that? How do you take 575 votes away? You don't know who those people voted for. So that's going to be a question about how they may say stop the counting until we can fix this. I don't know. We haven't seen the actual legal action yet. You know what's going on there right behind you, because what had happened is the Republicans had said that they weren't being given enough closeness to watch the ballot canvassing process in Philadelphia County. A local election judge said, actually, I think they're doing the best they can under the COVID circumstances. But today, a Pennsylvania Court of Appeals said, no, you got to do better. And based on that decision, then, as you know, the county has decided to appeal that decision and suspend the count for now. So I think those are the two lawsuits that have the most potential to upset the vote. Now, there is one in Georgia where the Republicans are saying, we can't watch the vote process carefully enough. We want to make sure that no ballots are improperly counted. We ask you to suspend the count until that's fixed. There's a hearing going on right now about that. And in these COVID days, these telephone hearings sometimes are a technological disaster, and this one is not working out very well. So that one's still in progress, Andrea.
Thanks for that. And we were told here that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court set things back in the other direction, overruling the Commonwealth Court, which was the appeals court here in the state. But remains to be seen how that is playing out. So, Guy, what are you hearing now on the merits of these challenges as you look at all of these cases?
So I think the problem is, as hard as one can look, it's really hard to find substantial merit in these cases and in the challenges. So at best, the best claim that the Trump campaign seems to have is we need a better opportunity to observe the vote counting. But as you look across the states in which they're filing challenges, whether it's Georgia, whether it's Michigan, whether it's Pennsylvania, there really is no strong merit to get the votes to stop being counted. There would have to be some argument that's saying you're counting illegal votes, you're doing something wrong that's going to irreparably harm us, so that way we can get an injunction. And there are just no facts to support it. So almost all of these cases, upon first hearing, courts are dismissing them. So they're really not getting anywhere. And one has to think about the interplay between the political strategy and the legal strategy. And it seems to be that the purpose of the legal strategy is to at least be able to slow things down, because if it is the case that Biden gets to 270, then there's going to be a lot of pressure on the Trump campaign. So the purpose of the legal strategy is to at least say, hey, there's a problem here that we need to attend to before we can continue. And so far, it's really not paying off for them. And it's not working the way that they're intended. These are basically throwing smoke at the wall and hoping to see that something sticks. And we're just not seeing a lot of merit in these cases.
Well, thank you both very much. Pete Williams and Guy Charles, thanks to both. And too close to call? Well, that's the state of the race in Arizona and North Carolina, certainly, and that's where we're heading next. Stay with us. You're watching a special edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports, live from Philadelphia, only on MSNBC. And so let's go back to the big board and MSNBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, what's the latest? Anything more from Nevada?
Yeah, we could just give you a little bit more information here on exactly what we've been watching play out in Nevada over the last few minutes, because I know it seems a little confusing. It certainly confused me a little bit as it all popped up, but I think we can have made sense of it here. So basically, what's going on here, they've got a couple types of ballots that some of these counties are releasing right now. You got ballots that were dropped off in person on Election Day. There were mail ballots that folks drove in, dropped them off on Election Day on Tuesday, or that arrived by the mail on Election Day on Tuesday. That's the group of ballots that's being counted, along with folks who went to the polls and did same-day registration. You can do that in Nevada. These are the ballots that appear to be tallied up by the counties here. So what happened here, for instance, in Washoe County, which is where Reno is. Let's just call up those results. And I think we were talking about this. We saw it come in. They had said, they estimated they had about 9,000 of these late arriving mail ballots they thought they had left to report out. And they thought they had about 4,000 of those same-day registrations that they also had to process and get through. It looks like, based on this update we just got, that most, if not all of those, have been reported out now. And what it did when they reported these out a few minutes ago, it was basically a split. There wasn't a clear advantage for either candidate here in Washoe County. This is the second largest in Nevada. So no one really making any gains out of the release of all of that vote. Same thing, same style combination of ballot is what's playing out in Clark County. And Clark County is overwhelmingly the majority of the population in Nevada. Same thing is playing out there. And we did get an update there about 20 minutes ago, except there, Biden was winning these votes, by about a 2-to-1 margin. He was getting about 2/3 of them. Now, the catch is this. Whereas in Washoe County, it looks like they're pretty much out of votes there. They may be all out of votes there now. They may be all reported there. In Clark County, there's a lot more to come. You know, that update, again, we're thinking there's probably about 100,000 votes here still to come. That update was about 15,000 of them. So the question there is that 2-to-1 Biden advantage you're seeing, is that anywhere near indicative of how the rest of these ballots are going to go? Because Biden's already winning statewide in Nevada. He padded his lead statewide when some of those votes were counted in Clark County. And again, I mean, we're talking 75% of the population, 70% of the population of the state in this county. So kind of what happens here from this point forward, what happens in Clark County is kind of going to drive this. And again, we got 15,000 of those 15,000 of those outstanding votes, and Biden's winning them by 2-to-1. So that's if you're Joe Biden and you're sitting on that lead and you want to maintain it, that's a very encouraging sign for you right now.
Thank you so much, Steve Kornacki. And the other battleground states, of course, Arizona and North Carolina, are too close to call at this hour. As the counting there continues, we have reporters across those states. NBC News political reporter Vaughn Hilliard is in Phoenix, and NBC News correspondent Morgan Radford is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Vaughn, let's start with you in Arizona, where Joe Biden has a lead, but the lead remains too close to call. And unlike what we're hearing from the president's campaign in other states, they want those outstanding votes to be counted in Arizona. What are we looking for as the votes start coming in?
Exactly. Yeah, exactly, Andrea. Right now, Joe Biden holds a 60,008 vote lead here with about 400,000 uncounted ballots still to be processed here. Can he make it up? Was our big question heading into last night. Was the fact that I don't know, Andrea, if you can still hear me, but the question was, it was among those ballots, there was about 150,000 that were processed last night. And among those 150,000, Donald Trump won about 60% of them. And so the question is, can he hold and continue to maintain that sort of a margin over Joe Biden? Because in order to do it, he has to gain exactly 60% of the vote among this last 400,000 batch in order to make up that ground. So far, ever since election night, Donald Trump has done exactly what he needed to do when it comes to these numbers. What are these numbers? These are numbers from this weekend, early ballots that were received by the counties, as well as on Monday and Tuesday. In those numbers, overwhelmingly trended to Donald Trump. Now, Biden campaign, an official I talked to, they believe that the ballots, this may be even that last batch of 100,000, so we may have a couple days in order, may trend more towards Democrats because they believe there's a higher rate of Democrats and independents that came out to vote. Whether that is answered, we're not sure. We're waiting more results out of Maricopa County later tonight, Andrea.
Thanks so much. Vaughn Hilliard in Arizona and in North Carolina. Donald Trump's campaign says they remain confident about their lead, but the final results may not be known for even another week or more. Morgan Radford, you're there in Charlotte. What can you tell us about this with, I guess, the regulations that they don't finish the count until November 12th?
That's right, Andrea. And the Tar Heel state is still hanging in the balance. But the question right now is why? And it really comes down to two things. One, President Trump is leading in the state by about 77,000 votes. But number two, the number everyone is watching is those 116,000 mail-in ballots that the state says were requested but not returned. And then on top of that, just this hour, we're also learning there are now an additional 40,000 provisional ballots that have yet to be certified. But the big question, Andrea, is with whether or not those numbers, those outstanding ballots, will actually make a difference. The state's GOP is very, very excited. They feel like this is in the bag for them. Take a listen to what the chairman of the state GOP told me just an hour ago. You're not concerned about those 116,000 outstanding mail-in ballots that haven't been returned yet?
No, we know that a lot of those that are outstanding as absentees voted in person, and so those obviously would be taken off of that number. And then, you know, Joe Biden would have to win that by about a 90-10 margin in order to be able to overturn the margin that we have right now, and that's just not going to happen.
Andrea, also today we spoke to political experts here on the ground, and they also said that they do not believe those outstanding ballots will ultimately shift the lead. They said they really only expect to see about 30,000 of those ballots actually returned. And in their opinion, they said that won't be enough to shift the presidential or that tight Senate race. It may only affect those state races. Andrea?
Thanks very much to Vaughn Hilliard and Morgan Radford, and wanted to give you a clarification that two Democratic officials told us here that the Pennsylvania Supreme Court had overturned a Commonwealth court, the appeals court here, the ruling about the Trump observers being able to be inside and watch that count, and that is not correct, according to a spokesman from the Supreme Court. They say that they have not taken action yet on that case. So that clarification there, we want to correct that right away. President Trump, meanwhile, ramping up his Twitter attacks on Joe Biden's vote gains in key battleground states. But he's not been seen in public since his 2 a.m. election appearance overnight yesterday. So let's bring in our panel. Ashley Parker, White House reporter for The Washington Post, Peter Baker, White House correspondent for The New York Times, and Ben Rhodes, former Deputy National Security Advisor to President Obama. First, Ashley, what's happening behind the scenes at the White House? We haven't seen the president since about 3 o'clock yesterday morning.
We hadn't. In talking to people, even just before Election Day, the president had in some ways come to grips with his own political mortality, as it were, the fact that he could potentially lose. You saw him talking about that on the campaign trail, lamenting, I can't believe I might lose to this guy, Joe Biden. But in talking to people behind the scenes now, the president is very much in a fighting mode, and he's not sort of thinking about what ifs and next steps while these court fights are going on. And another interesting thing is what the campaign is saying on these calls to reporters. It's a lot of their spin, but I'm being told that's also what they're telling top people, the president's family, other key people behind the scenes. So it is either something they may actually believe, or they are at least trying to will others to believe that this could still work out for the president. But the last thing I will say is there is some bullishness that he might be able to pull off Arizona, but in his orbit over the past 48 hours or so, the mood has become increasingly nervous, and I think they understand that it feels like it is leaning at least towards Joe Biden.
And Peter, what about the tweets about stop the count and stop the fraud? Is that all from him? Is that the larger strategy?
Look, he told us what he was going to do months ago. This is exactly what he told us. He told us in the summer that any outcome other than a victory for him, he would consider to be rigged. He would consider to be stolen. He would basically tear at the credibility of the election if it doesn't give him what he wants. And I think that he's playing that out exactly the game plan as he had laid it out. Anything that doesn't favor him is automatically suspect. When he says stop the count, what he doesn't seem to understand, of course, is that if he stopped the count where it is right now, he would lose because Joe Biden is ahead in the count where it is right now. So stopping the count actually wouldn't help the president in that case. And of course, it's contradictory. In some states, he wants to stop the count. In other states, he wants to continue the count because maybe in Arizona, he can still get those votes to overtake Joe Biden, just like Joe Biden is trying to overtake him in Georgia. So, they're throwing out a lot of legal chaff. Most lawyers don't think it has a whole lot of bearing on who will actually win in the end, but it certainly muddies the waters and give his followers and supporters something to hang on to for the moment.
And you've seen them in states after state after state. Ben Rhodes, yesterday, the president's son, Eric, and his personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, were here accusing Joe Biden of trying to cheat them out of Pennsylvania. Today, of course, you had the former DNI, out there in Nevada, as well as others. What is the bigger strategy?
Well, I think the reality right now, Donald Trump isn't fighting against Joe Biden. He's fighting against reality itself and against the American voters. And I think the bigger strategy here seems to not be succeeding in changing the outcome of this election, which overwhelmingly looks like it's trending to Joe Biden, but it's to delegitimize the election itself. And I think we have to pause and consider just how dangerous that is, Andrea, because there is a large chunk of the country that is going to believe what Donald Trump says and what his surrogates say. And January 20th, somebody is going to be the next president, most likely Joe Biden, to deal with the pandemic, to deal with an economic crisis. And I think it's incredibly dangerous that at a time when the country should be thinking about how to heal after an election and move forward, you have a deliberate strategy to spread conspiracy theories and misinformation and essentially fire up and even radicalize some of his supporters to go out and confront people who are counting the votes. This could have a long tail. This story might not end when the election itself is certified if Trump is able to seed into his supporters the idea that this election is somehow illegitimate. I think that's incredibly dangerous.
Peter, your paper is reporting that Jared Kushner is looking for what he described as a James Baker-like figure who could lead a legal effort to dispute the tabulations in a number of states. You literally wrote the book on James Baker and his whole life, but also, of course, what happened in Bush v. Gore, where he led the legal team for George W. Bush. It's hard to imagine that Rudy Giuliani is a James Baker figure, but what are you hearing as to what Jared is looking for?
Well, look, they're desperate for somebody who can lead them in the way that Jim Baker led the Bush 43 effort with, the sort of combination of legal and political savvy. But there's a huge difference here right now. What Jim Baker did in representing George W. Bush in Florida, he never actually threw out these baseless, claims of fraud and stealing elections without any evidence whatsoever. He would never do that. He did not try to actually stop the first count of the votes. We're still in the first count of these votes. That's not what happened in Florida. What happened in Florida was those first count was completed, and then the Democrats sought to recount and reevaluate some ballots that had been thrown out because of various procedural flaws. And they made the argument that these ballots should still be counted because they're actually clear the voters' intent. And the Republicans said, no, stick to the standards that you already had, and so forth and so on. But they didn't try to the original count, and that's what President Trump is trying to do here when he says stop the count.
That is the big difference. Thank you so much, Peter Baker and Ashley Parker and Ben Rhodes. Let's go back to the big board and MSNBC national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. Steve, what's going on in Georgia with the Sonny Perdue case?
Yeah, that's the interesting piece of it, Andrea. We keep watching this presidential race tighten in Georgia as more and more of those votes come in. 13,000 Trump's lead over Biden, but the Senate race is also tightening. Not in a way, it's not about is Ossoff going to catch Perdue here right now. It's about this Perdue number, which we have at 50.0 right now. If that drops anywhere below 50.0, 49.9, then there's a runoff election. You got to get 50% to win the election outright for a Senate race in Georgia. Otherwise, Perdue versus Ossoff becomes a runoff. And again, just the situation we're in here, we keep talking about Biden drawing closer and closer to Trump in the presidential race with these votes being counted in Georgia. We're not sure if Biden is going to overtake Trump and actually win the state, but it does seem likely he's going to get a little bit closer. And if this goes any closer, in fact, we got to work out the decimal points here to see if this is, if you work it out enough, this could be under 50 right now. Anything under 50, this is a runoff. So we're keeping an eye here. Every time we get an update on the presidential, I've been checking this. And the minute this says 49.9, if it does say 49.9, I will make sure to let you know, because then you know where this is going. January runoff.
2 runoffs in Georgia. Amazing. Thanks so much, Steve Kornacki. That does it for this special edition of Andrea Mitchell Reports, live from Philadelphia. Ari Melber is up next with MTP Daily, only on MSNBC.
Good day to you. I'm Ari Melber with continuing MSNBC special election coverage, and we're expecting more results to come in this hour. We have a presidential race that, as you know, has come all the way down to the wire. Let me go through exactly what's happening. It's a lot right now. At the moment, the Biden campaign telling reporters they see a path to victory as, quote, imminent. The Trump campaign continuing an aggressive intervention strategy in the courts. Now, here's the numbers. NBC News projecting Biden's already won 253 electoral votes on this map. 6 states remain uncalled. Biden has a number of paths that would get him to that magic 270. But we are looking right now at these razor-thin margins across the board. We're awaiting a press conference. I'm going to tell you about that momentarily. There's a lot of developing news. In Nevada, Biden is clinging to a lead. And we are looking to hear from officials there in the pivotal area of Clark County. That could come any moment. We'll bring it to you when it happens. Why does that matter? Well, the lion's share of Nevada's outstanding vote will come from Clark County. We do know that. And in the last hour, more votes began trickling in. Biden adding slightly to the lead you see there. If Biden ends up holding Nevada and winning those 6 electoral votes, he would then be 11 electoral votes away from 270, which brings us to Arizona, which has, you see right there at the top of your screen, exactly 11 electoral votes. So right now, Biden also clinging to a small lead, President Trump chipping away at that gap with these new votes coming in. And to be clear, that's one path, and it would be a perfect 270. But Biden does not need Nevada, Arizona if he goes on to win Pennsylvania. Democrats say they're very confident these remaining ballots, primarily from the generally Democratic Philadelphia area, they believe will put Biden over the top. We also have a live look at mail-in ballots being processed over there in Philly. This is what it looks like, pretty orderly. The count, I can tell you, was halted momentarily. That was earlier this morning because there were disputes about the monitoring. Now we're getting different reports as to whether that count is still halted or not. You see what I see right here at 1:02 p.m. in Philadelphia. There's clearly some action in that room. And we're going to see what happens with court orders today about how they continue that process. Then to Georgia. Here we are, days out from Election Day, and look at how close this is. This is remarkable. The State Secretary of State telling us this morning there are only 50,000 ballots left, and you can see how tight that is. Officials tell us the counties will finish counting around noon today, and then we may get more numbers. Now, finally, North Carolina, where it is also too close to call. But from what we know, we do not expect to get a fuller picture on that until basically next week. So that's a lot to take in. The bottom line is Joe Biden is up. It's not over. Joe Biden has more paths. That's why Trump is suing in so many places. You sue traditionally when you're down, not when you're up. You know what time it is, though. We're going to go get the very latest results right now as more votes are being counted from the man, the myth, the week-long sleepless legend, Steve Kornacki. I know you've been crunching the numbers, and as I just reminded viewers, and a lot of folks are following this, we really are in prime election night type vibes. It might as well be midnight on election night. It just happens to be a few days later with Kornacki giving us the latest. What do you see as most important right now today?
Yeah, let's take a look. You mentioned Pennsylvania. Let's take a look inside there because I think throughout the afternoon we're going to continue to get reports here. Trump's lead statewide in Pennsylvania is still 115,000 votes. But what I'm going to do here is show you where the outstanding vote is in Pennsylvania right now. And basically, the bigger the bubble you see, the more votes that there are still outstanding. And you see by far the biggest one right here. This is Philadelphia. You know, we think there are probably, 75, 80, 90,000 votes still to come in Philadelphia. Philadelphia has reported out a couple times today. It's helped Biden narrow the lead, but there's probably about 80, 90,000 votes to come in Philadelphia at least. And Biden is winning these votes in Philadelphia. He's winning the city right now by 80%. He's winning the mail ballot portion of the vote. He's getting like 90% of that. So you could just do the math with that many outstanding votes in that one place that Joe Biden is winning by that large a margin. That gives him the opportunity to erase a big portion of that Trump lead statewide. Then you look, where else are there outstanding ballots? And by the way, when we say outstanding ballots here, we're talking outstanding mail ballots, absentee ballots. And these are the ballots that are favoring Biden, even in areas that aren't heavily Democratic. The mail ballot portion of the vote has been favoring Biden. And you can see right outside Philadelphia, if you look, there's a bubble within the bubble here. That's Delaware County, right outside Philadelphia. And that's another big one. They've got mail vote to come. Bucks County, this other circle right here, they've got mail vote to come. Also, Allentown, Lehigh County, they've got mail-in vote to come. Erie, we got a report this morning. Erie's a very good example because it's a county that overall Trump is winning. But the mail vote portion of the vote, Biden is winning. So that's the dynamic at play here right now. All mail ballots, and the reports you're getting pretty much anywhere they're coming in right now are helping Biden. And you see the opportunity then, if Philadelphia is going to erase that much of that lead for Trump, and there are all those other opportunities, you see the potential pathway there for Biden to overtake Trump. But we wait and see for these results to actually come in and see if that is what happens. Also, I can just update you, in the last half hour, we've had a little bit of drama out in the state of Nevada. Biden's lead here now sits at 11,400 votes. Obviously, that's a small lead, although as of about 30 minutes ago, maybe 45 minutes ago, I lose track of the time a little bit here, it was only 7,600. So it's actually, it's increased significantly just relative to where it was. Why? Because we got mail ballots. We got some of the mail ballots that are outstanding in Clark County. Clark County is like 70% of the population of Nevada. So what's happening here is really going to drive things from this point forward. We got some of the mail ballots from Clark County that are outstanding, and Biden was winning them 2-1. And there are still many more mail ballots to come from Clark County. And then at the same time, a number of other rural counties in the state, plus Washoe County, which is where Reno is, which is the second largest county, I think basically reported out the rest of their vote, and it was kind of a wash. So what you're seeing on the map in Nevada right now is basically one thing jumps out. There's an opportunity there, it looks like, for Biden potentially to gain votes, and he's already ahead.
So let me tell Control if someone's talking to me other than Steve, just putting that out there. Steve, I did hear your hit, though. And one thing that I want to emphasize is we're waiting to hear from these Las Vegas, Clark County officials this hour. I just want to be very clear. Everyone's been following the big board for days now. Usually these officials, they speak through you or through other big boards on other networks or the AP calls, but they let the numbers do the talking, and then you walk us through what they mean. I'm just curious if you can give our viewers any context on what we should be listening for when we hear what is a relatively interesting development here in Nevada, on a razor's edge. Within the hour, we're going to hear from these officials. What's on your mind for us to keep track of?
Yeah, here's what I hope comes up at this press conference, and what I'll be listening for is, we say Clark County's the biggest, in the state. They also said they can process ballots at a pretty quick rate. They've got tens of thousands of mail-in ballots still to be reported out. They were sort of looking forward to this noon Eastern time dump of votes today. We all thought this was going to be a very big, this was going to be a very big dump of votes at noon today, and it was about 15,000. So there's a lot more to come. They've had a lot of time to process them. They told us before the election they had the means of processing them. Why did they only put 15,000 out today when there's so much more to come? So I'd like to know about that. And then the provisionals, what the situation with the provisional ballots is, too, exactly how many of those there are. So those are some of the questions to keep an eye on. Provisional ballots and exactly how many more they expect to be able to get out soon in terms of mail.
Really important context from Steve Kornacki at the big board. We'll be coming back to you, and it's a perfect setup. We're now going to listen in. As promised, breaking news, Clark County officials briefing on this razor-thin vote. Let's listen in.
This facility, and obviously we're very concentrated on trying to make sure staff can get in and out of here safely and continue to count ballots. So keep in mind that we're going to be adding security at all of our entrances, and they'll only be granting access to those who are approved members of the media, members of my staff, and those individuals who have business with the election department. So please keep that in mind. The purpose of being here this morning, the work that's being done here in Clark County to get the votes counted accurately. I have counts now on what we received from the Election Day drop-offs, the U.S. Postal Service on Election Day and yesterday, and also some additional ballots that we had pending because we had to stop processing to begin getting ready for Election Day support. So on Election Day at the drop-off locations at all vote centers and the election department, there were 34,743 ballots dropped off. The U.S. Postal Service, as of Election Day and yesterday, brought to us 4,208 ballots. And there were 24,311 ballots that were pending when we stopped processing to get ready for Election Day. So that brings us to a total of 63,262. Today, and has already begun counting, a little over 51,000 ballots that will be reported tomorrow prior to my 10 a.m. brief. It's important that everybody understand that there are also additional ballots that are pending outside of what I just described. So I'm briefly going to go through those. The provisional ballots that were cast during the early voting on Election Day The first announcement that I need to make is that the posting that was placed on our website on election night and yesterday was incorrect. We determined that our tabulation software was incorrectly duplicating those records, and so the 120,000 that you may have seen on our website is an incorrect number. That has been corrected, and the post that is out on our website now at www.clarkcountynv.gov/vote is correct, and those provisional ballots number a little over 60,000. We have top down. We have to coordinate very closely with the Secretary of State. We are a bottom-up, not a top-down voter registration jurisdiction, and so all 17 counties need to send information to the Secretary because there's not one single database that we all draw from. We all have our own. And so in coordinating with the Secretary of State, we're awaiting instructions from them on when to send our provisional listing up to them, because we need to make absolutely certain that nobody who's casted a provisional ballot here in Clark County has done so in another county. So we're waiting instructions from them on when to send that report so we can make that verification. Staff is still currently working on all of those provisional ballots to make determinations as to whether the voter was eligible to cast that provisional ballot. That work will be ready once we notify the Secretary of State, and it is an automated process to pass those provisional ballots into the tabulation system. We have a group of voters who are ID required for one reason or another. The deadline for those voters to get back to us is Friday, November 6th at 5 p.m. So that is another group of ballots that we will need to put into the system once they have come in to provide their ID. The U.S. mail will continue to deliver. So starting tomorrow through next Tuesday, which is the last day for us to receive a mail ballot that's been postmarked November 3rd, we will continue to receive mail. So again, those ballots are also separate from what I previously reported. The cure process in Nevada, which is statutorily required for those voters who have been notified that they either did not sign their ballot or their signature did not match in our system. They have until Thursday, November 12th to cure that ballot. The last day that we can tabulate and send ballots into the system is November 12th. So that night we will stay here until we are done entering ballots into the system, because statute clearly tells us that we must be done counting by that date. With that information, we hope that I've clarified a lot of the questions. We are anticipating to have the bulk of our mail ballot that have been received into the system by Saturday or Sunday. Those ballots that are coming in through the U.S. mail or that are being cured will be a small number, and we will continue to put those in. But the bulk of our ballots we're hoping will be read by Saturday or Sunday this weekend. And again, we won't complete until November 12th with all of those other ballots that serve as exceptions. So with that information, I've got a short period of time here where I can answer some questions from you.
Why such a slow count? Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just wondering, the Trump campaign is alleging the counting of improper votes here in Clark County. What is your response?
My response is that we are not aware of any improper ballots that are being processed.
They have not presented any evidence to reporters. Have they presented any evidence to you?
Not directly that I'm aware of.
And there's also some concern that Clark County is counting relatively slowly at that vote. Is that the case here? Are you counting faster than 2016?
I think it's important for the entire country to understand that mail ballots on this scale is very new to the state of Nevada. We made a decision here to provide as much access as we possibly could as a result of the pandemic, and so our processes run a little bit slower. We also have to make sure that our data is being updated, because we need to prevent people from voting twice in the system. And so we have to scan those in as mail received so that it updates the database so our in-person voters can't have voted twice. We're still receiving information from our Election Day laptops. That'll be complete today. So we're going to update and make sure that all of the information was downloaded from all 1,300 of those laptops that were used on Election Day, to make sure that the automated system will reject mail ballots for somebody who has voted on election day. So our goal here in Clark County is not to count fast. We want to make sure that we're being accurate. The results in the state of Nevada obviously are going to be very important to the entire country, and that is our #1 goal.
What's the outstanding number? One more time, the outstanding number?
I just went through the whole thing.
What's the total? What is the total?
Well, I went through a long process. How about we get together after this?
Why is it taking so long if you can count 70,000 a day?
I think I just answered that question.
You said deliberately, but if you have the capacity, why aren't you doing it?
Because they're not available, sir. There are many steps in the process. So the first process is that we run it through our Agilis machine. Then there are 2 manual processes. Then it goes to the counting board, and then it goes to tabulation. I need you to speak up, sir. I can't hear your question. I did not say they were already counted. I said today the staff is prepared to count 51,000 ballots that are ready to be counted today. Those will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m. right there next to you. Folks, I really need you all to speak up. I cannot hear you. Those are separate, and that's why I listed in my statement that those are separate from the numbers that I reported first. I don't have that number with me.
Mr. Goria, to summarize and help us all, how many ballots are left to count?
That's a number that I can't give you. I can't predict to you what's going to come through the U.S. mail. So I deliberately went through all of these numbers, and I was hoping that you all would take the information that I'm providing. But there's a set number of ballots that we know are available to be processed, and that's the 63,000. Then I mentioned all of the other additional ballots. So we again we plan to be able to have counted the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday, and then all of those other ballots that were statutorily limited, I can't count all the mail ballots till I have them, and we have to continue to accept them up till Tuesday, November 10th.
To repeat the number so that we were clear, it was 63262.
That is correct.
Correct? Thank you.
This morning I talked to Jill Stokey, a longtime Clark County resident, who said that when she went to vote in person last week, she was told her mail ballot had been returned. An election official later told her her signature had been accepted on that ballot, but she said she didn't receive her mail ballot, let alone sign it. Is it possible that someone else successfully returned her ballot or
I personally dealt with Ms. Stoke. She brought her claim to me. We reviewed the ballot, and in our opinion, it's her signature. We also gave her an opportunity to provide a statement if she wanted to object to that and provide a challenge to that. She refused to do so. A member of the Nevada Secretary of State's Office investigation team also interviewed her, and they had no issue with the assistance that we tried to give her. I have nothing else to comment on that. Next question.
So you were interrupted during your press conference yesterday. There were rallies outside of the building yesterday evening. Are you concerned with your own safety and the safety of your staff and what is being done to protect people?
I can tell you that my wife and my mother are very concerned for me, but we have security here. We have law enforcement who are protecting us. I am concerned for the safety of my staff. We're putting measures into place to make sure that we have the security that's necessary. Again, we're going to begin to monitor the vehicles as they come in to make sure that they should be here and that they're parking properly so that we don't prevent our employees from having an issue getting in and out of the facility. But I feel safe. We're going to be okay. We're going to continue to count. We will not allow anyone to stop us from doing what our duty is in counting ballots. Yes, right there.
What would you say to those who are coming to putting down the whole process, saying that you changed votes? The state changed the rules when they decided to mail ballots to every registered elector of Nevada, and that was a violation of the old rules. Plus, that they have not been allowed to observe closely all the counting and the process to count the votes.
The first part of your question relates to action that was taken by the Nevada legislature. I don't make policy, I'm simply an administrator. So the Nevada legislature acted in the summer, and we carried through that exactly what they prescribed for us to do. As far as your second issue, that issue's been litigated, and the judge ruled in our favor. Louder, please. Those are reports that we're going to generate after the election once we start getting ready to do our canvass. So that's information that I'll have available once we've done all of our work, counted all the ballots. And if we have enough proof, we will definitely going out to arrest these people, because those are obviously illegal actions. But that's an activity that needs to take place once we've done counting and getting the canvass done. Most of these voters have been notified, and they actually voted because they voted provisionally and were told they didn't have the ID that they needed in order to do that. These are also mail ballot voters who were also notified that they needed to provide an ID on the envelope that's sent out to them, and they failed to do so. So they've been notified, and the deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m. I know that there are several people who are working to actively reach out to those voters and try to help them get in with that ID. There was a question over here. Yes, right there. It depends on the status of our mail ballot process. We are running shifts in certain areas, so we work anytime varying from 5 a.m. up to 10 or 11 o'clock at night. We don't run the 24-hour shifts that you see running in other states, because the work that comes through on the mail ballot process is very deliberate as it moves forward. And so we complete the work that's done in each stage, and then the next day it carries forward to the next. Again, I emphasize, what I'm trying to report here is that Clark County looks like we'll be able to count the majority of our mail ballots by Saturday or Sunday. However, there are other ballots as a result of statutory requirements that we'll have to continue to read, because we have to take ballots until next Tuesday.
Mr. Gloria, will you continue to have these briefings on Saturday and Sunday?
Absolutely. I will be here at 10 a.m. until we're done.
Mr. Gloria, do you expect to announce any results later today, or is the 14,000 it?
We're going to coincide with the Secretary of State. I think it's very important that as a state, all 17 of the counties are working to coordinate with the Secretary, who's our Chief Election Officer. So she has reported that she put out today at 9. We followed suit, and we reported today. If the Secretary makes a decision not to report from here on out, we are going to have to report. So if we have results to report, we will do it on a daily basis, as I mentioned. We're going to do a 10 a.m. brief to give you all an opportunity to ask questions, and our update should be posted prior to that brief. Right there. Any individual who had an issue with their mail ballot should have contacted us prior to Election Day. We are here to help the voter. I have been on many Zoom interviews, many media interviews, many organizational groups throughout the county, letting them know that if you have an issue with your ballot, whatever it may be, call 455-VOTE. However, they're past that process. The election is over. We're in the process of counting at this point. Right there. You know, that's available on our website. I don't have that number right off the top of my head, but you can quickly see that on our website and our ENR report. Right there. I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you. I'm hard of hearing, and we're in the warehouse. Regardless of any reports that you're referring to, the numbers that I just gave you are the ones you should go with. Don't try to calculate it for yourself. I just told you that there are 63,262, and then there are exceptions. So I can't answer any of your questions because you're drawing from data that I didn't calculate. Yeah, but that's not what I used to generate. I purposely set up this interview so that we could make sure and clear this up. You're drawing your data from somewhere else, and you want me to answer according to that number. I can't. That's why I gave you this information. Our next question, right there.
Considering all the security checks that you mentioned that are in place to prevent anything like voter fraud, in your expert opinion, how likely is it that a single ballot that should not have been counted has been counted? What's the likelihood?
I can't give you a probability on that. What I can tell you is that we're firm in our commitment to making sure that we're processing ballots with high integrity in the state of Nevada. A lot of that depends on anybody who's aware of something they feel that may have been nefarious. They need to notify our office, and we'll get the Nevada Secretary of State involved with investigating that. But we're doing everything we can to uphold the integrity of the process here in Clark County.
Should voters here in Nevada and all across the country have confidence in the way you're counting and the votes?
Absolutely. We're very committed here, and we have a strong history in Clark County of leading in our processes and the use of technology and working to keep things high in integrity with everything I do and we do as a team. Credit to my staff for their commitment as well in the hours they've worked. But what I really want to also hit home on, and this is for election administrators across the country, I'm sure they agree with me, we're not concerned with breeding as fast as we can. We are concerned with making sure that we're accurate in what we report, because this is a very important election in the state of Nevada. It may make the decision for the president. So we take that very seriously, and we will make sure that we're doing everything properly.
Joe, using your numbers, and everybody's watching wants to be clear, 63,262, and you expect to count 51,000 today. That means most should be counted by tomorrow.
That's not what I said. I've said it many times. Clark County is looking like we will complete the bulk of our mail ballot count by Saturday and Sunday. After that, there are several exceptions as related to statute. I can't know what I'm going to receive in the mail next Sunday, Monday, or not Sunday, Monday and Tuesday. I'm statutorily required to count those ballots if they're postmarked by the 3rd. We have provisional ballots that are going to go in. All of the exceptions that I mentioned, those are ballots that will be counted. Anybody that was eligible and they casted a ballot and provided us anything they needed to provide, their ballot will be counted by November 12th. I don't have observers. It's the general public that comes in and observes. I don't add observers. You need to speak up, ma'am. Absolutely not. We've been working close with all parties who've been interested in observing our activities. In fact, we've gone above and beyond what the statute calls for us to do. The only thing Clark County needs to do, required by law, is to provide access to anyone who wants to observe us counting. We realized with the engagement by the general public in this election that they were going to be concerned and probably want to see more, so we, as a courtesy, provided more observation opportunities in other rooms. Now, these groups have also been contacted on a regular basis, and they continue to say that we're not communicating with them. We started communicating with them in the month of August and September, and we made clear to them exactly what we would do. We set up a schedule to count, and it's a worst-case scenario, because we want to make sure that we've got all of our bases covered, and we're going to have staff available to complete each task, each step, every day. Obviously, my staff is getting better at what they do because they've been doing it for over 20 days now. So if we finish before our scheduled time and there's no more work, they're done. And so we have notified observers who come up, there's nothing to observe, and we've even gone so far as to tour them and take them to see the area to confirm that there's nothing going on. Unfortunately, there are some observers that come through that take it upon themselves to go into areas that they're not allowed to view, interact with our workers, what they're not allowed to do. We clearly communicate to them exactly what they can and can't do with observers. So no, we have done everything we possibly can in Clark County to allow observers to participate.
Sir, point of clarification, the ballot...
One more question. We're going to take one more.
Same day, mail, or both? The ballots reported today.
Same
Were
day.
the ballots reported today, same day, mail ballots,
or both?
What do you mean by same day?
Voting, same day voting, voting in person.
You mean registration?
Voting in person.
All of the in-person votes are in the system.
So, okay, so ballots reported today were drop-off of vote-by-mail ballots, is that correct?
Some of them, they're grouped in different areas. I can't tell you exactly which ballots went in and got counted.
And how come you're not able to say that as a register?
Well, I would have to go look at the batches and see where they came from. What I'm telling you is exactly what we know we have left. This could be a combination of drop-off ballots, things that were left in the mail. That's all we really have left at this point.
But today was not in-person voting. Reporting today was not in-person.
Again, in-person voting was reported on election night. That would have been early voting on election day. All of the in-person votes are in the system.
Understood. Thank you, sir. Thanks.
Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
We have been listening to an elections update in the critical area of Clark County, the Las Vegas area of Nevada. I want to bring in Steve Kornacki and walk through what we know. I will tell viewers at times this was an update that was almost unnecessarily ornery, but the bottom line is the difference you see in yellow on your screen. 11,438. 11,438, Steve. Put that crucial margin now in the context of what we just heard, which was a relatively small number, about 63,000 left, and most of those will be released tomorrow.
So, yeah, and that's the part I was having trouble understanding what he was saying there, and there was a lot of testiness you could see going back and forth. Was he saying that 51,000 would be released tomorrow, or was he saying that there was a group of 51,000, they were ready to begin counting now, and he was confident by Saturday, Sunday, he would get those all out? I had some confusion that I think those reporters in the room had. But I think we could take a step back, and there is some clarity that emerges from this this press conference.
And Steve, Steve, I'll say for viewers, and I agree with you, it was at times murky. But what I wrote down, so this is one person's notes, you and Joe Lynn will walk us through it, but Joe Kent, but I wrote down that he said 51,000 will be reported tomorrow at 10 a.m.
Okay.
So at one point he indicated that, which for viewers is relevant. What you're about to walk through for us is that we are going to learn very soon the dribs and drabs at the very end of this Nevada count.
Right. I mean, they are sitting on what's basically left in Nevada right now. Clark County is. I mean, we always say it's the biggest one, so they always have the most votes anyway, but we just watched, you know, all these other counties report out most of what they had left, and you're still sitting on tens of thousands of votes here in Clark County in a race where Joe Biden leads by 11,000 statewide. What he's saying is he had ballots that were received in the mail on Election Day, or Nevada's one of the states where this can happen, ballots that have continued to arrive in the mail since then, plus absentee ballots, mail ballots that people got at their homes but then drove into the poll places on Election Day, or drove to the drop-off boxes on Election Day. That is the type of vote that he's talking about here. And again, he's saying tens of thousands of left to be reported out. The one thing I would say is we did get a report of some of these from them this morning. I think it was about, 12 to 15,000, about 15,000 that they reported out this morning from Clark County. And in that group, Biden was winning 2-1. So this is the type of ballot, in a county like Clark County, politically competitive, Democrats have some strength there. In a county like that, you've been seeing across the country, the mail-in ballots, the absentee ballots tend to favor the Democrats. So I think there's been some expectation as we approach the release of these Clark ballots today, at least some of them, that they would favor Democrats. In the initial numbers they gave us, they released some just before he gave this press conference. The initial numbers they released definitely suggest we're onto something in thinking that, because Biden led them 2-1. And I think you look at what's left there, mail, absentee, Clark County, you know, that's pretty much the state right there. So it looks like they're going to draw this out, but the clear trajectory here seems to be, or a somewhat clear trajectory seems to be, these look like Biden favorable votes that are left to come here.
I would. Steve, hang with us. I think we're bringing in Joe Kent, who's on the ground, but I think we'll try to keep you up. We're doing this live as we go along, because, Steve, I'd love for you and Joe to talk this through. We're not calling anything, obviously, but Joe, build on what Steve is saying. I'm going to be even less technical and say the type of numbers we just heard suggest good news for Biden as this moves forward.
So, Ari, historically, the mail-in vote, which they're still very much receiving here in Clark County, has historically gone towards the Democrats here. But what is really interesting about the 51,000 votes that the Clark County Registrar says that they're going to announce tomorrow at 10 a.m. local time is that this facility and this county has the capacity to count more than that. They can count 70,000 votes a day, but instead the registrar was very specific about how many votes they're going to release tomorrow. So I thought that was a very interesting point that we should take a closer look at. The other thing too is that I asked him, why is it going so perhaps slowly, in the words of some critics out there? And he says that they're not worried about speed here in Clark County. They just want to get it right, and they want to make sure they have it done properly. And so it seems like that is the philosophy underlying the reason why they're releasing 51,000 tomorrow instead of perhaps more.
Right.
But what we do know is that all of the mail votes that are coming in now, they have until November 10th, and he kept reiterating that they're still receiving these ballots. So they expect, the registrar fully expects that there's going to be more coming in up until that date, as long as they're postmarked on or before Election Day. So it was a very interesting dynamic listening to the registrar, clearly very different than yesterday. One more thing I want to point out here, by the way, Ari, is that the Trump campaign had that presser in which they took none of our questions about why they're alleging miscounting and improper issues in terms of the Clark County vote. I asked the Clark County registrar what his response was to that, and he says they have no evidence, no report of any improper or misleading issues when it comes to counting the actual vote right now. So he very much waved us off of that, denying and disagreeing with the Trump campaign's allegations that were, by the way, presented without evidence.
Right, and I think that's an important point because we've been focused on the numbers, and rightly so. The two other headlines from the press conference is, one, what you just reminded us, that's a public official. They're not pro either candidate, but they're dismissing one set of legal allegations offered without evidence by the Trump team, which is, as viewers know, is suing in several places. The other point we hadn't got to yet, which I'll go to Joe and then back to Steve to wrap this up, Joe, was there were questions fielded about security. Do you want to speak about that?
Yes, the registrar was asked about the security of the vote and the people who work here. There's about 300 people working here, up from the normal 30 or so. And he says his wife and his mother are concerned for his safety, but more importantly, he is concerned as the registrar for the safety of the staff. So they are now working with law enforcement to secure this area more thoroughly. And I will say you can feel that anxiety and that increased level of security here on the property, and they now plan to be screening some of the vehicles that were able to, until now, drive into a public lot. So the sense of security is heightened, perhaps because we did see people supporting President Trump demonstrating here last night. There were some demonstrators out here today. There were also some pro-Biden supporters, I believe, late last night as well. So you're seeing this magnifying of this place here. So, but I just want to point out one quick thing here. There is some vote counting going on right here and some certification ongoing as we stand here and continue to wait for those critical numbers, Ari.
Joe, thank you very much. Stephen, a couple lines. We'll let you do what you do. Wrap this all up on the margin and when we'll know more about Nevada.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you're a Democrat, you feel very good that this election in Nevada has come down to Clark County and mail-in ballots, and you feel doubly good because the results we've gotten from that group so far have been 2-1 for Biden. And by the way, Biden's already leading statewide. It just might take a while to get them all counted here.
A fair point. And Steve, I don't know about you, but I'm committed to covering as many local press conferences as needed until America gets all the facts.
That's a good idea.
All right. Steve Kornacki at the big board, Joe on the ground, Jacob Soboroff also out there reporting for us. I want to thank everyone. We fit in our first break of the hour. We have a lot more coming up. New legal actions, claims of victory, updates from key states, and both campaigns weighing in what remains an open election. We'll come right back. Welcome back to our MSNBC special election coverage. I'm Ari Malber. We have spent the bulk of the hour following breaking news in Nevada, where there was a press conference from local officials. Nevada is one of the states that would have to link up with others to push Joe Biden over 270 or help Trump come back. We now turn to a state that could do a lot more with 20 electoral votes, Pennsylvania. Chris Jansing has been reporting here in Pennsylvania and joins us now. Plenty to get to. Let's start with the latest in the count. Chris?
Yeah, so it's changed dramatically in the favor of Joe Biden. Yesterday morning, it was about 600,000 favoring the president. It's down, as Steve Kornacki has been reporting, to about 115,000. The Democrats like what they're seeing, obviously, coming out of the two big cities and the counties surrounding them, Pittsburgh and Philadelphia. You know, there are a couple of court cases that have been holding things up in both of those places. A legal challenge in Philly about the distance that some observers would have to keep. So they had to suspend while they were reconfiguring things. And then in Lackawanna County, which is where Pittsburgh is, there's still about 35,000 outstanding votes. Those are not going to be counted today because about 29,000 of them, as part of a court settlement, are going to be looked at tomorrow at 5 p.m. Those are ones that were misprinted. They gave people second ballots. Those are going to be reviewed. The other 6,000 sort of normal issues that they've had with some of those ballots, they'll start looking at those at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning to rule on those. But there's been a lot of activity behind me, so let's take a look and show you what's going on. The tensions are high because so much is at stake here. These are pro-Trump protesters who are saying what the president has been saying, stop the vote. Now, that's particularly interesting here because, as you know, the state enacted new laws that allow people's mail-in ballots to be counted for up to 3 days. That's 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. They're saying that's not legal. They're trying to steal the vote, which, of course, not only isn't true, but is ignoring the fact that that legislation that allowed the extension for mail-in ballots to come in was actually passed as bipartisan legislation, an amendment put forward by a Republican. But just a few moments ago, there was a supporter of Joe Biden who went up and said, lock him up. He had a big sign with a picture of the president on it. The police had to get involved here, and ultimately the guy went peacefully away. But they have been standing here. They have been shouting. And so this is where we are, waiting to see what exactly is going to happen here. We expected, by the way, one more thing, Ari, a press conference a little after noon today from the Secretary of State to give us a sense of when we think the results might come in. Just last night, she said she thought we'd have the vast majority of the votes counted here by tonight, but that has been postponed. I wouldn't expect to hear anything in any kind of definitive way, at least until tomorrow, Ari.
Really great context and reporting from the ground. We'll be checking back with you, Chris Jansing. Thank you, as always. Chris, walking us through some of those legal issues, and that brings us to our election law expert, Nate Persley, one of the directors of the Healthy Elections Project and NBC legal analyst. Thanks for joining us.
Sure thing.
As you know, healthy elections, the best kind. What we see in Pennsylvania, from what I can tell legally, currently looks like pretty small ball. I mean, you have litigation challenging the distance of observers during a year where everyone understands that the distance we keep with each other has actually changed apart from election observance because of health concerns around COVID. It doesn't look to me like something that would change the outcome. Your thoughts on the kind of suits we're seeing in PA and elsewhere, and whether for non-lawyers people need to care about them or not, if they're going to not affect the results?
Well, I think we do need to care about them because they're setting the stage for what might be later more legitimate lawsuits. I mean, right now, there's not a consistent legal theory that the Trump campaign is pursuing around the country. They want the votes stopped or the counting stopped, and we need to make that distinction. The counting stopped in places like Pennsylvania. They want the counting to continue in places like Nevada and Arizona. And so with respect to these particular lawsuits in Pennsylvania, there is the ballot observer lawsuit that you mentioned, but there are also a set of other lawsuits going after the Secretary of State, going after the canvassing boards, and saying that one or another practice that they've adopted is against the state law. They also have said, or at least announced, that they're intervening in the long case that's been going on that went to the Supreme Court about even the extension of the deadline. So there are many cases in Pennsylvania, but right now they don't seem to be affecting the outcome. It's not even clear how you might vindicate those claims because you're not going to end up canceling the votes that were duly cast.
Right. So just to be clear for viewers, are there any suits in your view that would have a potential remedy of tossing votes that are on the books right now?
No, I think that the only case that has the possibility of being serious would be one that deals with the votes that were cast and received after Election Day. And what the state of Pennsylvania did is they segregated those ballots. So if those are disputed ballots, and they don't affect the outcome, well, then that case can be sort of sent away. We don't know right now how many ballots are in that bucket.
Right, and we're looking right now live at the continuing counting. This was this morning in Philadelphia, the counting, but interesting shots because we've been seeing this throughout the country of just the orderly process, what it looks like, pretty transparent, although it takes time. But I just want to underscore what you're saying because the Trump campaign is throwing a lot at the wall, and there's a lot of bluster about, hey, we're going to go down fighting, we're going to go down suing. Fine. I mean, you could spend these days how you choose. But the only way that we've seen something that the Supreme Court is currently hospitable towards is if the margin in PA is so tight that it might turn on ballots that were submitted on time but delivered by the mail after Election Day. If that were the margin, and you got that back up before the court, and that was the only state Trump was losing by, then they might have a colorable claim.
They might, but even that is, I think, too friendly to that claim because you may remember that this was a case where the Supreme Court split 4-4 before Justice Barrett returned. And so to, on the one hand, let the original Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision stand, which allowed for that extension of voting, and then to pull it back after the fact, that would be a pretty dramatic move for even them to take. But it's still early. There's lots of stuff that is being thrown against the wall. We haven't quite seen how these claims are going to crystallize.
Well, I appreciate that jurisprudential point. You also said I was being too friendly. Nate, there's no such thing.
Yeah, we need a lot more friendliness in this very tense period.
We have a polarized country. We're polarized over so much. If we can all be friendly as we go through the counting process, in all seriousness, hopefully that'll be a good thing. I'm just joshing with you. And Nate, I think you really help people understand, with no shade, most of the suits we're seeing are long-term irrelevant, although anything could still happen. So appreciate your context, sir.
Sure thing.
We turn now to an update from both campaigns, what they're thinking right now in a race that remains open, but with a Biden lead. NBC's Carol Lee with the Trump campaign, NBC's Ali Vitale in Wilmington, Delaware with the Biden campaign. Carol, let's pick up on this very point because we've seen the reporting. Some of it was foreshadowed in places like Axios before Election Day. And we've continued with that same rhetoric about go down fighting, fight hard. We just heard from a nonpartisan analyst, though, about why that tack has its limits or ceiling. What are you seeing in your reporting, Carol?
Well, what I'm hearing, Ari, now is that there's more of a recognition behind the scenes about the very narrow path that the president has. I spoke to one of the president's advisors who said he has to get lucky everywhere, but this race isn't over. So that kind of gives you a sense of how they're thinking about this, and they're doing two things. They're mounting a legal strategy, which, from what we've seen, is being turned down on multiple fronts, but they're trying to get a sort of foothold in each of these states to establish a marker there, and then at the same time also message publicly that there's something nefarious going on, even though there's not been evidence of that. And they're struggling a little bit to get on message. We heard from the campaign this morning saying, the president is alive and well, don't count him out. Anyone who's counted him out in the past has been wrong.
So
and
Carol,
then you see...
Let me ask you about that. Yeah, no, because you're our expert. And I think there's a conversation going around the country right now. Can you tell us, when you talk about, the idea of, it could be nefarious, is that at this point in your reporting judgment an effort to still alter an outcome? Or is that a post-potential loss strategy to ride that for however long? Do we have a view on that?
I mean, it's a little bit of Both. It's there. We've heard this is not a new message. This is a message the president's been telegraphing for months as he's campaigned, and now it's continuing. And what you're seeing is they're trying to find traction somewhere legally. I mean, we've heard a number of things. We've seen these lawsuits in these different states, some of which have been thrown out or dismissed. We've heard threats of filing a national lawsuit. We don't know exactly what that means. And then we've seen them try to get on message with what they say now, or they only want, quote, legal ballots to be counted. But it took them some time to even get there, and it's also inconsistent, and I would add, undermined sometimes by the president himself.
Allie?
Ari, I think for the Biden campaign, they're looking at all of these states, and they keep saying things like victory is imminent. They know that they have multiple paths here. That's been true even before Election Day. And so what they're seeing now is they feel good in Pennsylvania. They think that in Nevada and Arizona, they also think that they're ultimately going to be the winner. Though I will say they're sort of signposting a little bit here for those states that are still out west, because what we heard from Jen O'Malley Dillon on a campaign call earlier today was that she thinks that as results come in there, and if you listen to that briefing out of Nevada, what's clear is that the counting is still going to take some time, so the timing is very in flux. But Jen O'Malley Dillon predicted that we're going to see some bounce, which is effectively a fun way of them saying that there's going to be some volatility in the margins here. You could see Trump ahead, you could see Biden ahead, but ultimately they think that it's going to settle out, that Biden will win Nevada, and they think something similar about Arizona as well. I also think, though, the timing issue, we knew that this was going to take a while. The difference is living in this reality can be a little frustrating for campaigns. Sure. I think it's like Tom Petty says, the waiting is the hardest part.
Ali Vitale, Tom Petty, with wisdom for all of us. You've been on the Biden campaign for a while. Another way to put it is, started from the Biden, now we're here.
You could put it that way, Ari. Yeah, you could.
Because of your mask, I couldn't see whether you enjoyed that Drake reference or not.
I certainly enjoyed it. I hope you can see me smiling. I think the thing that a lot of these campaign staffers that I'm talking to, too, would really enjoy, the thing they said they're spending their day doing, is just hoping that these states can count.
There it is. Carol, I won't make this moment last any longer, but I appreciate both of you for your reporting. We have MSNBC special coverage continuing with Katie Tur right after this quick break.
Good afternoon, I'm Katie Tur. It is 11 a.m. out west and 2 p.m. in the east. And right now we are watching Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Votes are being counted in all of those places, and we are continuously getting updates. It is close in all of those states, really close. As it stands, Joe Biden has 9 paths to 270. Donald Trump, just 3. He needs Pennsylvania, along with some combination of Georgia, Arizona, or Nevada, which is why we are hearing of multiple court filings and allegations from the Trump team, including an allegation of fraud in Nevada, ballots sent to voters who were not lawful residents of that state. My colleague Jacob Soboroff tried valiantly to get the Trump campaign to provide evidence of that, to no avail.
Hey, Rick Grinnell, we're live on MSNBC right now. Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the clerk.
No.
Which you haven't done
You guys
yet.
just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside, Mr. Grinnell. Former DNI Grinnell, acting DNI. Where's the evidence of the fraud? You haven't presented any evidence of fraud.
Where's the evidence?
They've presented no evidence of fraud, Craig. So we're live on MSNBC. You've said thousands of illegitimate ballots. Thousands of illegitimate ballots. Where are they? Where's the Matt Schlapp? Where are the illegitimate ballots? Where are the illegitimate ballots?
Good on Jacob. Things are changing by the minute, so let's get right to it. Joining me From the big board is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. From Pennsylvania, MSNBC senior national correspondent Chris Jansing. From Arizona, NBC News political reporter Von Hilliard. From Nevada, MSNBC correspondent Jacob Soboroff. Also with me, the editor of the Nevada Independent, John Ralston. We're going to break it up here, and we're going to start in Nevada. First, let's go to Steve Kornacki. Show me the state of play, where we are in the count right now.
So you can see it here, Katie. Right now, Joe Biden leading in Nevada by 11,000 votes. That is a small margin, but that's also up from where we started the day. Coming into today, the Biden lead was 7,600 votes. Now, what's happened is we've gotten reports from Washoe County. That's where Reno is. We've gotten reports from some of the rural counties. Look, a lot of land space here, but not a lot of population. But we got some reports from some of the rural counties here, too, in Nevada. And we also got some of the votes, some of the outstanding votes from Clark County, which is where Las Vegas is. And the reason why Biden has increased his lead over Trump is that this is where he has the advantage. The votes that were announced from Clark County today went 2-1 for Biden over Trump. Everything else in the rest of the state that came out today, it was basically even might have favored Trump by a little bit. The net effect of that is to bump Biden up to an 11,400 vote lead. Now, where does that leave us? It leaves us with there's not many votes left to come, especially from Washoe County, from the rest of the state. There are a lot of votes to come still from Clark County. And if folks were watching a few minutes ago, you had that press conference there in Clark County about how long that was going to take them. Apparently, there are about 50,000 votes due to be released tomorrow, if we understood that correctly. These are votes that were dropped. They were mail ballots, absentee ballots that folks decided to drop off personally in drop boxes at the polls on Election Day, or it's just mail that was received, mailed ballots that were received on Election Day or that have been received so far since Election Day. Nevada is one of the states that allows that. That's the type of vote we're talking about here. So what it means is Biden leads statewide in Nevada right now, and what the election is essentially coming down to are mail ballots, absentee ballots from Clark County. That's a formula that's traditionally a good one for Democrats. And so far, those votes that have been tabulated and released from Clark County show Biden leading by a 2-1 margin. So if you're Biden trying to hang on to this lead, I think you're encouraged by what we know so far today from Nevada. Although, again, you have to say, sounds like it is going to take them a little while there. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting on this one.
Yeah. Let's talk about why we are still waiting for this, John. Joe Gloria, the registrar, said a moment ago that he's going to be getting more votes. He doesn't really know how many more votes he will be getting, but he's legally obligated to count them until, I believe is it Monday or Tuesday of next week? I know that every legal vote needs to be counted, but it seems like the process of getting all of these ballots, the ones that they already have in their possession counted, is taking a painfully long time.
Are you in pain, Katie? I'm sorry if you are in. We're all in pain. I think everyone watching around the world is in pain because Nevada is taking so long. It is very frustrating. It's frustrating for me. Steve Kornacki, as usual, had everything exactly right, and he's right. They're going to release 51,000 more votes, or so they say, tomorrow from Clark County. And those almost certainly will heavily favor Joe Biden because Clark County is the Democratic area of the state. As Steve said, the initial release of 14,000 showed 2-1 in favor of Biden. That is what the mail has shown down here. Katie, they've been overwhelmed. We usually don't have mail balloting in Nevada, and so everyone's frustrated because they're taking so long. I think there's going to be a lot of external pressure for Clark County to release more votes today. I don't know if it'll do any good, but they are going to try to get that done. As Steve pointed out, though, Katie, almost all of the numbers have been exhausted, the votes counted in the rural Nevada and in Washoe County. There are a few thousand provisional ballots in Washoe County and a few in the rurals. That won't change anything that much. So you have about 60,000 mail ballots in Clark County and about 60,000 provisional ballots. If everything has gone as it was before, Katie, there is no path for Trump to cut into Biden's lead. Biden's lead is almost certainly going to expand, and probably by a significant amount tomorrow when they announce those 51,000 ballots. There's just no path left here.
Well, let me just ask you. I'm sorry to interrupt. Let me just ask you a question of logistics. And the point you were making is that you don't see a path for Donald Trump. But logistically, though, is it because they have to open up the ballots and feed them into a machine? Is that why it is taking so long? What is the process of receiving a ballot and getting it into a computer to have it counted?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of those questions I think were asked of Joe Gloria this morning. The law here says they could have actually started taking them out of the ballot and putting them into the machine 14 days, 15 days before the election, Katie, and they did start doing that, which is making everyone even more frustrated. Like, why didn't you get more done? But remember, again, I don't think they had the staff, and I don't think they were set up for the incredible deluge of ballots that just came in on Election Day and yesterday. About 40,000 more ballots came in. They can't release the provisional ones. Those are people who, 60,000 or so down here, who same-day registration exists here, Katie, and so they were able to get a provisional ballot. They won't even look at those until they're done with mail because they want to make sure none of those people voted twice with the provisional ballot. Yeah. So the key is those 60,000 mail ballots that are left to count in Clark County. That's essentially all that's left. And those are going to favor Biden unless something very, very strange is going on.
Oh, if it's an issue of staffing, listen, I get we're in a pandemic, but you would have hoped that given all of the anticipation in this election that the staffing levels would have been upped. Clearly that didn't happen. Jacob Soboroff, the other news out of Nevada is that the Trump team is alleging 10,000 cases of fraud, votes sent to or ballots sent to people who were no longer legally registered in that state. You tried to get some evidence out of the campaign, but it didn't work.
No, I still haven't gotten any evidence from former acting DNI Grinnell. He's been, I guess, subtweeting me would be the appropriate language. And I've asked again on social media. They came out here, they stood right over there, and they gave this press conference about what they say are thousands of fraudulent ballots. They talked about ballots ending up in the trash can. I mean, echoes of the president of the United States. And he had, you played the video, not a shred of evidence. And frankly, he didn't say much at all. I asked Matt Schlapp as well, a familiar face from Republican circles to cable news television viewers. And they had nothing to say. They point their finger at the folks inside this building and say, why don't you ask them? But it's an allegation that they are making. It's an allegation that they must support. When they talk about not being able to observe election counting, I just showed on television when I was on with Lester Holt just a little bit ago that there are Democratic and Republican observers inside right now watching the counting of the votes. So, as far as I can see, and this is just me as a journalist who's on the ground here, there is no supporting evidence for this voter fraud. We know there's no evidence of wide-scale voter fraud. There never has been. And there's no evidence of a lack of election observers inside this facility. So I suppose now we turn to the lawsuit that's been filed in federal court by the Trump campaign. We look at the specifics there. And what they're saying essentially is we will see you in court. They've already had 2 other lawsuits here that have been unsuccessful with regard to the election and the counting of the votes, Katie.
Well, when they get all the votes in, it's unclear if even 10,000 votes will be enough to change the outcome of what we see in Nevada. Obviously, that is still up in the air. All right, Steve Kornacki, we got Nevada out of the way. Let's go to the 2 other states. We're watching 3 other states, but let's go to 2 of those right now. Let's go to Pennsylvania and Arizona, also taking quite a long time. Understandably in Pennsylvania, because they couldn't start counting the votes until Election Day, but Arizona also taking quite a bit of time, even though they were able to start before Election Day.
Yeah, they did in Arizona. Let's take a look there first. In Arizona, they did process a big chunk of those votes they got before Election Day. Basically everything they got until the weekend before Election Day. Then they started, sort of piling up from that point forward. All the ballots that were received the weekend before Election Day, the day before, the day of Election Day, the ones that the folks drove in person on Election Day. That's what's being counted now. That's what's being released right now in Arizona. We got overnight in Maricopa County, where Phoenix is, got a bunch of those reported out, and they actually allowed Trump to cut into Biden's lead statewide in Arizona. It had been about 90,000 24 hours ago. Now that some of that group of ballots that I'm describing has been tallied up in Maricopa and a couple other counties as well, but Maricopa's like Clark County a bit. In Arizona, this one's the lion's share of the population. It's about 65% of the state population. That's why we spend so much time talking about it. But anyway, they tallied up some of those ballots from Maricopa, and Trump was winning 59% of them. So what that did was that cut Biden's lead. There are still hundreds of thousands of more of those ballots left to be counted and released from Maricopa. There are some others, too. Pima, where Tucson is, and some of the other counties, much smaller counties in Arizona. So on paper, the potential does exist. It's possible that Donald Trump could overtake Joe Biden and actually get in front and win Arizona. So more up. I think there's an update. Vaughn can speak to this. I think sometime about 9 o'clock tonight Eastern, we're getting another update from Maricopa County on those ballots. We'll be very interested to see how that goes. And then Pennsylvania, checking in where we are here. Okay, that Trump lead over Joe Biden now sits at 111,000, and we've seen that tick down, 1,000 here, 2,000 there, steadily for a few hours today. Let me show you where, again, these are all mail ballots. These are all absentee ballots that are being tallied up in Pennsylvania, and Biden has had a particularly large advantage among those votes, those ballots in Pennsylvania. It's a state where the mail ballot option was used very disproportionately by Democrats. I want to show you where the remaining vote is in Pennsylvania to give you a sense of this. You can see by far the bulk of it, the giant circle here. That means the bigger the circle is, the more votes there are yet to be reported. That's Philadelphia. That's the biggest city. And in Philadelphia, just to give you a sense of how it's going, overall, Joe Biden's winning the city of Philadelphia with 80% of the vote. But that's all the votes. That includes the votes that were cast on Election Day in person. When you look at the mail ballots, the ones that are being processed now, Biden's winning them more like 90%. So, and you still got somewhere upwards of, 100,000 votes. It may be a bit under 100,000 now. I got to see where these latest updates have come from. But Biden's going to win the overwhelming share of those. And so, again, when you're looking at a situation where the statewide margin right now is 111,000, you look at what Philadelphia represents in terms of how much of the vote that's left. You look at how well Biden's doing with the mail ballots in Philadelphia, and then you see where else are votes to come from. Well, right outside Philadelphia, Delaware County, that's a Biden county. Also up in Bucks County, Biden's winning the overall vote by a very small margin, but the mail vote by a wider margin. We got Lehigh County, where Allentown is. Again, Biden doing well in the mail vote. So Erie, another example. There are a bunch of pockets here. There's Philadelphia and a number of pockets that are out there as well where Biden does have the potential. What he's got to make up, again, is 111,000 votes. Just as you could see a pathway for Trump in Arizona, you could see a path for Biden to overtake Trump in Pennsylvania. And frankly, that path for Biden in Pennsylvania might be a bit wider than the one that Trump has out in Arizona.
And Steve, if he takes Biden, if Biden takes Pennsylvania, it's all over, right?
Well, let's just look at the electoral map. Yeah. Road to 270. Here's where we are. Biden's at 253. If Biden takes Pennsylvania, Biden's president-elect. That's 273.
Steve Kornacki, thank you very much. Chris Chansing, you are in Pennsylvania. There are protests right now in Philadelphia between dueling groups. Democrats, presumably, who want to keep the vote going, and Donald Trump supporters who want to stop the vote right now, stop the count, I should say. This is happening right now in Pennsylvania, happening right across the street from each other. How is the situation down there as these votes get counted? There were a lot of concerns among election officials and national security officials about these moments post-election day getting really tense.
Yeah, it's been intense here in Harrisburg because we had a pretty growing protest that you can see behind me, and the Trump supporters have been shouting, "Stop the steal." Of course, they're mimicking what he has said, that if you count any vote that comes in after Election Day, it's somehow fraudulent, which of course is completely untrue. We should also point out that here in Pennsylvania, the 3 days for a mail-in ballot to arrive was part of a large voting reform effort that was approved in a bipartisan fashion. In fact, it was that particular amendment, so that Friday at 5 o'clock ballots could still come in, was actually proposed by a Republican. But we did have a couple of tense moments as folks on the other side came. At one point, they surrounded a guy. The police came over and were able to defuse the situation. But Katie, yes, I mean, obviously the things that the president has been saying about this being a fraudulent election, a stolen election, is resonating with people like you see behind me, Katie.
And let me just be clear. I said presumably Democrats wanting the vote to keep going. That is not just Democrats, we can imagine. There are a lot of Americans, Democrats, Republicans, Independents, that want the vote to keep going because that is democracy and every legal vote counts. Von Hilliard, you're in Arizona, also a place where overnight we saw some tension between Donald Trump supporters who are not demanding to stop the count, but are demanding that the count continue. And they want to be able to watch the count. They're alleging, which is not true, that there are no Republicans inside the Maricopa elections office where those votes are counted. Vaughn, clear it up. Who's inside there monitoring as the ballots get counted?
Exactly. As inside of that area where those votes are being tabulated, you have observers. But not only do you have observers, you also have, if there is any discrepancy on any ballot that the machine is processing, it goes directly into the hands of an individual picked by the Democratic Party and an individual picked by the Republican Party. That Democrat and that Republican look at that ballot. If there's like a mark, you know, like a little old question about how that bubble was filled in, both of those two individuals, the Democrat and the Republican, decide together. And, you know, outside last night, you saw about 100 folks out there chanting, "Where are the votes?" Well, the votes are being processed. Arizona has been there and done this. Of course, there is such an enormous amount of votes that were cast and ballots that came in particularly late here. They are backlogged, which was not what county officials wanted. They didn't want literally hundreds of thousands of ballots left on their doorstep here to be processing right now, but that is the case. But when you hear those protesters say, "Where are the ballots?" there have been no qualms raised by the likes of the governor or any major Republican official, even the chairman of the Maricopa County Board of Supervisors, a Republican who was at the Trump rally in town just 1 week ago, posted a letter saying that everything is going fine. And so these questions that are being raised are not in line with what officials, Republican and Democrats here in the state, are saying.
There's also that live stream that we were showing right next to you of the votes being counted in Maricopa County. Again, just because you don't like what's happening doesn't mean that there's anything nefarious going on. This is democracy. This is how it works. We do wish we lived in a place, though, that had a better handle on our elections and getting these counted faster, frankly, so there isn't this drama post-election day. Von Hilliard, thanks so much. Chris Jansing, thank you. And at this hour, the state of Georgia remains too close to call with results still trickling in. We're going to get an update from there, another big state to watch. And the Trump campaign has launched a legal blitz. Their targets, the battleground states of Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia, and Nevada. Also, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson, who was sued by the Trump campaign, will join us. Stay with us. Stop the counting, keep counting, recount the votes. The Trump campaign is sending confusing mixed messages as it files lawsuits in several states. We expect there to be a filing in Nevada soon. You just heard talk of it, claiming 10,000 ballots were illegally cast. There have already been filings in Michigan and Pennsylvania to stop counting the votes, but within just the past hour, a judge denied the Trump campaign's lawsuit in Michigan. And in Georgia, a suit about 53 ballots in one coastal town was dismissed by a Chatham County judge. Both campaigns are now trying to raise cash from supporters to pay for the expected legal costs. Team Trump has sent at least a dozen emails and texts asking for money for an election defense fund, while Democrats have launched the Biden Fight Fund, with Kamala Harris warning the legal fight could stretch for weeks. Joining me now, Washington Post White House Bureau Chief Phil Rucker and professor at the Northwestern Pritzker School of Law and MSNBC legal analyst Michael Kang. All right, Phil, so the Trump campaign is going to try and fight this in the courts. They're not getting favorable rulings right now. From what you are hearing, how far are they going to take this?
Well, Katie, they've said publicly that they're determined to fight this legal fight until the president is declared the winner. But of course, the numbers are not looking in the president's favor. There is an attempt here by the Trump campaign to file a number of lawsuits in Pennsylvania, for example, which could have the effect of slowing down the process there, although we did get an indication from state officials earlier today that the count is proceeding at a fairly rapid pace. But look, this is being driven by the president, who is insisting, as he said publicly, late in the early morning hours of Wednesday, that he has won this election and that it is being stolen from him. There is absolutely zero evidence of that, yet the Trump campaign is pressing forward with these lawsuits. They're claiming evidence of fraud without actually citing it or showing it, or without it existing to anybody's knowledge. And it's being driven by the president, who wants to win and thinks this is being taken away from him.
So, Michael, do you expect, I guess we can expect the Trump campaign to appeal some of these decisions. They just lost that filing in Michigan to stop counting the votes. How far can they take it through the legal system? When are they going to hit a wall?
Well, I think they're going to hit a wall soon with a lot of these claims, because they don't seem to have a lot of merit and they don't seem to be able to back up a lot of these kinds of claims of widespread fraud or wrongdoing. I mean, this is a legal process. You can't just make these claims and expect the court to stop the count and do what you want and throw out ballots that you don't want counted. You've got to go and substantiate these claims, and I think they're finding that out. I suspect that a lot of what they're doing right now is as much political theater or political strategy as it is legal strategy. The claims are kind of all over the map. It's different in different states. So I think what they're trying to do a little bit here is muddy the water with their legal strategy in terms of the politics and make this a partisan fray. The legal claims don't seem to be really convincing courts of much wrongdoing going on or having any effect of changing votes or throwing out votes that they don't want counted.
What about the suit that they are expected to file in Nevada, alleging that there are 10,000 ballots that went out to non-legal voters that are no longer legal residents of the state of Nevada? How does a judge figure out whether there's any validity to that? And if they do, how do you separate out those ballots once they are already in the system, once those names are no longer attached?
Yeah, that's a big problem. So I think the judge doesn't have to make a decision other than to hear the evidence that the Trump campaign brings forward. So the burden is on the Trump campaign. So they have to really make this point and prove this point beyond mere allegation. So as far as I can tell so far, the lawsuit just filed today, we don't know what evidence that they have to prove this point. But that burden is on them. So the judge will review that and make, I think, a pretty quick decision. In terms of figuring out how that affects the count and throwing out certain ballots rather than others, I imagine that it's too late because once the ballots are received and processed, the ballots are secret. And so you don't know which votes were coming from these allegedly ineligible voters. So I think sorting that out in the end is going to be very difficult. I think the question, though, is if you're alleging that it's 10,000 voters and the margin's bigger than that, then it won't change the outcome. And that's really the operative question here in this post-election day phase. Even if the Trump campaign is right about their claim, does it change the outcome? Does it change the count? And if it doesn't, the court's not going to hear that.
Phil, really quickly, what the heck is Rudy Giuliani doing being involved in this?
Well, Katie, they clearly don't have a Jim Baker at their disposal. And so Rudy Giuliani is the best the president has in terms of legal talent and political strategy. And we saw him in Philadelphia yesterday. He clearly is the front man when it comes to the battle in Pennsylvania. He's been the president's lawyer for years, defended him in a number of other instances. But, you know, a lot of legal scholars don't think he's the sharpest one to be making this argument.
Phil, you just turned into the Zoom or Skype equivalent of the anonymous egg on Twitter. We presume you are still there.
Oh, no.
To hear your voice.
Here I am.
Phil Rucker, thanks so much. Appreciate it. There you are. There's your smiling, your shining smile. I said smiling. Shining, smiling face. That's what I meant. Phil, thanks so much.
It's 2020,
Michael Kang,
Katie.
thank you so much for joining us as well. We're a little punch drunk, or at least I am. I haven't had much sleep. It has been 28 years since the state of Georgia voted for a Democratic presidential candidate. Could it be on the verge of doing so again? We're going to go live on the ground where the final votes are being counted. And both campaigns say they are confident that they are winning this election, but only one can be right. We're going to get a look inside the thinking behind both campaigns with two of our reporters next. Today, the campaigns for President Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden hosted dueling press calls, and they were in agreement on one thing. Both insist their candidate is on track to win. But as the late, great Sean Connery would say, there can only be one. Joining me now, covering the Trump campaign, NBC News political reporter Monica Alba, and covering the Biden campaign, NBC News political reporter Ali Vitale. Ali, I don't know how your eyes are not crossed at this point, considering that I saw you bright and early this morning at 4 a.m., and it is 2 p.m., and you still look pretty fresh and good. I presume your brain is working just as well. The Biden team, tell me what they're thinking right now.
I think for the Biden campaign, frankly, what I said to you this morning at 4:30 pretty much holds true. They have been bullish on their stakes in this race over the course of the last few days. And what we heard on a call with Jen O'Malley-Dillon earlier today is that they believe that victory is imminent. And imminent in this case is one of those funny words, because you can read the data, you can do the math, you can make predictions, but at the end of the day, the counting takes how long the counting takes. And we all knew when we got into this process that counting was going to take a little bit longer, but living in that reality now, knowing before and then knowing now with a capital K what that feels like, I can tell you that in talking to sources around the Biden campaign, there is a little bit of a sense that if they believe victory is imminent, they would just like to get there already. And so to that end, they're sort of preparing on two different tracks. On the first track, they're preparing on the legal front, because we know that President Donald Trump and his team is starting to plant the seeds of legal challenges in states across the country. Bob Bauer, the lawyer who's heading up the legal team for the Biden side, says that a lot of those cases are silliness, they are meritless. He believes that they will be met with the Biden's legal team with force, and they think that they'll be successful. They're also setting up a fund to fund those election protection suits, and that's pretty normal for campaigns at this point. The Trump campaign is doing the same. The other track that they're preparing on, though, right now is the transition. This is something that they had already been doing. There's a legal statute that says they have to do that, but at the same time, they also put up a website of it. Just a landing page, you're seeing it right there. But at the same time, they dodged on it when they were asked about it earlier. Jen O'Malley-Dillon saying, I'm running the campaign and I'm in it now to see the votes get counted.
There's some Democrats who have said that, isn't it a bit risky, it's a bit superstitious to put something out there this early, even though it's not that early, but before the votes are counted and before there is a clear winner. Conversely, Monica Alba, is the Trump campaign, is Donald Trump preparing for what is increasingly look like a potential loss?
You know, Katie, it's not clear that he has even really fully contemplated or accepted that scenario, but his tweets today are more of an indication of where his mind is at, and that is continuing to spread information that is simply false or misleading, with Twitter and the social media company labeling those as such, and the campaign seemingly trying to find a way around it by releasing their own statement that was essentially a presidential tweet, which also included information that wasn't correct. Again, with these arguments that the Democrats are after others are trying to steal the election from the president. But something notable and a shift we saw today is that he seems to be more engaged at work and in the Oval Office. We know that because the Marine who's positioned outside the West Wing when that happens was there earlier this afternoon. But what's so strange is that we haven't seen him in person or on camera in more than 36 hours since he gave that overnight speech that also included misleading information in the East Room. So it continues to be a strategy of the president, which you know so well, when he's down and his back's against the wall, which is to just fight back and muddy the waters. That's why you're seeing all of these legal strategies play out, which we should point out some of them have already been thrown out. And yes, they do plan to continue to appeal and go on with that. But there isn't much of a strategy beyond that. Talking 24 hours ago to now, it just continues to be extreme defiance and defensiveness with campaign officials.
Join us and then you'll understand. Allie, thank you so much. And dozens of pro-Trump protesters gathered at a voting center in Detroit. This after the Trump campaign announced a lawsuit against Michigan's Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. She'll join us coming up. And at any moment now, we could know the fate of Georgia's 16 electoral votes. A live report from that state as we await a final count of the remaining ballots. Georgia's Secretary of State is set to hold another press conference in the next hour. As of midday, poll workers were still counting just under 48,000 remaining ballots. The race in Georgia has only narrowed by the day, and the majority of ballots left to count are in heavily Democratic areas, which has the Biden campaign pretty optimistic about its chances there. And we're not just watching the presidential race. Georgia also has two critical Senate races. One is already set for a runoff, and the other is now in limbo. Joining me from Atlanta is NBC News reporter Priscilla Thompson, and back with me at the big board is NBC News national political correspondent Steve Kornacki. 48,000 votes, Steve. That is not a lot of votes, and a lot of people out there might be remarking, as I am to myself, holy cow, I can't believe this state is coming down to that few votes.
And yet it is. Here we go. You got 49.5% for Trump, 49.2% for Biden. And yeah, it's now gone under 13,000. Trump's lead has statewide. Let's take a look here. You mentioned the outstanding vote. A lot of Democratic areas there where we have outstanding vote. The bigger the bubble here, the more there are ballots that remain. As you say, there aren't that many ballots, but I think your eyes go to two main places here. Number one, this is the Atlanta metro area, obviously Fulton County, Gwinnett County, a couple others here where there's a lot of vote relative to what's left still to come. This is a place that gives Democrats hope. Also, Savannah, here you've got a fair number of ballots as well. I should point out there are a couple of places, up in the north here, by the way, for example, there are a couple of places that Trump may still do well here. So if Biden is gaining from the Atlanta metro area, there may be some opportunities here for Trump to dent those Biden gains. I think the Trump campaign would certainly hope so now, because there's certainly, you look at this map and you see more opportunities for Biden to make gains than for Trump to make gains. The question is, when you add all the Biden gains up together and you add all the Trump gains up together and you measure them out, is it going to add up to Biden passing Trump here? 12,800 votes. It's going to require Biden to be winning these leftover ballots here, what remains, by more than 60%. He's been doing that so far. See if he continues to.
Steve, what about the Senate races down there? Am I correct that David Perdue, the incumbent for one of those races, has now dropped below 50%?
Well, let's take a look here in the presidential race. Let's switch over to the Senate race. He is still sitting at 50.0%. And I believe the state law here in Georgia is you got to be 50% flat plus one. And then you avoid the runoff.
So it's close for that as well.
It is, and like we say, if Biden makes any progress in the presidential race, if the Democrats do, then yes, I think a very, very slight shift here could move that under 50.
Georgia is proving to be one of the most fascinating states in 2020. I don't think anyone would have predicted that. Priscilla, what is it like on the ground there in Georgia right now? How are Georgians reacting?
Well, folks are feeling very anxious. I spoke to a couple yesterday out in Gwinnett County, one of those suburbs that we talk about that has changed demographically. And they told me, you know, when they grew up here, it was a primarily Republican area, Republican stronghold, and they're beginning to see that demographic shift, and with it, a change in the political landscape. The one thing they did emphasize to me, though, is that they want to wait until every vote is counted and really see how this shakes out. And I can't underscore enough what it took for folks to get here. In the last hour, we learned that Fulton County, the largest county in Georgia, had reported all of their numbers. And this is a county that those folks stayed up all night, more than 24 hours. Folks at the Fulton County, at the State Farm Arena, were counting ballots in order to get those numbers in the last hour. And now we're waiting on the remaining just under 48,000. And the Secretary of State's office actually briefed on this a little while ago, specifically talking about timing and the idea that, yes, it is taking a little longer than they thought, but they're going to get there. Take a listen to what those officials said.
Fast is great, and we appreciate fast. We more appreciate accuracy. Accuracy is going to be the bedrock upon which people will believe the outcomes of these elections, be they on the winning side or the losing side.
And the officials there really emphasizing that this race is tighter. It is a tighter margin than we saw in Florida. It is very tight, and they want to make sure that they get this right. Katie?
And remember, there's going to be a news conference at 3 o'clock with Georgia's Secretary of State giving an update there, so you're going to want to tune in for that. And regardless of the outcome of Georgia, Democrats are already pointing to Stacey Abrams for the Herculean efforts that she has made over the years to up the number of Democratic registrations, up a number of black voter registrations against what they say were some pretty serious attempts at voter suppression. Steve Kornacki, Priscilla Thompson, both of you, thank you so much. And right after the break, Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson joins me with her response to the Trump campaign's lawsuit against her, along with the threat of unrest in that state. Joe Biden is the projected winner in Michigan, according to NBC News, and that has only heightened tensions in that closely watched battleground state. A crowd of Trump supporters chanting "Stop the count" and "Stop the vote" attempted to force their way inside a vote counting center in Detroit on Wednesday as workers tabulated inside. One witness said their demands would not change the results.
Things are secure on the inside, but of course we have intimidating efforts on the outside, but we're not deterred. As goes Detroit, we'll go Michigan. They've been saying all along they're going to suggest that it's rigged. They've been saying all along it's going to suggest that it's flawed or fake, but they've been saying that before now. We just need to be persistent to make sure our voice gets counted, because as goes Detroit will be done so. And I will say the black vote in Detroit is higher than it's ever been, and we will determine the outcome because we've gone from picking cotton to picking presidents.
The Trump campaign sued Michigan's Secretary of State to stop the vote counting, demanding its staffers be given retroactive transparency into the vote counting process. That request was just denied. Joining me now is Michigan's Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson. Madam Secretary, thank you very much for joining us. Are you preparing for an appeal?
No, I mean, I think, quite clearly the court recognized that this was a meritless lawsuit, really just designed to, create some, coverage in the media and sow seeds of doubt about the integrity of our process and our elections. But the bottom line in Michigan, the tabulation is done. We've now begun the process of certification and making that process official by overseeing the process and the results at the county and state level. So that's going to continue. And yeah, as you mentioned, if the folks who are whether it's filing lawsuits or showing up outside the counting board to try to interrupt the process, those are really just efforts to try to interfere with the voice of the people here in Michigan and in Detroit, and it's not going to be successful.
So the Trump campaign clearly is using these lawsuits and these filings as a way to try and, I guess, change the direction that they are currently headed in the Electoral College. I know this lawsuit was thrown out. You say you're not expecting an appeal. Is there anything else that you're preparing for to come from the Trump campaign in the coming days?
Yeah, I mean, what we're seeing is an escalation of the misinformation. The same tactics we've seen from foreign and domestic actors, which we consider really to be one of the biggest threats to election security in the modern era, this effort to confuse voters about their vote, how to vote, whether their vote will count, and now whether we can trust the results of Michigan's elections. But all of it is baseless, and all of it is extremely disappointing at a time when our country has just gone through an extraordinary election where in Michigan and in other states, more people voted than ever before in modern times. That is a beautiful thing. That's a great thing. We've seen people from both sides of the aisle here in Michigan come together to work as poll workers, to serve as election workers, tabulating our absentee ballots, to observe the process with respect to the voters and those involved in it. And now we have our results, which will be and are an accurate reflection of the will of Michigan voters. So it's time to just come together, respect the will of the voters, respect those voices, and begin the process of solving a lot of problems that we've got ahead of us as a state and as a country.
So what you're looking at right now are images from a protest and a shouting match between Trump supporters and people who believe that the vote count should go on. The vote count was lawful. It is a relatively small group of people, but you and I had been talking about this in the lead up to this election. The concern about tensions being so high in your state in particular, that it could potentially lead to violence. Are you preparing for any of that? Are you seeing any signs of that? Anything in particular have you worried right now?
We're mindful of that potential always. We're always vigilant, and we ask voters and all of our citizens to be vigilant as well, and grateful for the support of law enforcement at every level, state and local, and our Attorney General to protect our safety. But notably, on Election Day, things went smoothly. During the tabulation of the absentee ballots and the count, things went smoothly. It really wasn't until the final hours of yesterday, as we began to end the tabulation and discussion happened at the national media level as to who may have won Michigan, that we began to see an increase in this noise and calls to stop the vote and all the rest. And we see this happening in other states as well. The bottom line is our job as election administrators is to count every valid vote and ensure that every vote counts. And that's what we've done here in our state. That's what we're going to continue to do. And we're going to continue to expect efforts to cloud that reality, misinform our voters, sow seeds of doubt among the public about the integrity of our process. But we stand by our process. It is secure, it is transparent, and it is accurate.
Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Madam Secretary, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank
and
you.
Everybody out there, I know you want the results of this election, but take a breath. We are going to get them eventually. Yes, this is not ideal. Yes, it should go faster than this, but it is a time we are living in. We will get there. That's going to do it for me today. If you are going outside, if you're in public, wear a mask. If you're staying inside, Ayman Mohyeldin picks up our coverage after a very quick break.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ayman Mohyeldin in New York on what could be a decisive day in this presidential race. It has been 45 hours since the first polls closed, and 5 states are still too close to call. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona. Georgia's Secretary of State is about to brief on the status of the count. We'll bring that live to you when it gets underway. As of this afternoon, only about 47,000 votes were outstanding there. The gap is just under 13,000. Steve Kornacki is standing by to give us the very latest count in just a minute. The Trump campaign, for its part, though, is expected to file another election lawsuit, this time in Nevada, after judges in Michigan and Georgia dismissed their lawsuits to toss out ballots. 90 minutes ago, a Marine appeared outside of the West Wing doors, and the White House confirms the president is, in fact, in the Oval Office at this hour. We have not seen the president since the early hours of Wednesday morning, but he is tweeting, urging they stop counting the approximately 500,000 ballots left in Pennsylvania, which the Secretary of State says is nearing the end.
Do you think we could know who won Pennsylvania by the end of today?
So, yeah, I think we definitely could.
All right, so with that as the backdrop, we've got a team of NBC News reporters here to break it all down for us. Steve Kornacki, as I mentioned, at the big board. Monica Alba monitoring the Trump campaign at the White House this hour. Mike Memoli covering the Biden campaign in Delaware, and Rahima Ellis is monitoring the situation on the ground in Pennsylvania. We do want to start, though, with Steve at the big board. We're talking about these vote totals. It could potentially be a decisive day, as we just heard there. Steve, how are you seeing this play out at this hour?
Very slowly, I'll say that. I hear the confidence there from the Secretary of State, but I can't say I've seen it in the speed of the results coming in. They have been coming in, but they've been coming in very slowly. Right now, Donald Trump with a 108,000 vote lead over Joe Biden. Again, that has come down slightly with every update today. I know I was here this morning. I think the first time we were on this morning, it was sitting at about 120,000, so it's come down about 12,000 since. And where is the outstanding vote? What are we waiting on here? The bigger the bubble, the more the vote there is. You see, by far the biggest it is Philadelphia, the biggest city. Joe Biden obviously winning Philadelphia overwhelmingly. He's also doing, these are all mail ballots, more all absentee ballots that we're waiting on. Biden's been doing much better still with the mail votes than he did with the same day vote. So the mail ballot already we're seeing favors Biden, especially in Philadelphia. You got Philadelphia, you got Delaware County, you got Bucks, you got Lehigh. These are places here expected particularly to be strong for Biden that we're waiting on. I can also show you, just to give you an example of how this is working, we got an update a couple minutes ago from a small county, and it's a very red county, it's Trump County, Carbon County. Okay, Trump is going to win this county overall by a better than 2-to-1 margin. But this is a good example of how the mail ballots are different than the same-day ballots, just in terms of the party makeup, because we just got a big update on the mail vote from Carbon County, and Joe Biden got 2,800 more votes, and Donald Trump got 1,200. This is a mail vote update from Carbon County. It's an overwhelmingly Trump county, but it looks like it's one of these things where the Trump voters were just much more likely to turn out and vote on Election Day, and those votes were counted. And the mail ballots, the absentee ballots, were just much more likely to have been used by Democrats and by Biden supporters. And what it means is a lot of the red counties, a lot of the strongly Trump counties, even there, when you just start looking at mail ballots, which is what we're down to now, those are the ballots that disproportionately are the Biden ballots. So he can make gains. What I'm saying is I can point to Philadelphia and I can point to, he can make gains in places you look at this map, you wouldn't think the Democrats making gains. It's just the nature of the mail ballot count.
Do we know, Steve, real quick, do we know how many votes are outstanding? Because I see the difference between the two candidates around 100,000, and I apologize because I'm not seeing it clearly, but is there any indication when you show me those bubbles in those counties, like Bucks County and elsewhere around Philadelphia, do you get a sense of how many ballots are outstanding?
Well, this is the biggest one we're trying to get an exact number on, and we don't have an exact number for Philadelphia. And this is the biggest one. We think it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 100,000 that are left there.
Right.
You know, is it 110? Is it 90? Because again, if Biden's winning, if he's winning the mail ballots in Philadelphia by 90%, 90% to 10%.
Yeah.
Okay, 100,000 votes, he's netting 80,000. You know, 80,000 off of a lead of 108, that would leave Trump barely clinging to the lead in the state to be under 30,000 at that point. And if there's more than 100,000 in Philadelphia and Biden's winning 90% of them, he could start erasing even that. He could potentially erase, you know, all or most of that Trump statewide lead just with Philadelphia before we even get to those areas. But we need to understand exactly how many there are there in Philadelphia, and I don't have an exact number for you.
All right, we're going to ask that to Mike Memoli in just a minute. Steve Kornacki, don't go too far. I appreciate it. Stay with us. We're going to come back to you later in the hour. Let's now turn to NBC News' Monica Alba and Mike Memoli. Monica, let me begin with you. We've gone from President Trump saying stop the count to perhaps maybe just sharpening the messaging, if you will, to stop the fraud, although that in itself is still somewhat ambiguous. What's the campaign saying and thinking at this hour about these states that are too close to call?
Exactly, Eamon. It's sort of an evolution there, but a continuation of mixed messaging. The president raising a lot of eyebrows earlier today when he tweeted "Stop the count," because that would mean that in particular states where former Vice President Joe Biden is leading, he would lose them. So the campaign needed to kind of clear that up by trying to release their own statement that contained misleading and false information. And all of these things now have been flagged by Twitter online, basically for misleading the public in terms of what the president is laying the groundwork here for in case he does lose. And it would really be sort of a full circle moment of what he was already telegraphing weeks and months ago, which is the president's defense may be the only way he views this loss as happening to him is because it was, in his words, rigged. That's why you're also seeing the Trump campaign now mount all these legal attacks in certain states, again, some of which states where they already have lost, according to NBC News' projections. And also now these court cases are being thrown out in certain cases, but they continue to push forward. That lawsuit in Nevada in particular is interesting. They've announced plans to file it, but they haven't done so yet. Will they actually do so? We're out to campaign officials on whether that will happen, Eamon, but it really continues to be a sort of defiant and defensive president. Today, he was working out of the Oval Office, I'm told, continuing to have all of these meetings with campaign officials, which is chief of staff, with also his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, on the path forward. But you did see a preview of it, I think, in those tweets, even though they are completely contradictory to what the campaign has been saying in their own calls, which is they still feel they could win a state like Arizona. But we have to point out what Steve was talking about there on the map. Almost everything that's outstanding has to go the president's way in order for them to still have that path to 270. And at this point, they do believe that goes completely through Pennsylvania. They're all watching that. We had talked about this for weeks. The race we thought was going to be on a knife's edge was the Keystone State. It appears it could be that, and we'll know more in the next couple of hours, Eamon.
All right, everyone stay with me for a moment. I do want to cross over to Georgia right now. Gabe Sterling is briefing on the state of that race. Mike, I'm going to come back to you in a second. Let's listen in.
Automatic acceptance of those ballots, again, depending on the coding of those, and I do not have that detail. Gwinnett is down to 4,800. We had discussions with them about why they had the 7,700 out there. Part of that is just a scanning differential between the accepted ballots and those were reported. So their actual total is about 4,400 of the absentee ballots to scan and report. And they did have an issue that was asked about earlier this morning. They had a corrupt memory card on one of the early voting ICPs, the polling place scanners. They discovered that. They took the ballots from that. They rescanned those, and those will be included in the totals. It's approximately 400 votes, and that is included in the 4,800. But that's one of the benefits of having a paper backup, is that you can, if those situations occur, you can take care of those. Harris is continuing to work. Lawrence County, we talked to them this afternoon, and they are trying to figure out exactly where the batches are for the 797, because they had thought they had uploaded them, and they looked and realized they had not. Taylor had a unique issue. They did their absentee ballot printing in-house. Something along the way made the ballots not the appropriate size. So if you have a ballot that is based on coordinates, which a hand-marked ballot is, and it is not the right size, it cannot be scanned. So they're going through the process of duplicating each of those ballots on the ballot marking devices, and then what they have to do is have to take the original ballot and the duplicate ballot so they can tie them together, have to be marked that each one matches to the other one to keep a paper trail alive of the original artifact of the voter. They will take those ballots, and it's 456 of them, and then run them through their scanner. They are a little over halfway through that process right now. As you can imagine, it's an arduous process. You want to be precise and make sure you get the ballot reflecting exactly what the intended vote of the voter was. So again, that gets to a total of 47,277. On another note, following up on another question that was asked earlier today, we have, this is included in the counts we have right now. There are 17,529 UACAVA, which is our military and overseas ballots that have been accepted in the counties. And as I noted earlier, under the federal laws, the UACAVA ballots that are postmarked by Tuesday can be accepted up to tomorrow, Friday. So of the pool of those, there are 8,899. That doesn't mean that any of them will arrive, or it means that all of them could arrive. We have no way of knowing that number. So I just want to make that clear. It's not there's 8,900 ballots to be counted. Those are ones that could arrive to be counted in any subset thereof. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Secretary, can you tell us how long you think it will take for the count to
Well, let's see. First of all, not the secretary. I'm a statewide voting system implementation manager.
I apologize. Let me ask you that question again.
Yeah.
How long do you think it will take for these?
Again, as we've been stating for weeks and months, that with the advent of paper, it's going to take time. We anticipate having the count, quote unquote, done when the legal deadline for certification is, which is going to be 10 days after the election. That's when we're done, because there are ballots that are still coming in, there are ballots to be cured, there are ballots that are provisionals that are to be verified. So we can't know how long the process will take. We hope to have clarity on the outcomes of these elections as soon as possible. However, when you have so many important elections in the state being so close, done is a very relative term at this point. We're trying to get all the legal votes counted accurately so we can get the right results and make sure that everybody's vote is reflected properly.
So do you think
what can you tell
Yes, sir.
What's your message to people around the state and around the country who claim the amount of time it's taking Georgia is some sort of effort to steal an election or cheat?
The effort here is to make sure that everybody's vote, legal vote, is counted properly and that the actual results are reflective of the voters' intent. The issue we have in Georgia is, like I just said, it's a close vote. There's other states that have more votes to count than we do, but it's a wide margin, so nobody cares. So this is the first time we've used paper ballots in this state in 20 years. So as we said, 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago, the secretary stood where I'm standing and said, this is going to take a little more time. These close elections require us to be diligent and make sure we do everything right.
If I recall,
yes, sir.
Mr. Sterling, can you talk a little bit about the recount process if we get to that point, given how close some of these races, especially the presidential races? What happened and when will that happen?
Under the law in this state, there's two different ways you can request a recount. You can request it before certification if you are going to allege that there's any specific irregularity that has occurred. That would be a county-by-county function. We don't see a mechanism in place to call for a statewide recount under that scenario. The second way is it would have to be after certification, and whether that's county certification or state certification, I would leave that to lawyers, but it would potentially be after the state certification. And then at that point, one of the good things we have happening today is that we have been setting up for our risk-limiting audit, and in doing that, we have what's called ballot manifests, where we know the amount of ballots in each one, and they are tracked so we know exactly how many there are. And the rule we passed to help define the recount after we passed HB 316, which was our election reform law that was supported by Secretary Raffensperger, was that essentially you would take a sample amount of ballots, run them through the scanner, make sure that it matched what we saw there, and then you would rescan those ballots on these central scanners called the ICC at each one of the counties. In anticipation of this, as I noted in our conference earlier, the Secretary directed that we procure the high-capacity scanners for each and every county, regardless of population, for just such an occasion as this. Yes, John.
What is the cost of a recount? How long does a recount take, given the volume of votes? And in the history of Georgia, have recounts ever made a difference?
We anticipate most recounts do not make differences, but in the past, we weren't involving paper on that, especially this volume of hand-marked paper. The cost, unknowable, unknown at this point. I couldn't give you an answer on that one. The good thing is we have already procured the necessary equipment statewide for such an occasion. How long it's going to take? It will be faster than we saw in Chatham County, where a judge decided to order a hand count of the ballots we had off the BMDs, and it took 5 days to do 5,000 ballots. In this case, using technology, we anticipate it could take up to a week. Again, that's just our first blush look at it. In fact, we were talking with some logistics companies earlier about making sure we put processes in place with the counties, but it would have to be after the certification in order to make that happen. Yeah, John, follow up.
On the timeline. So do you have to, by law, certified by November 13th? Is that correct?
No, the counties certify by November 13th. The state has to certify by November 20th.
And in that process, do you anticipate sooner than later? I know you can't guess at a time frame, but what is your best guess by this weekend, by Monday, when you might have a
Now, here's the issue. We are reliant upon the counties to do their jobs and do their jobs properly. We had a conference call with all 109 counties this afternoon, led by our elections director, Chris Harvey, basically laying out this timeline to them, saying the sooner you get the stuff to us, the sooner that we can get your certifications done, the sooner we can get the audit done, and the sooner we can get our certification done, so we can get that out of the way. Because we need to understand a few things about those 159 elections directors I was talking about before. We have a potential in the state of having a statewide runoff for a state-level election in the PSC. That means that there will be one on December 10th. That means they have to be prepared for that. Under our state law, they have a rollover list where they're going to have to get the absentee ballots out for all, it's nearly 700,000 people now. The state's not doing that in this particular case if there's a state runoff. There are 3 counties that have the Congressional District 5 runoff election to fill out the remainder of John Lewis's seat. And early voting for that begins, believe it or not, on Monday. So they'll be running those elections. At the same time, they're going to be preparing for this audit. We have to get ready for certification and then a recount. And then in the middle of that, we now look like we're going to have a runoff potentially for the Purdue seat along with the Loeffler seat. And the state will be doing the rollover list for those, which again is 700,000 ballots we had to prepare for. We have worked on making sure inventories are in place for those runoff elections. For the absentee process, we encourage the counties to go through their inventories. The state ordered stuff about a month ago on the just in case this scenario presented itself. So obviously, John, lots of things happening at one time. These elections directors are going to have a very good sleep sometime after probably January 15th. Yes, ma'am. Hold on a second. No, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any numbers on cured ballots coming in from Gwinnett County, Fulton County at this point?
At this point, we don't have any of the numbers coming in on the cured ballots on that. As you know, they have until tomorrow to cure those ballots. Stephen.
With the absentee ballots, there's still left to process. Can you explain what the process is for processing them that takes so long? I guess why does it take so long to process an absentee ballot after the election?
Well, one of the issues you have is first, absentee ballots were allowed to be submitted legally by 7 p.m. on Tuesday. So, like I said before, everybody's running the election on Tuesday, so you get into Wednesday. Then you have to do signature verification to assure that that ballot belongs to the person who previously requested it. So that's one of the important things, is we want to make sure the actual human being who voted that ballot is the one who requested that ballot. That's a very important distinction of absentee ballots in Georgia. Then they have to go through the process of putting them into batches. Then they get scanned. And when they get scanned, if there is a overvote or an ambiguous mark on an election, it then has to be adjudicated. And that requires volunteers from the Republican and Democrat parties to sit together to decide what that voter meant. And when you have a larger number of ballots, it takes a longer amount of time. Yes, sir.
This morning you said there were 17,000 ballots.
All right, so we were just listening to Georgia election official there, Gabriel Sterling. He is the state voting implementation manager, briefing reporters on the state of the vote counting that is taking place in that state, providing a little bit of context as to why it is playing out the way that it is, saying all eyes are obviously watching Georgia. It is a very close race, explaining the process there and talking about just how massive of an effort election officials are undertaking in that state, not just as they count the votes for the race for the presidency, but as they now prepare for the reality that there will be multiple runoffs in that state for congressional districts as well as for the Senate seats in that state, suggesting that perhaps one of those closely watched Senate seats between, or races between Jon Ossoff and David Perdue may in fact be heading to a runoff. It hasn't met that threshold yet, but it seems, at least by the suggestions there from that election official, that is what may be happening. I want to go back right now to Mike Memoli. He has been covering the Biden campaign for us. Mike, sorry to put you on pause there for a moment. I do want to pick up, though, on what I was talking with Steve Kornacki about, which is the numbers in Pennsylvania, because I think a lot of people are watching this and they understand, they see the confidence coming out of the Biden campaign. But the real question is, what's behind that confidence? What is giving the Biden campaign confidence as we see these numbers trickle in and these gaps narrow? Certainly in places like Georgia, they can have confidence as to whether or not it tips over in their favor. That remains outstanding. But why do they have so much confidence that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States?
Yeah, Eamon, well, at this point yesterday, we were talking about some of those new projections that put Joe Biden within a state or a combination of states of 270 electoral votes. Today, obviously no new projections, but we are getting new votes coming in slowly but surely. And it led Biden's campaign manager to declare this morning that their data shows that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And we can go state by state, starting with Georgia, which we were just hearing about. It's a good example of how their confidence has evolved as they see more vote come in. Yesterday, they were calling it a genuine toss-up. Today, they say it's now tilting toward Biden. Pennsylvania, they say, will require patience. But as they see the numbers continue to come in, especially confident in what they're seeing in terms of the suburban counties around Philadelphia that are coming in strongly for Joe Biden, they say at the end of the day, and they hope it's today, as they put it, Joe Biden will be declared the winner there. Nevada, another state where even though they're warning that we may see some batches come in today that are from more rural areas that may shrink the margin for Biden a little bit, they expect to be on top at the end of the day. And Arizona, the same situation there where they're expressing confidence. Now, as it relates to the legal strategy, which Monica was talking about on the Trump side, Bob Bauer, a top lawyer for the Biden campaign, saying they continue to see these claims that the Trump team is waging across the states as meritless and a strategy doomed to failure. And then there's sort of the public relations strategy underway from Team Biden. We have seen the former vice president leave his home today. He and his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, attending both an economic and a COVID briefing with their team of experts, very much beginning to show that they're engaged in two of the biggest issues that they will confront on day one if they are ultimately elected and called the winners here. As we know, they launched a transition team website last night, so continue to see nothing but confidence on the Biden team. The question is whether we'll see him tonight. I think, Eamon, that will depend on whether there are projections by the end of the day that would allow Biden to come and speak here publicly.
All right, Mike Membley live for us in Wilmington, Delaware. Mike, thanks for that. In Pennsylvania, it is possible the rest of the votes could be counted by tonight. And as you heard a moment ago, we could know who won the state. And as more votes come in, Joe Biden is cutting into President Trump's current lead in that state. Joining us now is NBC News' Rahima Ellis live in Philadelphia. Rahima, bring us up to speed on the latest with the counting and how smoothly, if at all, it is going there. All right, so unfortunately, we seem to be having an audio problem there with Rahima Ellis in Philadelphia. We're going to try to reestablish that contact and come back to her in just a moment. We have learned, though, within the last hour that former Vice President Joe Biden and Senator Kamala Harris received a briefing from their public health team. And while the nation waits for a winner on Wednesday, the U.S. added over 104,000 coronavirus cases in a single day, shattering previous records. Joining me now is infectious disease expert and the president of Access Health International, Dr. William Hazeltine. Dr. Hazeltine, thank you so much for joining us. So let's talk a little bit about this. And understandably so, the country has been consumed with what has been happening with the election. But if President Trump ultimately loses, he still has a little under 80 days left in his term. How much worse? I think a lot of people are wondering, how much worse could the pandemic get in that time if the country does not try and change its public health strategy?
Well, thank you. The answer is you can get a lot. We've been looking around the world, the rate of increase. If you look at France, for example, a country well organized, good health system, they have 2.5 times our daily rate on a population basis. That would put well within reach of this pandemic easily over 250,000 people a day, which would mean probably eventually about 2,500 people a day dying, which would be a person a minute. This can get a lot worse, and it can get worse really quickly when you look at what's happening around the world. So this is no time to take your eye off the ball, even in this very tense time for the election. We've got to get this pandemic under control, and we're not doing it.
So, Doctor, let me ask you this, though. Even if there is a seismic change in course in how the U.S. handles the coronavirus, what are the potential consequences of the hundreds of thousands of cases that are being amassed right now?
The consequences are overwhelming our hospital systems. We know that the hospitals start receiving patients about 2 weeks after these major upswings. We know that about 3.5 to 4 weeks later, the death statistics start to rise. That's what we are already going to happen. That is dyed in the wool. There will be a lot of people who are going to flood into hospitals. And what's particularly concerning, it will be not focused in one area. It's going to be across the United States, particularly, I might point out, in the Dakotas. I have never seen the number of infections per 100,000, over 130, 140 per 100,000 that are now happening in the Dakotas. It's unprecedented in the United States. It is a really serious situation in our Midwest and many other parts of the country, too.
Doctor, assuming that Joe Biden becomes the president in mid-January and we expect a change perhaps in a health strategy, how quickly is the lag time before whatever new rhetoric comes out of the White House or perhaps mask-mandated policies till we actually see a change on the ground? How long do you think we could potentially have to wait for that trickle down from the White House change to reality on the ground?
Well, this is my hope, and maybe it's a futile hope. But now that the election is over and the administration's policy on election on COVID doesn't change the election results, maybe this administration will start to take appropriate actions right away. If it doesn't, we are in for a very, very difficult time. And if we have to wait till January, I think it's reasonable to quote the director of the National Institutes of Health as saying there may be 1 million of our fellow Americans that die of this winter. So this is not something to take lightly. I hope that regardless of which way the election goes, now that the election is over, the electioneering aspects of COVID management give way to the public health management of a really serious crisis.
All right, Dr. William Haseltine, thank you so much. Always appreciate your time, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you, Eamon.
All right, Democrats will keep control of the House, but their predictions of expanding their majority were wrong, and they actually lost seats they won back in 2018. South Carolina Congressman Jim Clyburn, a member of the House leadership, joins me with his take on that next. You're watching MSNBC. House Democrats just wrapped up their first post-election caucus call since the election. Joining me now is the House Majority Whip Democratic Congressman Jim Clyburn of South Carolina, who was just reelected to a 15th term. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate your time. Congratulations on your win, first of all. I do want to talk to you, though, about the state of House Democrats. On Tuesday afternoon, you predicted to Leanne Caldwell that your party would pick up 10 to 12 seats. That has not happened. It looks like your party is actually going to lose seats. What went wrong?
I don't think anything went wrong. Thank you so much for having me. I think that what we were dealing with the projections that were being made by various pollsters. And when I averaged out what I was seeing, I started out by saying I think we would have a good night. Now, and that's it. Holding the House would be status quo. But we didn't hold the House. So nothing went wrong. Most of those seats, as you know, we won after having Trump having carried those districts 2 years earlier. So we're in a pretty good place. We still have the House, and we have a mandate in the presidency. I'm convinced that when all said and done, Joe Biden will be the president-elect. And we do know that he's gotten over 72 million votes. That's a mandate to me to change the direction of this country. So the House is still in our hands, not with the numbers that we had hoped, but we'll come back in 2 years to take care of that as well.
I'm curious to get your thoughts, and I appreciate your sense of optimism that you ultimately still do control the House. But just to be clear, your majority size has shrunk. Is that not correct?
Yes, as I said, we've lost seats. We did not intend to lose. But, you know, we would have shrunk if we went from 250 to 240. So, yes, the majority has shrunk some, but we still were in control. We'll make the adjustments, and we'll continue to do what we can on behalf of the American people. You
just got off the first post-election caucus call led by Speaker Pelosi. Give us a sense of her mood and the mood of the other members.
They're all in a good mood. We're always remorseful about people who lose elections, especially people you've worked so hard to get elected. You know, I looked at those seats down in Florida, the 2 adjoining seats that we lost. We knew it's going to be tough to hold on to those seats. But there were 2 great people. And I think that we'll do what we need to do to recover from that.
Let me ask you about the leadership roles for a moment. Speaker Pelosi plans to run for another term as Speaker. She has said that she wants to be a bridge to the next generation within the Democratic caucus. Let me just ask you really quickly, will you seek another term as Majority Whip?
Absolutely, I'm going to seek another term. And I have demonstrated my being a bridge to the future. Everybody's talking about what a great race that Jimmy Harrison ran here in South Carolina. He lost that race. But Jimmy Harrison set records. He's a young man that came into my life when he was an 11th grader. And we worked with him and with scores of other young people throughout South Carolina, and all of that is paying off. So, you know, I get so interested when people talk about who can or cannot be a bridge to the future. I don't think you have to be 25 years old to be that. That's the age of my grandson, and I'm trying to help him.
Let me ask you about the presidential race for a moment and what the actual race means for the state of this country. Joe Biden, as you mentioned, he received 72 million votes, more than any other American or anyone in American history. But to the flip side of that, Donald Trump received more than 68 million votes. That's more than anyone else prior to Joe Biden. What does that tell you about the state of America right now and how divided we are?
This country has always been divided. I don't know why everybody sees that as being so unique. It's not unique. This country has been divided since 1619, the year that African Americans first came upon the shores here. And we've had a racial problem in this country that has divided us. And this president exploited that problem over and over again. Most presidents try to work to get around that issue, to bridge be bridge builders and not try to destroy the dreams and aspirations. You know, I subscribe to an 11th commandment. Thou shalt not throw water on another person's dreams. And we have had a president who has done everything he can to drown out the dreams of African Americans in this country, and Joe Biden will do whatever is necessary to restore that. So this country has always been divided. You may have had more people accepting that division than we have now, but we have a real hard job of getting beyond those divisions. And that's something we should always work on. We are in pursuit of a more perfect union. And I am hopeful that the election of Joe Biden will continue that pursuit. We've had a president for the last 4 years that's been trying to turn the clock back on all of the, I would call, gains that we have made toward that more perfect union. So it's divided, always has been. We've got a president now who will work on reconciling those divisions.
So let me ask you, when you're reading the vote, when you look at how this played out, I want you just for a moment separate Joe Biden from the Democratic Party and the policies that it offered, because it sounds like what you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the number of people who turned up to vote for Joe Biden, this was a referendum on President Trump. They rejected President Trump. But the way the Democratic Party has achieved numbers in the House or the Senate, it did not seem that the appeal of the Democratic Party resonated with voters who still turned out in large numbers. And as you saw with the result there in the Senate and the House, not as strong as you guys would have liked.
Well, you know, we went from 232 seats, I think, in the House to 227. Now, is that some wholesale rejection? I don't think so. I don't understand how you lose 5 or 6 seats, and some of those still have not been decided conclusively. How is that a wholesale rejection? We're looking at Joe Cunningham. His name is right here. He's one of those that we've just lost, but they're having a recount in. We share a county, Dorchester County, where about 19,000, I understand, ballots could not be tabulated, and they're working on those ballots as well. So I don't see the loss of 5 or 6 seats as being some wholesale rejection. We were not rejected. We went congressional district by congressional district. Some congressional districts, people won with 65%. Some lost with 49%. Right. As in Joe Cunningham, he got better than 49% of the vote. So that's not wholesale rejection.
Let me ask you really quickly, as we just look ahead in the president, former Vice President Joe Biden talking about transition, is there a name that you would like to see in his cabinet, serve in his cabinet?
Oh, yeah, there are about 24 names.
You want to give us one of them?
Cedric Richmond. I want to see Cedric Richmond. I want to see people like That's just one name, so I won't call any others.
All right, we certainly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time, and congratulations on your win, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, House Majority Whip Jim Clyburn, thank you. Coming up, we are live in Nevada, where the Trump campaign plans to file a lawsuit seeking to block what they're calling illegal votes. This as Joe Biden's narrow lead there widens this hour. And that's a live look at the mail-in ballot processing location in Philadelphia. Just hours ago, Pennsylvania's Secretary of State said it's possible, again, it's possible that we'll know today who won the vote in that state. You're watching MSNBC. All right, welcome back, everyone. We are closely watching developments out of Nevada, where earlier today, President Trump's campaign announced a new legal challenge against the state, claiming without any evidence that improper ballots were cast. My colleague Jacob Soboroff pressed former acting director of national intelligence, Richard Grenell, for that evidence. Watch this exchange.
Can you talk about the evidence? You are claiming thousands of illegitimate votes here in Nevada. What's the evidence?
You should go in and ask the question of the clerk.
No.
Which you haven't done
You guys
yet,
just made the claim. No, in fact, you also said there's no election observers. There's Democratic and Republican election observers inside. Mr. Grenell, former...
All right, I'm now joined by MSNBC correspondent Jolene Kent from North Las Vegas. Joe, good to have you with us. So you heard there the former acting director dodging the question, not answering it. What more can you tell us about this latest legal fight in that state? And the count has been slow going in Nevada, to say the least, as some of the memes online have been making fun of officials. They're counting for the votes. When do officials think of all the ballots will be tabulated?
Well, let's first talk about the Trump campaign allegations. I was right there alongside Jacob, putting the same evidence question to Richard Grenell. He didn't answer any of our questions. And then I went to ask the Clark County registrar, have you received any evidence or even complaints from the Trump campaign on this front? And the registrar told me in front of an entire press conference, no, he has not. He's not aware of anything like that. And he's also not aware of any issues in terms of the vote going on right now. And so he's saying that they don't have these problems, and he hasn't been presented with this challenge by the Trump campaign. We've also been trying to track down the lawsuit that is supposed to be filed in federal court here in Nevada. Also, no evidence of that lawsuit being filed just yet, so we'll keep our eyes out for that. But, you know, here in Nevada, the question about the pace really comes down to a couple of things. First of all, the Clark County registrar, he's overseeing about 70% of the vote here in terms of the state of Nevada, right? And so when you look at the importance of that, they're taking it slow because he says he wants it to be accurate and to be properly processed. They're dealing with mail-in votes, according to the registrar, for the first time. And so this is something that they're really taking their time on. They plan to drop another 51,000 votes tomorrow. They're currently processing those today. Now, what's interesting is they have a capacity to process 70,000 votes, but they're going to be putting out only 51,000. We also know that there's about 60,000 provisional ballots that are still out there and 63,000 mail ballots left to process. So there's a lot going on here in Clark County, but in terms of the pace, the registrar is saying, please be patient. We're doing this as best as we can. And for them, speed just is not the priority because they do have until November 16th to figure out these final totals and put that to the Secretary of State for a final count. Amen.
All right, Jolene Kent, live for us in North Las Vegas at this hour. Thanks, Jolene. After the break, we're going to take a look at the possible transition of power at the White House with someone who's actually been through it, the executive director of the Obama-Biden transition back in 2008. But first, here's a look at the race in Illinois' 14th district, where Democratic Congresswoman Lauren Underwood is trailing Republican State Senator Jim Oberweis by less than 2,000 votes, despite the race not yet being called. Oberweis has declared victory. You're watching MSNBC.